Yes.
Head above.
Or the state, are you ready to begin?
Yes.
All right. So with that, Mr. Chair, if you'd like to call the meeting to order, we'll get this going.
I think I'm meeting about food. Sorry. At this time, I'd like to call the meeting to order.
All right. So my name is Chris Madison. I am going to be your hearing officer today. We're here in the matter, I believe it's an appeal of a director's order, and it's regarding permit number 03466-01, Louis DeAngelis. Did I say that correctly? Okay. All right. Well, did I say that correctly? All right. And Peppermint Hippo at 7900 Bicentennial Road, North Little Rock. It's going to be heard today before the Alcohol Beverage Control Division, Arkansas Department of Finance and Administration. Today is March 18th, 2026. For everyone in the room, take your cell phone and make sure it's on silent. Make sure your watch beeps are turned off also. All right. Counsel for Respondent, if you would identify yourself and the representatives that you have here with you today. Make sure your microphone's on, please.
There we go. Thank you. My name is Doris Magseo. Here with me today, I have Mark Carvella, who is a regional manager of the Peppermint Hippo, Taylor Geis, who is a general manager of the Peppermint Hippo, and Adalia Pierce, who is a law clerk for me.
All right. And I assume since you're here, you received a copy of the notice and order for your client and the hearing today, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And are you ready to proceed on this matter?
Yes, sir.
All right. Counsel for the board, if you would identify yourself, please.
My name is Katie Inahosa, and this is Drew Cousins, and we work for the Regulatory Division and specifically the Alcohol Beverage Control Board.
All right. So for the benefit of anyone present today who may not have appeared in an administrative hearing, the board will base its decision solely on the evidence and arguments presented here today. Okay. This hearing is held under the Administrative Procedures Act, which means that the strict rules of evidence do not apply, and the parties will be given latitude in introducing evidence and argument. This is to promote a fair hearing and provide the board with adequate information to make a decision. To ensure efficiency of the proceeding, I will grant objections or caution the parties only as necessary. I'm going to let you put on your cases. If there's anything that you have in your possession that you want the board to consider, you must offer it into evidence today. We're going to take up those here in just a second. All participants to the hearing should be aware that these proceedings are subject to the Freedom of Information Act, and as such, all parts of the hearings, including the deliberations of the board, are open to the public. It is important that all persons necessary to the hearing are in the room during the hearing. If a party, attorney, or board member needs to take a break or leave the room, let me know, and we'll take a break during the hearing. So if the board members need to take a break at some point, let me know. When we get to a stopping point, we'll take a break and go from there. All right. So I will understand that we have, let's do the swearing in. Do we have all of the witnesses that are potentially to testify today in the room currently?
We do not. We have a number that are not here
Okay.
yet.
All right. All right. Everybody that's a witness that may testify today, I'm going to go ahead and swear you in now. And then if we have some that show up later, we'll need to make sure we get those in. Okay. All right. If each of you that may be testifying today would raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will be giving today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Hey, all right. Please let the record reflect that the number of witnesses have been sworn in. Counsel, I'm going to rely on you to identify any witnesses that come in later that have not been sworn in. Is that fair?
Yes.
All right, thank you. All right, now I understand there's some preliminary matters. I believe the state has an exhibit binder that you would like to introduce. Counsel for Respondent, have you had an opportunity to review that? And do you have any objections to those exhibits?
No objections.
All right. I believe you moved to introduce it at this point.
Yes.
Okay, your exhibits are introduced. I understand, Counsel for Respondent, you have exhibits that you would also like to introduce, but I understand you have some objections to those. Is that correct?
Not to all of them, but some of them, yes.
Okay, let's address that. Are we able to address that now so that we can get the exhibits in?
We probably need to go address them as we go. My objections would be to relevancy, so you may need to, at least on some of them, and on some of them, I have not been provided those exhibits, so I've not had an opportunity to review them, so I object based on that. So I don't know if you want to do that now, or if you want to make the decision as we go to determine if those are relevant.
Well, I take it then that there are some exhibits that you do not have an objection to.
Correct.
And there are some that you have an objection for relevancy, and then you have others that you have not an opportunity to see, correct?
Correct.
All right. So is there a way that you can identify the ones you do not have an objection to in the near future?
I don't know the numbers of the objections, and I don't.
Okay.
I apologize. I would have to go through the binder again to determine what numbers they are.
If I may,
Yeah.
all of the documents that have been proffered as exhibits are the results of FOIA requests. So every document contained in our exhibits is a matter of public record.
Mhm.
We would argue that they are relevant. We'll get to the point, but they all have to do with these specific allegations that were included in Director Bjornson's order of January 21st, which included findings of fact and conclusions of law for which these documents will be relevant.
At this time, I'm going to let the exhibits be proffered, and then when we get to the point where you're wanting to do it, then we'll address those issues. And I'll give you and your team a little time to review them. Is that fair?
Yes.
All right. Are there any stipulations or anything else we need to address on a preliminary basis?
I believe the only other issue that may be a potential concern for the state is we also have video exhibits that are to be introduced. At the director's hearing, there was a video introduced by the state that was provided by the Rivero family. In turn, we are proffering the exhibits from the trial that was held related to the Rivero matter, related directly to the condition of John Rivero at the time he was served alcohol on the evening in question.
And if I've not had a chance to review that, I would object. And all of the videos that we will be presenting did not come from the Rivero family, but came from a law enforcement investigation.
Okay. Well, we'll address your video at the time as to whether it's relevant or not to the matters here. All right. Are there any other legal issues that we need to address before we get started?
Not with us.
Only other potential issue I foresee is that we have several witnesses who testified by deposition at the civil trial that we will also be proffering their trial testimony by deposition.
Okay. All right.
And that is one of the objections we have. We were not at the civil trial. This is not a civil trial. This is an administrative hearing, and we've not had an opportunity to review any of those depositions, and we were not there.
Well, we'll address that when you go to. All right. So state's exhibits are admitted, yours respondents are proffered, and we'll address those as you go to move through them. And then, so are we ready to proceed?
Yes.
Yes. See that? Okay. And would you like to make an opening statement?
Sure. I have provided a binder just as a preliminary matter. As we go through, those are tabbed for your convenience. So I just ask that you follow along. I'm going to try to stay in order as much as I can, but just for your convenience so that we're not up handing those out, you should be able to follow along with the tabs on the side. Also, before I get started into the facts, I want to remind everyone, and I'll remind you at the end of this hearing as well, I want to view this hearing through an administrative lens. This is not a criminal hearing. This is not a reasonable doubt standard. And I think as we go, there's going to be a number of things that come out that will, your mind will start to look at these things as, is this are they criminally liable or are they not? And that is not the case. That is not what we are talking about here today. We are here as an administrative matter into whether or not the Peppermint Hippo was behaving in a way that violates the rules and the statutes of the state of Arkansas. If they were, then the permit is to be revoked. This is not whether or not someone is going to jail. This is not beyond a reasonable doubt. This is preponderance of the evidence. So I want to keep that in mind, and I will continue to remind you throughout the hearing or whenever I give a closing argument that what we're looking at is how they were behaving and whether or not they were violating our rules and our statutes. As we go through the evidence today, you're going to hear a number of different incidents that occurred. It was not just one. Director Potter is going to testify first, and he opened up an investigation into the Peppermint Hippo in 2025, and he's going to take you through that and kind of give you a bird's eye view of what that investigation looked like. And then after he testifies, you're going to hear from some of the agents and some of the witnesses that were involved and can give you a little more context and understanding about each one of those violations and those incidences that we discovered through the investigation. I'm going to give you a summary so you kind of have an idea of what you're going to look at, and then we'll go more in depth as the testimony comes out. In late 2024, Detective Potter received information from an anonymous source. We're not going to go into who that person was because they wish to remain anonymous, but they reported to the ABC that they went to the Peppermint Hippo one night and $130,000 was charged to their credit card. Director Potter did as he should have and turned that over to the Pulaski County Sheriff's Office for a criminal investigation. And then a few months later, in February of 2025, a man reached out to Director Potter and Director Bjornson by the name of Peter Rivero. And he asked the agency at that time if there was an investigation and what was going what was being done about what happened to his brother in 2021 at the Peppermint Hippo when a young man tragically lost his life after spending a couple of hours there. At that time, the ABC was unaware of those allegations. Director Potter looked into it, did find merit, and did find that there was wrongdoing. And so he elected to open an investigation to look further into the behavior at the Peppermint Hippo. So that's when we started our investigation in 2025. Now, what we found as we started looking through that was a number of other violations. So in April, he authorized an undercover investigation, and we had an agent go in and act as a patron. During that visit, he took an audio recording. If we can get the audio to work, going to hear some of the statements made by the dancers that was around the table and was talking to our agent at that time. And he's going to tell you about what he observed while he was there, which is a number of violations. Because in Arkansas, if you have the privilege to have a permit to sell alcohol to citizens of Arkansas, then you have to abide by higher rules and higher standards. And those rules are laid out, and they include what you can wear, what the entertainers can wear, whether or not they can get close to some of the patrons, whether or not they can touch the patrons. All of that is labeled in our rules that they cannot do. And he observed time after time that those rules were being violated once he was in the Peppermint Hippo. Later, through the investigation during the summer, we discovered that there were a number of felony investigations being conducted by Pulaski County Sheriff's Office. And what we discovered when we looked through those investigations was there was a common theme. It was the same pattern of behavior. And while these victims were from all over the country, they were not there at the same night. This is spread throughout time. All of those cases had one thing in common, and that was how it happened. The victims would go into the Peppermint Hippo. They would be served drinks. The drink liquid cocaine is going to come up a number of times. Sometimes they ordered the drinks. They had no idea what was in them. But very quickly, they became so intoxicated that they don't remember the rest of the night. All of them blacked out. All of them woke up the next day or when their credit card bill came in a couple weeks later and noticed that tens of thousands of dollars were charged to their credit cards. And you're going to see a theme in the type of credit card, because the girls were looking specifically for American Express cards where there's no fraudulent protection and there's no spend limit. We're not going to, for the interest of time, we're not going to bring in and talk about each one of those because there were so numerous when we reached out to Pulaski County Sheriff's Office, and a lot of those investigations are still open and pending for criminal investigation. But we're going to bring you a sample of those, and you're going to learn about what each one of those men lost whenever they went into the Peppermint Hippo. And then finally, in August of 2025, we learned of another incident that occurred at the Peppermint Hippo. And that incident involves an older man in his 60s that was at the Peppermint Hippo that one night in August. He was clearly very intoxicated. There's security footage. There is no question he is unable to stand on his feet. And while he is outside, he's being told he has to leave. There was some sort of misunderstanding. He didn't want to pay for a dance. He was going to be forced to pay for. He couldn't find his wallet. They wouldn't let him back in order to get his ID and wallet back. He was very upset. He's talking to the employees and the bouncers outside, and at one point he gets pushed. And because he is so intoxicated, he falls face first into the asphalt. Then you see the blood coming down, and a struggle ensues. At some point, I believe it was mentioned that there was a gun, but we don't know, because the Peppermint Hippo didn't provide us the entire security footage when we asked for it on 2 separate occasions. What we do know is they pushed him into his vehicle, into the driver's seat, so intoxicated he couldn't stand up, and put him on the roads of Arkansas. Fortunately, no one was hurt because Mr. Daniels pulled over. The police arrived. They spoke to him. You're going to hear from the sergeant that met with him when he was on the side of the road and explained just how bloody he was, how he was spitting blood. He had to go receive medical attention. He was not combative. He was confused. He didn't understand what was going on because he was so intoxicated. So he then went to the Peppermint Hippo and asked to review the security footage. There was some resistance there, and eventually was able to review and see exactly what happened. When he asked that Peppermint Hippo provide a copy of that for the investigation, and we got a partial video. Once Pulaski County Sheriff's Office and ABC realized that we didn't have the full story, a few days later, we went back with a warrant signed by a judge to receive the entirety of that video. And again, were met with resistance from the Peppermint Hippo. A video was eventually provided. We found out later it was not even the day of the incident. It was a completely useless video. And at that point, the security footage had been wiped. And so we no longer know exactly what happened because of the lack of cooperation. In January of 2026, all of this evidence was presented at a director's hearing. And the director made the decision at that time that the Peppermint Hippo's behavior was negligent, it was reckless, it was criminal, it was so malicious that their permit warranted revocation because they had become an unsafe environment for patrons and for citizens of Arkansas. So at the end of this hearing, we're going to ask that you too find that their behavior and the manner that they were conducting business was predatory. It was unsafe for citizens of Arkansas, and we're going to ask that you revoke their permit. Thank you.
Counsel for respondent, would you like to make an opening?
Thank you. We would first like to address whether we are able to use our demonstrative exhibits as they will follow along with my opening. One is a timeline that will show the sequence of events that was just articulated by Ms. Iginosa. The other are the ABC press release that was issued as a result of the order and the ensuing news articles. And are excerpts of the findings of fact and conclusions of law that were included in Director Bjornson's January 21st, 2026 order.
Counsel.
I have not had a chance to read through those specifically. I don't think there's probably a problem with the timeline as I just went through one. I guess I have no objection to the order either. So if council would like to review it or present it, I think that's fine unless when it's up there, I see that there's something that shouldn't be. I would object, reserve the right to object at that time.
You can, I'm going to go ahead and allow it. You can use them.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the board. We first want to thank you for your time and attention today. We very much appreciate your consideration of this matter. As the hearing officer indicated, the Peppermint Hippo is appealing the January 21st, 2026 order of Director Bjornson that revoked the Peppermint Hippo's liquor license due to the severity of the violations and the director finding that the threat to public health, safety, or welfare imperatively required emergency action and a summary suspension of the permit. The revocation of the Peppermint Hippo's permit was the result of bias on the part of Director Bjornson due to her improperly engaging in numerous ex parte communications with Peter Rivero, the brother of John Rivero, who passed away on November 15th, 2021. This is a very well politically connected family. Paulo Rivero, the father, who you will hear from by deposition, was a cardiologist at the Arkansas Heart Hospital for approximately 17 years. Director Bjornson engaged in these improper ex parte communications numerous times with Mr. Rivero without allowing the Peppermint Hippo the opportunity to be provided notice of those communications, to participate in those communications, to provide any context to those communications, and those communications continued. Those communications violated the Administrative Procedures Act and have so tainted the entire proceeding that has come since that there is an appearance of impropriety on the part of Director Bjornson. The specific statutory provision related to the ex parte communications is Arkansas Code Annotated Section 25-15-209A, which provides in relevant part that ABC board members or employees of an agency assigned to render a decision or to make final or proposed findings of fact or conclusions of law in any case of adjudication shall not communicate directly or indirectly in connection with any issue of fact with any person or party, nor in connection with any issue of law with any party except upon notice and opportunity for all parties to participate. You will hear evidence today that Ms. Bjornson had several conversations with Peter Rivero without the inclusion or notice to the Peppermint Hippo. These communications caused her to decide to revoke the Peppermint Hippo's permit well before her order that was issued on January 21st of 2026. Likewise, she had made her mind up to revoke this permit well before the initial offer of settlement was provided in November of 2025. While these ex parte communications alone warrant reversal of Director Bjornson's January 21st, 2026 order, her order is further not supported by substantial evidence, and it is therefore arbitrary and capricious. We will be presenting quite a bit more evidence to you today than was presented to Director Bjornson at the director's hearing, and we believe that upon presentation of the full evidentiary record, you will likewise find that her decision was not supported by substantial evidence. Ms. Bjornson's order also failed to consider important aspects of evidence presented. Her communications with Peter Rivero included only Peter Rivero's version of events, and we will present evidence to support that. The Peppermint Hippo was never contacted either directly or through counsel related to any of these allegations, and were not allowed the opportunity to participate in the investigations. Director Bjornson's order finally deviates from established agency policy, past practices, and similar cases without explanation. As you all know, ABC enforcement's purpose is to focus on preventing underage drinking and ensuring compliance. Revocation is considered a last resort, usually for repeated, serious violations. You will hear today that between John Rivero's death in November of 2021 and the issuance of the offer of settlement in November of 2025, the Peppermint Hippo did not receive a single violation from the ABC. These violations only began after Director Bjornson's initial conversation with Peter Rivero in February of 2025. Similarly, during the period of January 2020 to February of 2026, the ABC issued 263 violations to businesses in the state of Arkansas for failure to be a good neighbor, which will be exhibited by our Exhibit 10. Not a single instance of recommendation of revocation was made for any of those 263 violations to other businesses. Similarly, from that time period, the ABC issued 75 violations for disorderly conduct to other businesses in the state of Arkansas, yet not one recommendation for revocation was made for any of those violations, which will be exhibited by our Exhibit 11. Similarly, during that time period, the Arkansas ABC issued 20 violations for furnishing alcohol to an intoxicated person to other businesses in the state of Arkansas, which will be exhibited by our Exhibit 12. And again, not a single instance of recommendation of revocation was made for any of those other businesses. Finally, during that time period, the ABC issued 14 different violations for failure to perform duties and cooperate to other businesses in the state of Arkansas, which will be exhibited by our Exhibit 13, for which no recommendation of revocation was made.
I'm going to take a moment to object because none of this argument that has been made has anything to do with the violations that are alleged that we're here to address today.
I'm gonna let her continue.
Director Bjornson's decision is likewise unreasonable and counter to the evidence in that it cannot be explained as a difference in experience. The way the ABC responds to violations to other businesses in the state of Arkansas for the same type of allegations is completely different than the way it has responded to the Peppermint Hippo. And we would argue that that is because of the bias of Director Bjornson after her initial call with Peter Rivero. And we will be able to show that through the timeline of documents that we will go through. The ABC similarly failed to adequately document its reasoning or evidence, which violates the requirement to, quote, show its work. What we will be presenting to the board today has primarily been the result of our firm issuing FOIA requests to several different agencies in order to determine what these violations were about. The first notice the Peppermint Hippo ever had of any of these violations was in November of 2025, despite apparently there having been an ongoing investigation since February of 2025. Our final argument would be that the revocation of the Peppermint Hippo's license was excessive by Director Bjornson. There was certainly a reasonable alternative available and ignored, which would be the issuance of fines and or probation, which were the consequences for the revocations of other businesses in the state of Arkansas. You heard Ms. Genosa go through her timeline, but I would like to walk you through what the evidence will show you the timeline is. So as we've established, John Rivero left the Peppermint Hippo on November 15th of 2021, made a series of decisions, the final of which was to walk across Interstate 40. Again, from November 15th of 2021 until November of 2025, the Peppermint Hippo did not receive a single violation. So how did we get here? How we got here was pretty clearly articulated by Scott Hardin in a quote to the media following the revocation of the Peppermint Hippo's license, in which he said, "This actually goes back to 2021. It starts when a gentleman attended the club and then had a traffic accident and unfortunately got killed. If you look at it, that's where this kind of started." Hardin said that incident alone did not initially lead to revocation, but became significant when viewed alongside later violations. So let's talk about those later violations. Once Ms. Bjornson had her initial conversation with Peter Rivero in February of 2025, the evidence will show that the case was then assigned for investigation to an ABC agent. That ABC agent made coordinated efforts with the Pulaski County Sheriff's Office in order to conduct an undercover operation at the Peppermint Hippo on April the 12th of 2025. Again, we were never made aware of this investigation until the results of our FOIA request revealed an email that indicated that the operation consisted of at least 11 ABC agents and 2 Pulaski County Sheriff's officers. And they coordinated an operation to come undercover into the club and to seek evidence of fraudulent credit cards, drug use, spiked drinks, prostitution, basically any regulatory violation on the ABC side and any criminal violation on the Pulaski County Sheriff's side. They conducted this undercover operation, and you will be able to hear from the agents who were involved. And what they discovered was no evidence of fraudulent credit cards, no evidence of spiked drinks, no evidence of drug use. They simply found violations related to the clothing of the entertainers. So when that operation did not develop any sort of evidence of criminal wrongdoing or regulatory wrongdoing other than the clothing of the entertainers, we then fast forward to our third set of allegations, which is related to a gentleman by the name of Nick Goyal. Nick Goyal alleges that on July 13th of 2025, he went to the Peppermint Hippo, was drugged, and had $35,000 in fraudulent charges taken from him by the Peppermint Hippo. What ended up happening was an investigation was started by Nick Goyal's credit card company, American Express. And you will see evidence that American Express found those charges to be founded. You will likewise find that after the ABC investigated Nick Goyal's incident, they too found those charges to be unfounded. We found that document as a result of our FOIA request that was not presented at the director's hearing. But there will be evidence that the July 13th, 2025 Nick Goyal incident was found to be unfounded by American Express The sheriff's office continues to tell us it's openly investigating that, and it was also likewise unfounded by their own agency. We then get to the fourth set of violations that Ms. Viginosa has brought up, related to an elderly patron, is how they characterize it. This elderly patron's name is Christopher Daniels, and we have compiled many reports related to Mr. Daniels that culminated on the night of August the 16th. It's represented as August 6th in the ABC documents, but it was August 16th, in which Mr. Daniels was on his way to the Peppermint Hippo, called and left a voicemail that you will be able to hear. He describes himself as Elvis. He says that he's going to be hard to deal with, and he's on his way. He presented to the Peppermint Hippo intoxicated. He arrived intoxicated. The staff was immediately able to determine he was intoxicated. He was therefore not served any alcoholic beverages. He was provided a water, which upset him. He then wanted to go into the VIP room and receive entertainment for which he did not want to pay. He was then asked to leave the establishment, and he fought his way on out. And while Ms. Higinosa indicates that they are not aware of whether or not Mr. Daniels had a gun, you will see video surveillance footage that shows that he not only had one gun, he had two guns. And he pulled one gun on the security staff in the parking lot. They were thankfully able to wrangle that away from him before he was able to make it into the nightclub. Mr. Daniels then got back into his vehicle. There was an altercation with trying to get the weapon from him, pushing him away when he was being aggressive with staff members, all of which you will see on video. Mr. Daniels then got into his vehicle, left the Peppermint Hippo, drove onto Interstate 40, parked his truck on the shoulder of Interstate 40 directly in front of the Peppermint Hippo, exited his truck with a second gun, walked down from the shoulder of the highway through the grass shoulder all the way down to a barbed wire fence that separates Interstate 40 from the Peppermint Hippo, and pointed his second weapon at the Peppermint Hippo. The Peppermint Hippo called the Pulaski County Sheriff's Office during all of this. They came out, they investigated, they found that Mr. Daniels was not medically injured after consulting MEMS, who came to the scene to evaluate him. They did charge him with felony aggravated assault for pulling weapons on the Peppermint Hippo staff, and those felony charges are pending. However, at the director's hearing, it was testified to that they are not, but a search of Arkansas court records will demonstrate that they in fact are. So when you put all of these allegations together, and we will demonstrate this to you through both written and video evidence, where did this all begin? This all began on November 15th of 2001 with the death of John Rivero. Every violation that has happened since has been an attempt to, quote, lump them all together and get this going. Those are the words of Director Bjornson in an email that you will read. It is our position that Ms. Bjornson revoke the Peppermint Hippo's license on an emergency basis based on a very unfortunate death that happened in November of 2021, 4 years prior to the issuance of the offer of settlement. All of these other allegations, we are going to be able to show you the complete evidentiary record, and we believe at the end of this hearing, you will find that Director Bjornson's order of January 21st, 2026 should be overruled, and the Peppermint Hippo's permit should be immediately reinstated. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, counsel, for your openings. Counsel, you may call your first witness.
State would call Director David Potter.
Mr. Potter. Please let the record reflect Mr. Potter was present during the swearing in and is sworn in, and I remind you, sir, that you're under oath. Counsel, you may inquire.
Director Potter, can you state your name for the record?
Sure, it's David Potter.
And where do you work?
I work at the Arkansas Regulatory Enforcement Division.
And what is your title?
I am the Director of Regulatory Enforcement for the state of Arkansas.
And how long have you worked in that position?
I've worked in this capacity for about 4.5 years in full capacity.
And what did you do before that?
Before that, I worked for Arkansas Tobacco Control. Started there in 2013, investigating smuggling crimes, white collar crimes, tax evasion, felony tax evasion for untaxed tobacco. Prior to that, I worked in standard law enforcement. I'm in my 25th year of law enforcement and have the privilege to work in numerous capacities, made in multiple divisions.
Okay. And did you ever work for another law enforcement agency other than the ABC?
I did. I worked for the Pulaski County Sheriff's Office, actually.
So altogether, you said 25 years of
Yes,
law
ma'am.
enforcement
That's
experience?
25 years.
Okay. Are you familiar with a case investigated by the ABC against the Peppermint Hippo?
I am.
Did you open and conduct that investigation?
I did.
Can you take us from the beginning through that investigation?
Absolutely. And so I was notified by an association in the state of Arkansas that wanted to remain anonymous that one of their members in November of 24 was potentially drugged and defrauded out of $137,000. They wanted to remain anonymous. They asked for an investigation assistance. I referred them to the Pulaski County Sheriff's Department. Obviously, with potentially $137,000 in fraud, that would be their area that they would investigate. I directed my agents to assist them as much as needed and to keep track of that investigation and determine if any ABC violations came forward during that investigation.
Okay. And then a couple months later, did you receive another email about the Peppermint Hippo?
I did. I was forwarded an email in February 20th of 25, which advised me of a death of a gentleman named Mr. John Rivero. The email contained, stated for Mr. Rivero's family that he had arrived at the Peppermint Hippo, served approximately 21 drinks, was assaulted, and then pushed out onto the highway. Obviously, I became very concerned about those allegations. And at that time, I directed an investigation separate from any other investigations by ABC into the actions that occurred that evening.
Okay. So did you review documents at that time relating to John Rivero?
I reviewed the email that he had sent to us making the allegations, and then I directed one of my investigators to collect the information.
And you reviewed and determined what?
Reviewed and determined that it looked like approximately 21 drinks were served to Mr. Rivero. Also, judging from all the reports from state police, at the time of his death, he had a BAC level of 0.275. The investigator watched videos of that night, and it appears that Mr. Rivero was in fact assaulted and pushed out onto told to exit the building and forced out onto the roadway area.
So you believed that warranted an investigation?
I did, and that with the knowledge of what had occurred in November of 24, that obviously gave me some significant concern into the ongoings of this club and how the patrons are currently being treated. So at that point, I did direct an investigation be opened to not just Rivero's death, but also what was occurring at the club.
And what was the first step of that investigation?
First step of that investigation was to conduct an undercover operation, and I authorized that an undercover operation in 331 of 25. And it's also important to note that during this period of time, we were working with the Pulaski County Sheriff's Office, and we would get information of ongoing cases that they were working there that also alleged patrons being drugged and then defrauded out of money from the credit cards.
After the undercover investigation in April, what was the next thing that your investigation uncovered?
Sure. We had the undercover investigation in April where we did send undercover agents. We did that in conjunction with the Sheriff's Department. That consisted of numerous support divisions to ensure safety there. As we were preparing those documents, we were notified in June 2nd, or I was notified June 2nd of 25, that an additional victim, Mr. Joseph Gregory, who's been referred to, was alleged the same set of circumstances as the November of 24th allegation, where the individual was drugged and he claimed to be scammed through his credit cards out of $7,031.
And you said that was June of 2025?
That was when I was notified of it, yes, June 2nd of 25. I believe the incident occurred 5/30 of 25.
And agents spoke with Mr. Gregory?
They did. They conducted an investigation there separate from the Pulaski County Sheriff's Office investigation.
And what was the next thing your investigation uncovered?
Immediately thereafter, we received another piece of information from a victim named Nick Goyle. Nick Goyle claimed the same set of circumstances, that he claimed to have been drugged and he blacked out during a lap dance. Never experienced that before, according to him. And he was scammed, according to him, for $36,748.
And that was the same set of facts that you had discovered in June of 2025
It is the same set of facts.
and November of 2024.
Yes, ma'am.
And what about in August of 2025? What did you find?
In August of 25, we were notified again by the Pulaski County Sheriff's Office by a gentleman named Mr. Chris Daniels. It was reported that Mr. Daniels had arrived at the club and was intoxicated. He didn't enter the club, supposedly left his wallet inside, tried to re-enter. There was a scuffle that occurred, and he was told to leave, and he left. That ultimately resulted in felony charges from both the individual that showed up, Mr. Daniels, and employees of the club, both receiving felony charges over that.
Did you close the investigation once all of these infringements and violations were identified?
I did, and at this point, we had been going on quite a while, and so we had to continually wrap this up. We knew that there was potential for public safety endangerment at this point for what was going on. I felt very strongly about that, so we wrapped up our investigation and put it forward to the administrative division.
And then the legal department reviewed and decided to go forward with a hearing.
They did.
So I believe the offer of settlement was made in November of 2025 after you concluded your investigation in October. Was there a hearing?
There was. It was a director's hearing on January 16th, 2026.
And did you testify at that hearing?
I did.
We've established at that hearing that the Peppermint Hippo's permit to sell alcohol was revoked. Do you know if there was any media coverage?
There was significant media coverage, and immediately thereafter, on January 23rd of 26, another victim came forward after seeing the media on TV. This gentleman actually emailed our PIO and advised that, also claimed that he had been drugged and he blacked out, and he was defrauded out of $67,821. Exact same set of circumstances from the other 4 victims at this point. I immediately ordered an investigation into this as well.
And did your agents talk to him?
They did.
And confirmed the same set of facts?
Same set of facts. Yes, ma'am.
Was there someone else that reached out after the media coverage?
Yes, after the media coverage, again, we received another complaint on February 17th of 26. A gentleman named Douglas Bowling. Mr. Bowling was contacted us, advised that he had been a victim of this as well. He advised that while he was inside the club, somebody squirted something. One of the dancers squirted something in his mouth with a syringe, and then he blacked out shortly thereafter. According to Mr. Bowling, he was defrauded out of $53,226.
All in one night?
All in one night.
During this investigation, at any point, did you contact Pulaski County Sheriff's Office and inquire into how much activity they were involved in at the Peppermint Hippo?
I did. We were in constant contact with them, and we asked for some additional information, what their call logs were like, additional calls for service, what those look like, any ongoing investigations.
In the last 5 years, how many calls out were reported by law enforcement to the Peppermint Hippo?
From what I observed and what was reported to me, there was 165 calls for service in that period of time.
And you are the director of enforcement for all of the state of Arkansas.
Right.
Is that typical for any of the other permit holders?
I don't know of any other permit holder that has this many calls of service.
So that was a significant number to you?
Yes, it is.
Did you note the types of codes that were reported for those call outs?
I did. I reviewed the codes, and what the codes are is how the call is dispatched. And so, for instance, the dispatcher would take the information coded as a certain thing that didn't fight codes, fraud calls, accident calls, theft, disturbance with weapons, criminal mischiefs, aggravated assaults, numerous different types of codes.
And in addition to those call outs, that's just when Pulaski County was called and had to go out to the Peppermint Hippo.
That's correct.
Did you also inquire and determine that there were a number of felony investigations?
I did. I asked for a list of current felony investigations, what they provided. Some of those are pending, and I discovered that numerous of the complaints and that they were investigating actually had the same set of facts as these 5 victims that we talked about. Some of those are not listed here, obviously, because they have ongoing investigations. But it appears to me that there are additional victims beyond this 5.
Did you look at the numbers of that those victims were reported being defrauded?
They were significant amounts of money.
Okay. And I'm not going to ask you for exact numbers, but
It was $301,827. That was what we had reported to us in the 5. That's the alleged amount.
and that's just the ones we're talking about today.
Yes, ma'am.
And there were a number of others.
There's ongoing other investigations.
So those would have also included large amounts of money like that for it to be reported to law enforcement as felonies.
And all same and similar sets of circumstances. Allegations of being drugged, blacked out, getting iPads shoved in their face, taking photographs of them while they're intoxicated, not remembering big portions of the evening, showing up in random places.
Okay. I'll pass the witness.
Counsel, you may inquire.
An incident number to an investigation?
Sure. Well, we will get a complaint. There's a couple of ways that'll occur. We'll get a complaint. And for this instance, this started as a complaint in November. Well, it started as a complaint in November, but then we ended up signing an investigation in February. And so that will generate an incident number. That's generally how we track assignments. And then, additional incident numbers can be created.
And so do you have in front of you the incident number related to the John Rivero allegations?
I do. Give me just a second.
Sorry, were you able to locate that incident number?
Yes, ma'am.
And could you tell, for the record, could you tell us what that is?
This particular one is 2025-03248.
And I believe you testified earlier that you first received an allegation in November of 2024 from.
Correct.
I did not notice any violations that were brought as a result of an incident in November of 2024. Are you aware of any violations that were brought?
We did not bring any violations. Again, that was just disclosed to us from an anonymous source, and I referred that incident to the Pulaski County Sheriff's Office.
Did you ever follow up with the sheriff's office about the outcome of their investigation into those allegations?
I'm sure some of our agents did. Yes, ma'am.
Are you aware of what the outcome of the Pulaski County Sheriff's Office investigation was?
No, I'm not.
And you then mentioned that your next contact was in February of 2025 when you received an email from Peter Rivero. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
And I believe you testified that following the receipt of that email, you assigned an agent to begin investigating those allegations. Is that correct? Was there some events that happened in the meantime prior to you assigning an agent to the case related to any conversations that you may have had with Peter Rivero?
We had a call with Peter Rivero when I took the information. Myself, I believe Director Bjornson was in there.
So you and Director Bjornson had a conversation with Peter Rivero on or about February 25th of 2025, is that correct?
I'm not sure of the date. That sounds correct. But again, I was getting the information for the complaint so that I could open the investigation. And that's how this was received to us by email. And so which is pretty common, whenever I receive an email or any correspondence of a violation that could occur at one of our licensed establishments, I'll vet that if I get it. A lot of times it comes in through multiple other ways, but I create the information, get the information, create the assignment, and then assign it out, right? And that was in the information gathering phase when I met with.
And did you ask Director Bjornson to be present on that call with Peter Rivero?
I don't remember that I asked her to be part of that. We had both been emailed and notified of the incident, so we called at the same time.
And as Director of Enforcement, when you receive an email of an allegation, it is your common practice to reach out to the accuser, is that correct?
Yes, we will gather additional information and open an investigation if one is needed.
Is it typical for a director of the ABC who's in charge of fact finding to also be in on those types of calls with accusers?
I don't know that it would be unusual, whereas if, especially in the mechanism to this, when it was sent to both of us and it's sent to both directors, and you're also talking about the death of an individual, I don't know that that would be unusual, where we would both want to reach out and contact the victim's family.
Can you recall any other calls that you and Ms. Bjornson made to any other accusers?
I cannot, we've been on multiple calls together, but I cannot, under these set of circumstances, I'm not quite sure I remember anything, not saying that it didn't happen, nothing's.
And are you aware of the rules related to ex parte communications of an ABC director?
No, ma'am.
You then mentioned that as a result of your investigation, you noted that Mr. Rivero was served 21 drinks. Is that correct?
That's correct. That and I had signed an agent to go back over that investigation, separate from any other investigations that had taken place at that time, and separate from the civil case that I believe Mr. Rivero's family was involved in, the club to which the club was found liable. So what we did was we did a separate investigation on top of that. So we're not relying on those particular facts. And that agent reviewed video footage, and that's where I'm getting that information for where they're counting the amount of drinks.
And during the telephone call with Peter Rivero, you and Ms. Bjornson, do you recall what was discussed?
Basically, I just asked what happened. Sorry, we didn't hear about this before. We weren't notified. Tell me what happened. And he just regurgitated back the information that it occurred, that his brother had gone to the club, was served a large amount of alcohol, assaulted, and forced out into the roadway.
Did you all have any discussion about obtaining evidence related to his allegations?
With Mr. Rivero at that time, no, ma'am, I don't believe so. I don't recall that. No, not at all.
Do you recall any discussion about obtaining videos from Mr. Rivero in order to review for evidence?
From Mr. Rivero, no, we didn't obtain videos from Mr. Rivero to my knowledge.
Who did you obtain videos from?
You'll have to speak to the case agent. He worked along with that and where he got the information for that.
And who was that case agent?
Douglas Brooks.
And you then testified that on March 31st of 2025, you authorized an undercover operation at the Peppermint Hippo. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And what was your understanding of the allegations that they were to be investigating during that undercover operation?
Well, general ongoings of the club, first of all, what was occurring? Was there any other violations going on? Lewd conduct violations, over service violations? It just standard anything that we would observe at that point. Obviously, I became very concerned for the safety of Arkansans when they're entering this location and potentially being defrauded and or drugged. So which complicated the undercover investigation quite a bit. So we had numerous support personnel there, and the agents were, advised and trained to ensure that they don't consume the wrong thing while they were inside the club. So we went in there looking for any kind of evidence that supported any of these other allegations, any other lewd conduct violations, prostitution violations, just any kind of numerous ABC violations, generally understanding how this permittee is operating and what their mechanisms are.
And so I just want to be clear, after you received the anonymous tip in November of 2024, you did not command an undercover investigation at that time, correct?
At that time, I directed that our investigators continue to stay in contact with the sheriff's department and monitor this investigation. If this is a one-time issue, if this was, there's could have been numerous facts and circumstances at that point. And so we stayed involved, but we allowed the sheriff's department to conduct their investigations. That would have been their primary jurisdiction.
And other than organizing the operation, did you have any further participation in the organization or in the operation?
As far as my physical presence, no. I authorized the operation and went through the facts of how it would be ran and approved that to ensure safety of the club, safety of the patrons, and also safety of the agents as they're going in and working it.
And so you were not present at the time of the operation?
I was not.
Okay. And then you testified your next contact was on June 2nd of 2025 related to allegations made by Joseph Gregory. Is that correct?
Yes, post the operation in on April 12th, we were obviously working through that information that we uncovered then. And so, yes, ma'am, on June 2nd, we got another allegation of an individual saying that he was drugged and defrauded.
And I did not note any ABC violations related to allegations made by Joseph Gregory. Are you aware of any ABC violations having been issued as a result of his allegations?
I'm not.
Would that indicate to you that the ABC investigation determined those to be unfounded?
So whenever we're working in conjunction with another law enforcement agency and we're dealing with, felony fraud cases like that, we allow them to continue their investigation. And so we don't want to impede that for their outcome. So I wouldn't say it would be fair that we assisted in that matter, if that makes sense.
Are you aware of the Pulaski County Sheriff's outcome of the allegations made by Joseph Gregory?
I'm not.
And you then testified that your next contact was in July of 2025 related to allegations by Nick Boyal.
That is correct.
And are you aware of an ABC incident number that was assigned to Nick Boyal's allegations?
I am.
And could you state that number for the record?
Sure, it's 2025 11-382.
And I will show you what's marked as Exhibit 7, which is an ABC document reflecting incident number 2025 11382.
Just for purposes, that an exhibit you have marked that you had proffered?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Because those have been proffered, counsel, do you have any objection to this document?
If I could have just a moment to look and see what they were.
And you have it labeled as Exhibit 7?
Yes, sir.
It wouldn't be in our binder.
It's not in our binder.
Sorry.
We were trying to find this.
I have no objection to that exhibit.
You can continue.
For purposes of the record, would you like us to hand out individual copies to the board members or have full binders of exhibits? So
Let's go ahead and hand the binders out, so it'll be easier, because then we can just find the individual ones, and then we can take up the objections as needed. What base number is that?
Peppermint Hippo 00293.
Members of the board, if you'll look at the bottom right, those are base numbers to help get to the exhibit. You may inquire.
Director Potter, is this an ABC document generated as the result of an investigation into the allegations made by Nick Boyal?
Yes, it appears to be.
And although the offense date listed down as August 18th, we know from the incident number this does relate to the allegations associated with July 13th of 2025, correct?
The incident numbers do match, yes.
And can you read for the record what the status of the allegation of employees committing fraud on customers was?
We unfounded it, but again, I think there's a distinction to be made here. Whenever we're doing criminal investigations with another law enforcement agency, we will often support them in that way. So whether we find ABC violations or not, it doesn't necessarily mean that it didn't happen. And so again, with this being primarily driven by an outside law enforcement agency, we're just collecting that information, gathering the facts for what occurred there, showing any relationship to another incident that occurred there. So I would hesitate to say that that there's nothing that has occurred that we're completely unfounding the incident. Again, this would be practice where we would be working with another law enforcement agency to close out that investigation on our side while they continue their investigation.
Sure, and I appreciate that. And it sounds like that is what happened with the November 2024 allegations. The ABC received it, kicked it over to the sheriff's office and said, you guys go forth, right? So there is no ABC findings of either founded or unfounded for the November 2024 allegations, correct?
Correct.
And similarly with Joseph Gregory allegations on June 2nd of 2025, the ABC received those allegations, kicked them over to the sheriff's office and said, you guys go ahead. And so there is no ABC document related to whether or not those allegations were founded or unfounded, correct?
Correct.
But yet when we get to Nick Goyal, we not only have an ABC document showing that those allegations were unfounded, we then have a violation that was issued related to fraudulent credit card charges brought by Ms. Bjornson in her November 12th, 2025 offer of settlement, correct?
You're referring, I'm sorry, could you say that? Could you repeat that question again?
Sure. So we've established that the November 2024 allegations, the ABC did not produce any documents related to whether those allegations were founded or unfounded, correct?
Correct.
Related to the June 2nd, 2025 allegations of Joseph Gregory, the ABC did not produce a document whether those allegations were founded or unfounded.
The credit card fraud, no, ma'am.
But when we get to Nick Goyal, the ABC did produce a document finding the allegations of employees committing fraud on customers to be unfounded, correct?
Nick Goyal, you're saying that we unfounded violations for credit card fraud.
I will refer you to Exhibit 7, Peppermint Hippo 00293. And under offense information, where we have type ABC violation, other description, employees committing fraud on customers, status unfounded, correct?
Correct.
And yet, despite the ABC finding those allegations to be unfounded, those allegations were then resulted in a violation, which was included in the November 12th, 2025 offer of settlement.
I'm showing a founded over service violation there. And again, let me just kind of give as the investigative branch, as the regulatory enforcement division, we gather the facts and circumstances of the case. We write all of that up and we pass that along to our administration division. If our administration division looks at our findings of facts and things and says, hey, this violation appears to be correct, or this one is applicable, or this or that, they have the opportunity to do that. That's within their discretion to add, or in other cases, dismiss violations that we could potentially find.
So can you explain why the November 2024 and June 2025 incidents were not handled the same way the Nick Goyal incident was handled?
I'm not sure I'm tracking, because in my mind we handled them very similarly, except for the November 24th being it was the first contact, and due to the amount, I definitely referred that to the sheriff's department. At that knowledge, we had not. At that time, we did not have knowledge of all the ongoings of the club, and so at that point, we sent that over to the sheriff's office. So again, we did that with the same. I'm not understanding how it's different in that regard.
Are you aware of the Pulaski County Sheriff's outcome into their investigation of the Nick Goyal allegations?
I'm not.
Are you aware of American Express's outcome of their investigation into the Nick Goyal allegations?
I'm not. And again, I assigned agents to investigate those. So
they would be better suited to answer those types of questions? Certainly. You then testified that in August of 2025, the ABC was notified by Christopher Daniels. Is that correct?
I believe that came to us from the sheriff's department. We were working hand in hand with them, and I believe they notified us of that event.
And are you aware who notified the Pulaski County Sheriff's Office of the Christopher Daniels incident?
No.
So if there will be testimony that the Peppermint Hippo is who in fact contacted the Pulaski County Sheriff's Office, you have no reason to dispute that, correct?
I would not.
And are you aware of the outcome of the investigation of the Pulaski County Sheriff's Office into the allegations regarding Christopher Daniels?
I understand those to be pending felony charges on both Mr. Daniels and the club staff.
And you then testified that following the revocation of the Peppermint Hippo's license and the large media response, that you then received several more allegations. Is that correct?
Two,
Two. So we have January 23rd related to another victim. What was the name of that alleged victim?
James Walton.
Counsel, if I may, just a moment. Board members, the black binder that's in front of you, that's respondents binders, has not been fully admitted into evidence. So the only piece of evidence you should be looking at would be the Exhibit 7 until we get to the other pieces. Okay. So I'll put the whole binder in front of you to make it easier so they don't have to bring up each individual one. But the remainder of those have not been admitted into evidence. It is. I just want to make sure that you're not looking past your Exhibit 7 set of documents, because Exhibit 7 has been admitted, but none of the others have been.
And did the ABC produce any document related to the outcome of its investigation of the James Walton allegations?
We conducted an investigation, yes.
Did the ABC produce any document related to its findings related to that investigation?
Yes, we created an incident.
And what is that incident number?
2026-01925.
And this is the first we have heard of this investigation. Can you tell us the status of that investigation?
I'm not sure what the criminal status of it is with the sheriff's department.
So that one similarly was referred over to the sheriff's office?
Correct. So all of the frauds and the credit card frauds and the criminal charges that would be brought against certain individuals, we refer those to the sheriff's department, especially in larger, more law enforcement areas where they have ample manpower to work these type of investigations.
And are you aware of the outcome of the Pulaski County Sheriff's investigation into the James Walton allegation?
I'm not.
And then you testified that you received allegations regarding a Douglas Bowling. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And did the ABC produce any incident number related to that investigation?
We did.
Could you tell me that investigation number?
(2026-02162).
And again, this is the first we've heard of this investigation. Could you tell us the current status of the ABC investigation?
I believe it is also open as well.
By the ABC or the sheriff's office?
I believe it's by the sheriff's office.
And are you aware of the current status of the sheriff's office investigation?
I'm not.
Following allegations. And would you agree with me, Director Potter, that anyone can make an allegation?
Oh. Allegations can be made by anybody, yes.
And it takes agencies fully investigating those allegations in order to either substantiate them or find that they are unsubstantiated, correct? And so with the absence of Nick Goyal, because we do have a document from the ABC finding the fraudulent charges to be unfounded, I'm just trying to determine, is there any document in the possession of the ABC that has either determined all these other allegations to either be founded or unfounded, or have you left that at the discretion of the sheriff's office?
So under the undercover investigation, we found numerous founded violations that occurred. And so those are all founded, which would be in the wheelhouse of ABC. And so that's where we would file charges on those ABC specific violations. Again, us documenting criminal activity there, we are not in charge of finding or swearing affidavits and creating arrest warrants and arresting parties. That would be the sheriff's departments there. So us documenting all of these incidents that are coming in and being reported to us by the sheriff's office, we wouldn't necessarily find those to forward them for administrative purposes, if that makes sense. So we're using this as a documentation tool to show a pattern of behavior or,
And I certainly appreciate that, but I'm just trying to figure out, we've got about 6 different allegations that you've testified to. One has made its way into the offer of settlement related to the Peppermint Hippo, and the others have not. And I'm trying to determine what it was about Nick Goyal, the one that we do have documentation that the ABC found those allegations to be unfounded, why that one is included in the offer of settlement. Can you explain that to me?
No.
Did you make the decision as to which violations were included in the November 12th, 2025 offer of settlement?
No.
And I believe you testified that in the last 5 years, there have been 165 calls for service to the Peppermint Hippo. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe that's what I said. Yes,
Are you
correct.
aware how many of those calls were made by the Peppermint Hippo?
I'm not.
And you testified that you're aware of a number of felony investigations that are currently pending by the Pulaski County Sheriff's Office. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Other than those that we have talked about, are you aware of any additional investigations?
Other than the ones that we've discussed here, yes.
You are aware of others? Could you tell me what those others are?
I cannot. They are pending ongoing investigations. That would be a question for the sheriff's department if there's anything else that they have, what the status of those cases are.
Thank you, sir. That's all I have.
All right, board, this is your opportunity to ask this questions based on the questions that have been asked by your counsel and by respondent's counsel. Does the board have any questions for this witness? Seeing none, counsel, would you like to redirect?
I would. Regarding the conversations in February with Mr. Peter Rivero, there were emails exchanged as well as a phone conversation. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And in that phone conversation, it was you and Director Bjornson.
Yes, ma'am.
And when that conversation was had, was there an investigation open?
No, not at that time. That was me gathering facts to open an investigation.
And is it common for people to call up to ABC and file complaints?
It is.
And when those are big complaints, a lot of times they ask to speak with the director of ABC.
That's correct. It is common that the directors will receive emails that we're both on or correspondence or call up there and want to speak to the director.
And at that time, no investigations are open. The conversation is to understand what the complaint is and whether or not there needs to be an investigation into that.
That is correct. Yes, I didn't have any prior knowledge of the incident. I was trying to gather information to determine.
Okay, and based on that conversation, you decided to open up an investigation based on what you heard.
Yes.
And Director Bjornson was no longer included in that investigation.
No, she was not.
She did not go for any interviews.
No, ma'am.
She did not review the evidence with you and tell you what to charge or how to investigate.
Correct.
This was your
She
investigation,
was.
and she was not involved.
That's correct.
And then once this was turned over to the administrative side of ABC, which is the legal department, you began working with me and not Director Bjornson. Is that correct?
That is right.
And she was not in on any conversations between you and I regarding the approach we would take with Peppermint Hippo.
No, ma'am.
And we have policies set up with ABC on how do you investigate crimes
Correct.
or violations. And all of those policies were completely complied with in this investigation against the Peppermint Hippo
Yes, they were.
by the book.
Absolutely.
And these are also APA rules that we abide by.
They are APA rules.
Part of those policies is, and the way that it is set up at the ABC, is there is an enforcement arm and there is an administrative and legal arm.
Correct.
And the enforcement arm handles the investigation and the administrative side is not involved.
Correct. It's exactly how law enforcement prosecutors will operate. We conduct the investigations and pass the findings over to the administration division.
And much like in criminal law with prosecutors, the legal division and the administrative side are the people that decide what charges and violations to actually be issued to the permit holders.
Yes, just how a prosecutor's office would also function.
So in the case of Nick Goyal, there it says that it's unfounded regarding credit card fraud, which would be a criminal investigation.
Right, and again, that would be common because we would unfound that violation and continue to pass that to the sheriff's office to support that.
Okay, for a criminal investigation.
Right.
Because as I wanted to remind everyone throughout this hearing, this is an administrative hearing.
It is.
This is not a criminal hearing. So once you turned over that investigation and administration issued violations, they issued violations regarding the Nick Goyal case for failure to be a good neighbor and essentially what amounts to an over-serving violation.
Yes, ma'am.
So there is no criminal allegation or violation that we're talking about today.
No, there's not.
And so when unfounded is put on there, I believe it may be looking misleading, as in you did not believe that credit card fraud occurred. Is that what happened?
Well, I absolutely believe it occurred, but again, that's not our wheelhouse. That is the Pulaski County Sheriff's Office wheelhouse to conduct that investigation. But I do gather the facts of that because it's completely relevant on how this permittee is operating. And it speaks directly to the safety of our Kansans, whether they go inside this business or not.
And you were not involved in the discovery process when the legal and administrative side of ABC is providing documents to opposing counsel, right?
No, ma'am, I'm not involved in that process.
So if I would ask you about the entire discovery violation that was provided to defense on March 2nd, that included all of the new violations that ABC investigated, you could not definitively say that you saw that.
But no, those offers of settlement and documents are generated by our administrative division.
Okay. I'll pass witness.
Recross.
I know you testified that it is not uncommon for individuals to call and ask to speak to the director of the ABC, correct?
Correct.
That is not what Peter Rivero did, though, did he?
I don't recall that he asked to speak with anybody. He sent us an email with his phone number. Well, he did actually. He said, I'll be expecting a response as soon as possible, and left his phone number after in his signature line.
Anywhere in that,
Generally, to me, that indicates he would like contact.
anywhere in that email, did he ask for contact by the director?
Well, this was forwarded to myself and Director Bjornson. So that's my understanding is he wanted to speak to the directors about this. Is I can understand, having a family member die in tragic circumstances like this.
And Mr. Rivero did not email you or Ms. Bjornson, correct?
No, he reached out directly to our general email address, which would have been monitored and then passed directly to us. And I guess I would add, because of the seriousness of this offense and some of, Mr. Rivero's, requesting immediate action and things of that nature, this is a pretty significant event. And so it would not be uncommon that a director would call.
Do you believe this significant event would override the Arkansas statute related to ex parte communications by the director?
I have no knowledge of that at all. But when we have significant events at the ABC or any of the regulatory division of this matter, especially somebody losing their life, it wouldn't be uncommon for a high-ranking member to call them and to figure out what the facts are, what's going on.
Sure, you would be a higher ranking member, correct?
Or any of the directors, correct?
Sure. And so following the conversation that you, Christie Bjornson, and Peter Rivero had, were you copied on an email from Miss Bjornson to Peter Rivero?
Potentially, I don't know which email you'd be speaking of.
Hearing officer, I would like to again proffer Exhibit 4, which is all communications by the ABC related to John Rivero and the investigation. These were produced responsive to a FOIA request to the Department of Finance and Administration. The exhibit starts at Bates number 00015.
Board members, he's not admitted in yet, so.
Yeah, don't look yet. We're still deciding. And these run through, this is all Exhibit 4, and what's the base number it ends at, if you know?
Yes, sir. It is quite an exhibit. The way we grouped them was by ABC incident number. So exhibit ends at 000284. 00284.
Just a moment, I'm going to give an opportunity to review it.
I'm sorry.
I'm allowing counsel for the board to review it.
Okay.
Oh, I apologize. I have no objection.
May continue. It'll be admitted. Exhibit 4, and you say it's base numbers 30 or 00015 through 00284. Say again.
Shows that exhibit 4 ends on 00093.
0093.
Ends at 009292.
To be clear.
Hang on a second. Okay. So exhibit 4, council, ends on what number? So I have exhibit 5 begins at 00094.
I apologize. I wish my law clerk had her law license so she could come up here. What is marked as Exhibit 4 is all the communications between the ABC. And so those Bates numbers run from 00015 to they end at 00093.
Okay.
That's
Those
Exhibit 4.
those base numbers 15 through 93 are admitted as exhibit 4
Thank you.
without objection.
Thank you. And so Director Potter, I will direct your attention to Bates number 00030. Do you see there where you were copied on an email from Director Bjornson to Peter Rivero?
Yes.
And could you describe Ms. Bjornson's contact with Mr. Rivero? Appears to me as though she's recapping the conversation that you, she, and Peter Rivero had. Is that correct?
Council, what Bates number is this we're looking at? I'm sorry.
30.
I'm sorry. What? 30. Okay. There we go.
Do you see where you were copied on an email from Director Bjornson to Peter Rivero on February 25th, 2025?
I believe she's replying back to another attorney here. But Mr. Rivero is on the email and I was added in.
Was the attorney in on the conversation with you, Director Bjornson, and Peter Rivero?
On the February conversation, I don't believe so.
So if Director Bjornson says, I appreciated our conversation today, do you believe that would be directed to Peter Rivero or the attorney?
The attorney.
But the attorney wasn't in on that conversation, correct?
No, and I'm not sure if this is a separate conversation or not, but from my understanding, this is one attorney talking to another, talking about legal documents. This wasn't, I don't believe Mr. Rivero's on this email, but she's not replying to Mr. Rivero directly, my understanding of the context of this email.
Okay. I will direct you to a little further back in that exhibit. It's leading up to that email. And so if we go back and we start at the beginning of the email chain. Do you see that the beginning of that email chain is an email from Director Bjornson to therealpeter.rivero@gmail.com on February 24th of 2025?
Ma'am, can you refer to the document number so I can follow along? Is this 30?
Beginning of the emails will be toward the back.
And I would like to object to this line of questioning because I think that what she's doing is asking Director Potter questions about what Director Bjornson was doing, and the appropriate witness to ask that question would be Dr. Bjornson.
I'll sustain that objection. I think this witness was copied on the emails, but it was an email from Director Bjornson, and she's present as a witness and is eligible to answer who she was sending the email to.
Understood. And I believe you testified a moment ago, you certainly believe the fraud that was reported by Nick Goyal happened. Is that correct?
Yes.
What do you base that on?
Well, I think my comment was overall to all, I mean, I don't think it's possible for you to have as many victims as you have alleging the same set of circumstances who are completely unrelated, come from different parts of the country, all saying the same exact set of circumstances that occurred to them as victims. So do I believe that that occurred? Yes, ma'am, I do. That's what I'm basing that comment on.
Are you aware that these types of allegations are quite common with gentlemen's clubs throughout the country?
I've never seen this before like this. No,
Have
ma'am.
you ever looked into the number of allegations that are made against gentlemen's clubs in other states related to these types of allegations?
I'm familiar with what occurs in Arkansas, and this would be extremely rare for us. And the fact that it's occurring at one establishment over a specific period of time gives me some concern.
How many gentlemen's clubs in the state of Arkansas are regulated by the ABC?
I believe just two.
And what are those two?
The Peppermint, I think there's a Peppermint Hippo in Northwest Arkansas and one in Central Arkansas.
So the Peppermint Hippos are the only gentlemen's clubs in the state of Arkansas regulated by ABC.
There's others, but they are not permitted by us.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, board, do you have any questions? You didn't have questions first time? That. There's no questions from the board. Council. Is this witness maybe excused?
Yes.
Which body steps aside? And we've been going for about an hour and a half now. Let's take a quick 5-minute break, and then I have 10:48. We will start back here at 11 o'clock.
I'm
We'll
ready.
we'll go ahead and go back on the record. Counsel for the board, if you would call your next witness.
Yes, the state calls Agent Doug Brooks with ABC.
Mr. Brooks, were you sworn in previously?
Yes, sir, I was.
All right. You may inquire.
Can you state your name for the record?
My name is Doug Brooks. I'm sorry, yes. Is that better? Okay.
And what is your current occupation?
I am a supervisory agent with Arkansas Regulatory Enforcement Division.
Can you kind of take me through your career history?
Yes, ma'am. I've been with ARED for about 6 years. There was a brief pause, and then I was with the Fort Smith Police Department, retired as a lieutenant out of there.
And what police department was that?
Fort Smith,
So how long have you worked in law enforcement?
over 25 years.
And you're a supervisor now at ABC?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you assigned to work on a case last year in 2025 involving a man by the name of John Rivero?
I was.
And as part of that investigation, did you speak with Peter Rivero?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
What else did you do as a part of that investigation?
I met with, I was directed by Director Potter to get with AG agent Eric Nolles,
And when you say AG, is that Attorney General?
Attorney General. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you speak with Attorney General Deputy Knowles?
Yes, ma'am, I did. He's an agent. He turned over a thumb drive and some documents from this incident.
As a part of that investigation, you stated that you got everything from Deputy Knowles. Did you get security footage?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And did you review that security footage?
I did.
So can you take me through what all there was?
Yes, ma'am. The security footage had multiple cameras, multiple camera angles that showed Mr. Rivero arriving on November 15th, 2021, around 1 a.m., and he left the establishment. It was around 4 a.m. in the morning.
Okay. And also as a part of that investigation, did you get a number of documents?
I did, yes, ma'am.
And did some of those documents include receipts that were made at the Peppermint Hippo by John Rivero on November 15th of 2021?
Yes, ma'am, they were.
And did you look through every single one of those receipts?
I did.
In one of those receipts, it appears that there's even one of the girls that is helping him purchase, as she's one of them in the picture.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm looking through what is marked as Exhibit 1 for the board to review and look through. And when you were viewing the security footage, did you corroborate all of these credit card charges?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And you confirmed that he was served alcohol on all of these occasions?
Yes, ma'am. Except for the first one, which shows a charge of $10.40. And I believe that is when he actually entered the establishment.
Did you also, on the security footage that you reviewed, notice that he paid cash for several drinks?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
So based on your review of the receipts that you reviewed and the security footage that you watched, how many drinks was John Rivero served?
A total of around 21.
And how long was John Rivero at the Peppermint Hippo?
He was there for 3 hours.
From 1 to 4-ish?
Yes, ma'am.
So over the course of 3 hours, he was served how many drinks?
21.
What does that
averages
average out
about
to?
one every 10 minutes.
Did he consume all of those drinks?
No, ma'am, he did not.
Do you know about how many he gave away?
I believe he gave away 4.
So during that time period, and I think most of them are shots according to the receipts. Is that correct?
Mixed drinks, there were shots and there were beers.
Okay. And he consumed about 18
Yes,
liquor
ma'am.
drinks during a 3-hour period.
17, 18, yes.
When you were looking at the security footage and watching Mr. Rivero throughout the night, did he appear intoxicated to you?
He did.
What made him appear intoxicated to you?
Just from the number of drinks, and he does some things about moving around the inside of the bar, talking to different people, kind of play punching somebody, comedically dancing, things like that.
So he's acting very jovial.
Yes, ma'am.
When you were reviewing this, did you ever observe Mr. Rivero punch any of the other patrons?
No, ma'am.
Did he ever get physically aggressive with any of the patrons in the bar?
Not that I saw.
I'm going to show you what we have marked as Exhibit 4. And this is going to be a video. And I just want to caution anyone that is viewing or that is in the courtroom, some of the videos that we're going to show can be difficult to watch. I don't know that this one is going to show too much, but I just want to give that disclosure ahead of time in case I forget before each video comes up. But we're going to take you through the security video of John Rivero that night. So what we have now is marked Exhibit 4. We could pull that up on the screen. And now before we play it, can everyone see that? Agent Brooks, where is John Rivero in this video?
He is on the right side with those the gentlemen there.
Does he have his hat on?
Yes, ma'am.
So he's at the top of the screen and towards the right corner?
I believe so, and I'm sorry, my vision's a little blurry.
Right, that's correct. It's
Yes.
Mr. Glass pointing to Mr.
Got
Rivero.
his hat on backwards.
Okay, and the timestamp is difficult to see in this, but this is around 4 a.m., isn't it? Okay. And this is the security footage from the main floor of the Peppermint Hippo.
Yes, ma'am.
And there are a number of different camera views, but this view you could see Mr. Rivero the clearest.
This is one of them. Yes.
Okay. If we push play. And I want to pause right here, if we can. What we just observed is Mr. Rivero having conversation with other patrons. And maybe this is like the elbowing that you were talking about, but there's no physical aggression. Is that correct?
Not that I saw. No. Ma'am.
Okay. If you could continue to push play. And who is this that just approached?
That is Mr. Rivero speaking with Shane Ellis. Shane Ellis was the manager.
That worked at the Peppermint Hippo?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead. And does it appear that Mr. Ellis pushed Mr. Rivero?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead. And could you pause? What did we just observe there?
Mr. Ellis struck Mr. Rivero on the side of the head.
And is Mr. Rivero walking away and trying to get away from him? He didn't strike him back?
No, ma'am.
Okay, continue. Okay, and who are the other men that just approached?
Sebastian Stennett is the one that got in between them and shoved Mr. Rivero.
Is he a Peppermint Hippo employee?
Yes, ma'am. He was a bouncer.
And the third man that came in as well?
He is not in the frame yet. It's Mr. Burrows. He's outside.
But he was helping push Mr. Rivero out?
No, he was not. He is actually outside.
So, and in this video, it is a little dark to see, but did you observe Mr. Rivero put his hands up in a surrender?
Yes, ma'am.
Was he walking backwards, retreating away from these men?
He was either neutral or walking backwards.
Okay, go ahead and finish that one out. Okay, and then what we have marked next as Exhibit 5 is going to be the next camera view that you observed. Do you remember where that was from in the club? Was that from the front door where Mr. Rivero just exited from?
Yes, he went through there's a little entryway through the front door and then out the front door.
Okay. Can we play Exhibit 5, please? And this is Mr. Rivero backing up.
Yes,
And who was that again?
that was Shane Ellis.
Who hit him again in the head
Yes, ma'am.
after he had been served 22 drinks?
Yes. And the person behind them that just grabbed him is Chase Burrows.
Okay, and what are they doing here?
Looked like he got him around the neck and he's doing a leg sweep to take him to the ground.
Okay, go ahead. And it's dark on this screen that we're looking at. What's happening here, Mr. Brooks?
Chase Burrows has done a leg sweep, taking him to the ground, and they're standing over him at this time.
Okay, go ahead. And there's no audio, correct?
Not on this one, no, ma'am.
Are we playing?
It's Shane Ellis walking back inside, and Mr. Stennett and Mr. Burrows are standing at the door or under the awning.
And is Mr. Rivero in the background?
Yes, ma'am.
Um,
He's just to the left of the car that's backing out there.
okay, go. And in the video, what does it appear that he's doing?
He's pacing back and forth in the parking lot.
Can you see a light that he's holding?
Yes, ma'am. I believe he has his phone in his hand.
Okay. And you can still see him pacing back there because you can see his light on his phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then up next, we have what is marked as Exhibit 6. And is this the final view that you were able to observe in the security footage with Mr. Rivero?
Sorry. Yes.
Okay, if we could play that tonight. And is that a car leaving the parking lot?
I believe that was the car that just backed out and pulled out
Okay, pause.
from the other view.
We just observed an 18-wheeler in the background of this vehicle.
Yes, ma'am.
Why is that?
That is Interstate 40.
And is that an access road right behind the gate?
Yes, ma'am.
And that gate marks the edge of the Peppermint Hippo?
Yes, that's the front entrance to the Peppermint Hippo from the access road.
And I want to direct your attention to the timestamp up there. Does it say 4:05?
Yes, ma'am.
While you were reviewing the security footage, did it appear that maybe some of the videos were a couple minutes off?
Yes, multiple cameras had different times.
But this one is showing at 4:05 a.m.
Yes.
Okay, Jeanette, go ahead and play. And who is that in the screen?
That is John Rivero.
And he has his phone in his hand.
Yes, ma'am.
And there are additional 18-wheelers in the background of that
Correct.
video.
Yes.
Do you know the speed limit in that area?
I believe it's 75 miles per hour. That's exit 142.
And it appears that Mr. Rivero is on his phone walking backwards.
Yes.
And what does he do here?
He walks out the front gate and travels east onto the access road.
And who is
That's
that?
Chase
Pause,
Burrows.
place Jeanette. That was who?
Chase Burrows.
And for those that maybe didn't get to see, what does he do with his hands?
He kind of motions with his hand, like going type of motion.
So as Mr. Rivero is walking backwards, Mr. Burrows is walking towards him,
Yes, ma'am.
pointing to leave the premises.
Yes,
And
he does that one motion when he gets towards the end, and before he walks back, he does the one motion to leave.
okay, and we're done tonight. You can take that one off. What do we know happened to Mr. Rivero? Mr. Rivero.
So once Mr. Rivero walks out the front gate, he travels east on the access road, maybe 4 minutes, 4 minutes. He goes up onto the interstate into the westbound lanes, and he's struck by a town and country van, fatally injuring him.
Okay. Do you know if there was a police report done for that accident?
Yes, ma'am, there was.
Was that with Arkansas State Police?
Yes, it was.
And we have that marked as Exhibit 3. Did you review that police report?
I did.
Do you know if there was any contributory negligence given to the driver of the vehicle that hit him?
The trooper marked there was no contributing factors.
How long after this was Mr. Rivero struck by a vehicle?
When he leaves the front gate, it's probably within 5 minutes.
When police arrived and they conducted a state police investigation, do you know if they, as a part of that investigation, took Mr. Rivero's blood?
Yes, ma'am. I did get a blood toxicology from the Arkansas State Crime Lab. That was on March 25th from LaWanda Collins. She sent me a copy of the toxicology. His blood alcohol level was 0.275,
What's the legal limit in the state of Arkansas?
0.08.
So he was over 3 times the legal limit.
Yes, ma'am, he was.
So we know that he was extremely intoxicated based on his blood alcohol level and the number of drinks that we both observed and saw receipts for. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then was he seen being hit in the head on multiple occasions
Yes, ma'am.
by some of the employees at Peppermint Hippo?
Yes, ma'am.
And this is 4 a.m. in the morning?
Yes, ma'am.
And as a result, a young man tragically lost his life that night.
Yes, ma'am.
While you were reviewing the security footage at the Peppermint Hippo from that night, did you observe any other violations?
I did.
And what were those?
There were some clothing violations on the dancers. There was also violations where the dancers were too close to the patrons when they were up on stage.
So from what you know of ABC rules in Arkansas, what body parts have to be covered by the entertainers?
When they're down mingling with patrons, they can't show the cleft of the buttocks. They have to have the breast covered
Okay.
below the areola.
And so just so I can clarify, the violation that was charged says entertainers, an entertainer was unclothed in such attire, costume, and clothing as to expose to view any portion of the female breasts below the top of the areola, any portion of the pubic hair, anus, cleft of the buttocks, vulva, or genitals, or any stimulation thereof.
Yes, ma'am.
Does that sound the right rule?
Yes.
And then you mentioned that there is a rule regarding how close the entertainers can be to the patrons.
Yes, ma'am. While they're dancing on stage, they have to be at least 3 feet removed from the patron.
And did you see that violated several times throughout the night?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And I'm going to show the board now Exhibit 8 and 9. And again, this is viewer discretion. This is going to involve some of the dancers. Unfortunately, we have to provide that video in order to prove a violation. So I just want the public and anyone being aware that that is what we're going to show now, just as a full disclosure. So Tanette, if you could please play Exhibit 8. Oh, I'm sorry, 7. And could we start it over? I think it's buffering a little bit. And before we start, Agent Brooks, what time stamp is this and date?
That's showing 3:40 a.m. That's November 15th, 2021.
I mean 2:04 or 2:15 a.m.
I'm sorry, yes. I read the 15. I apologize.
And this was the night Mr. Rivero died, and
It
you were
was.
reviewing that
Yes,
security
ma'am,
footage.
that morning.
And this is of the stage in the main part of the Peppermint Hippo.
Yes.
And this is an entertainer on stage and a patron right next to him.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead and play this tonight. So in this clip of the video, did you observe the entertainers getting within 3 feet of a patron
Yes, ma'am, I did.
by backing up on the stage?
Yes.
And was the patron touching her by putting money in her thong?
Yes.
Okay. And next I will have to play Exhibit 8. And pause, Tanette, sorry. This is the same view of the stage at 1:14 that morning,
Yes, ma'am.
and we have a dancer on the stage. Is that correct?
I'm sorry.
Is there a dancer on the stage that we're going to be viewing?
Yes, ma'am.
On the left side of the
Yes.
screen, and then we have a patron standing there beside her.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and play it, Tanette. Okay, and did we just observe another instance that night where a patron was touching one of the dancers?
Yes, ma'am.
And where one of the dancers got too close to the patrons, which is
Yeah.
prohibited by our rules.
Correct.
Is there anything else? I'll pass the witness.
You may cross.
Mr. Brooks, the video footage that we just observed,
Thank you.
who did you obtain that footage from?
I obtained that from Attorney General. He's an investigator, Eric Nolles.
And other than the video that you obtained from Attorney General Nolles, did you obtain videos from anyone else?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did you reach out to anyone else to try to obtain additional videos?
I did not.
And I believe you testified that your review of the video that we watched indicates that John Rivero was served 21 drinks. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you author a report related to the John Rivero allegations?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And in that report, did you detail your observations of that video footage?
Yeah, yes, ma'am, I did.
And you have what's in front of you,
I
a
do.
black binder.
Uh-huh.
I'll direct you to Bates number 95.
Sorry, where are we at? Okay.
And so after reading through your report, I noticed, so if we go paragraph 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 down, let's
And
start.
if we
Hang on
could
a
pause,
second.
yeah, I don't think this has been
It
admitted.
has not been. I was going to get to that. We haven't admitted Exhibit 5.
Oh, I apologize.
You move
Okay.
to introduce Exhibit 5.
I would like to introduce Exhibit 5.
Any objection?
Does she have the end date, the end number on this exhibit? Or for the Bates? I'm sorry, how far does the Bates go?
The
To 292.
And we're gonna object to some of these exhibits as relevant or irrelevant. These include depositions from the civil trial that I would object to. Have not had an opportunity to review those, and I don't think that they're relevant to an administrative hearing. And this is also a police report from 2018 with Mr. Rivero that has no bearing on the incidents that occurred in November of 2021 and is irrelevant to this case.
So I'm looking through here, counsel, and I see the incident report that this witness prepared, and I'm assuming the photographs are part of what he prepared. Then I see some additional, like an Exhibit 3 that looks like some screenshots. And then there's photographs from Google Maps, and then motor vehicle accident report on 135. And reports. So I believe he can testify to things that were in his report, but anything beyond that, I don't believe is admissible at this point without some additional articulation. So as I look at it, if the witness can identify where his report documents end, then I think that's what we can admit in.
Okay, so we are currently admitting in Bates 95 to 97. Is that?
Did you take the photographs for the receipts and include that as part of your report?
I'm sorry, sir, where?
If you will look to the following pages, that I have, looks like receipt photographs, begin on page 98 and continue on. Was that part of your report?
Yes, ma'am, it was. Or, yes, sorry, yes, sir, it was.
All right. And then
Oh, and I apologize. I would object to some of these receipts coming in because they are not from the date that Mr. Rivero was at the Peppermint Hippo. Some of these are from October. There are other visits that are irrelevant, again, to the violation for
And
hearing.
I did not get those. The October, the only receipts I have are from that incident.
And I think what this Mike Sayo is referring to is what we have already admitted into our exhibits, if she would like to work off those.
Okay. So August 31st, October 11th, October 18th, 18th. All right. Well, in that case, we're going to leave the photos out for now and the receipt photos out, and you can talk about the narrative. And if there's any specific photos that we want to get to, we can get to those. So I will admit I have 90 exhibit 5 pages 94, 95, 96, and 97. And then if there's any photos you want, receipts you want to look at, we can address those separately.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, so if we're looking at Bates number 95,
Yes, ma'am.
and I come down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 paragraphs, which begins with while sitting at the table. Do you see
Yes.
the paragraph?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And it looks like the last sentence of that paragraph reads, from the surveillance video, I was unable to determine if those were the drinks prepared or what was served to Rivero. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so that was for a purchase of 3 Grey Goose a Red Bull, and a Heineken beer, and a shot of Fireball, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were unable to determine whether any of those drinks were consumed by Mr. Rivero,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And likewise, if we come down to more paragraphs that begins with the female dancer came back, do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, the last sentence of that paragraph reads, I was unable to tell by the video who consumed which drinks. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So you were unable to confirm whether John Rivero consumed either of the 2 additional unknown mixed drinks or the 1 shot, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And if we flip to Bates number 96, the first paragraph, the purchase was for 2 unknown type mixed drinks. 1 was given to a female entertainer. Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it your contention that Mr. Rivero drank the mixed drink that was given to the female entertainer?
No.
And if we go down 2 more paragraphs that begins with Mr. Rivero returned to the bar, do you see that?
Yes.
And 3rd line down, after being served the drinks, which were 2 Grey Goose vodka and Red Bulls, Mr. Rivero gave 1 to a male patron. Do you see that?
Where are we again? No.
Paragraph down, 3rd line in.
Okay.
After being served the drinks, Mr. Rivero gave 1 to a male patron. Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any evidence that Mr. Rivero consumed the drink that he gave to the male patron?
No.
And if we skip down 2 more paragraphs that begins with Mr. Rivero walked around the area, do you see that?
Yes.
And the last sentence, Mr. Rivero consumed 1 shot while the male patron consumed the other. Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any evidence that Mr. Rivero consumed the shot that the other male patron consumed?
No.
And again, next paragraph down, Mr. Rivero walks over to a table. Do you see that?
Yes.
Last sentence, a male patron began consuming 1 beer while Mr. Rivero began consuming the other. Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any evidence that Mr. Rivero consumed the beer that the male patron began consuming?
No, ma'am.
So although your testimony is that Mr. Rivero was served 21 drinks, do you have any evidence that Mr. Rivero consumed 21 drinks?
No, ma'am.
And in the state of Arkansas, what is the standard of liability for over-serving a patron? Is it what his BAC number is found to be later?
I'm sorry, say that.
So whenever your agency is investigating over-service of an intoxicated patron,
Yes, ma'am.
what is the standard for the individual who is serving the alcohol?
In this instance, just the number of drinks served during that period of time, I think is overwhelming. And then, of course, the BAC, once we see that afterwards, the 0.275, he was served while he was intoxicated.
Well, are you aware that under Arkansas state law, the standard of liability is serving a person who is so obviously intoxicated that at the time of sale, he or she presents a clear danger to others?
No.
You're not aware of that standard? Are you aware of Serve Safe certifications offered through the ABC?
We do not have Serve Safe we do not require anybody to be licensed as a bartender or waitress or waiter in the state of Arkansas.
Of the video footage that you observed, did you observe any footage directly between Mr. Rivero and the bartender at the Peppermint Hippo that morning?
Yes.
Did that video that you observed have audio?
Some of it had audio.
Did you observe the video with the audio?
Some of it, yes.
I would like to introduce the video exhibits that we have of the interactions to see if these are the videos that he observed. I don't know any other way to do it.
Counsel?
I guess I'm not sure what she's referring to. Is she wanting to introduce the 4 hours of all the video?
No, sir. So we have exhibits on a thumb drive that we have copies of for everyone, and they are interactions with the bartender at the Peppermint Hippo and John Rivero that are direct interactions with the 2 of them that do have audio that do show Mr. Rivero's state at the time of service of each alcoholic beverage.
And if this is information that she received from us, I don't think that that's a problem. But if this is information that she's bringing in, I've never been presented with any of this, so I don't think it's admissible.
Well, I think your witness just testified that he had observed videos of the interactions of Mr. Rivero and the bartender with some audio. And I think the question is where's that video? And is this video that has been produced as part to the state's case, or is this video that you received private just from your client?
This is video that was introduced at the civil trial that went directly to Mr. Rivero's state at the time of service of alcoholic beverages, because that goes to the standard under Arkansas law as to whether or not he was overserved.
And I object. She's never provided any of that to me.
I think it's relevant. The witnesses testify that he observed video of the interaction between the bartender and Mr. Rivero. This alleges to be that. I'm going to go ahead and allow it for now, but we need to be short and sweet on it. Okay. I'm
And
going to overrule your objection.
I would like to review it because I would like to know if it is the video that we would have provided her, because we provided her 100% of the video from that night. And he can testify to what he reviewed from all of 100% of what he viewed from the security video footage that night. But I don't think that footage obtained from another night that Mr. Rivero was there.
Well, I think the question is the witness can testify as to if he observes the video, if this is the video he has observed. And if so, then he's eligible to take testimony on it. I think it's relevant because the issue is whether the patron was impaired. And I think this bears on that and the relevance of that stand for the board to see. And the witness can testify whether it's the video he saw or not. So we'll allow it.
In the interest of time, and because we plan on introducing these exhibits through a different witness, we will just play one and just ask Agent Brooks if this is what part of the video he was able to observe. So we are going to be showing exhibit 25 for that purpose, and then we can move on. Asia Brooks, does that appear to be a portion of the
Yes, ma'am.
video with audio that you observed?
Yes.
Thank you. As you were observing the video footage that does have audio, at any point did you observe John Rivero slurring his words?
I can't tell. I mean, it's with the music in the background. I can't determine.
In any of the video footage that you observed of John Rivero in the Peppermint Hippo that night, did you ever observe John Rivero stumbling?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever observe John Rivero fall?
No.
Did you ever observe John Rivero having any difficulty accessing his wallet using his fine motor skills?
No, not there. I did not.
Would you agree that those would all be signs of intoxication that a bartender would be looking for at the
They-
time of sale?
They could be.
Did you ever reach out to interview the bartender at the Peppermint Hippo?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
I was told basically we're going to go with what was on the thumb drive from the surveillance videos.
Who were you told that by?
That was a discussion with Director Potter and Director Bjornson.
And did Director Potter advise you not to reach out to anyone about additional evidence?
I don't remember the exact conversation. We were discussing how to go about the investigation, and it was decided we would go with what we had on that was presented from Nolles.
Would you agree that the person who served the majority of drinks to John Rivero on the night would be an important witness to speak to about his state at the time of service of alcoholic drinks?
Yes, ma'am.
You testified that at some points in the video footage you observed John Rivero was seen play punching and jovial, is how you characterize it. Is that
Yes, ma'am.
correct? Could he just have been having a good time?
Without speculating, I mean, it appeared he was having a good time.
And you testified that at no point did you see John get physically aggressive with any patrons. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
In the video that you were able to observe that had audio, were you able to overhear John become verbally threatening to other patrons?
I don't remember hearing John at all. It's been a long time since I've looked at that. I don't remember hearing him at all.
And you were shown video at one point during your testimony of a car backing up. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
And at the time, we could just kind of see the light of John Rivero's cell phone.
Yes, ma'am.
Was that in the same vicinity as that car trying to back up
Yes.
in the parking lot? Would you agree it's a safety concern to have a patron standing in the middle of a parking lot if vehicles are attempting to exit and enter?
Yes.
And you testified that you observed on the video footage that John Rivero was pacing in the parking lot and appeared to be on his cell phone. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
In your discussions with Peter Rivero, did you all ever discuss text messages that were exchanged between John Rivero and Peter Rivero after John was asked to leave the Peppermint Hippo?
I don't believe so. Not that I recall.
So Peter Rivero never told you he received text messages from John Rivero asking him to come kill the Peppermint Hippo bouncers?
No, I would remember that now.
And you testified about Bicentennial Road, the road that runs in front of the Peppermint Hippo, and you described that as an access road, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Does Bicentennial access Interstate 40 in any way?
No.
So it's really not an access road, right? It doesn't access the freeway.
What I consider an access road because it's just off where you get on to get on the interstate. So it's right there next to it.
It's a private road.
It is a road. I mean, that's why I would call it an access road.
And how many ways are there to get to the Peppermint Hippo if you are either driving or on foot?
From my understanding, there's one. And I've never been all the way to the other end of the road. So I don't know how far that goes, but as far as I know, there's just the one way.
And you were asked about video in which Mr. Rivero could be seen in the parking lot making some sort of statements toward the security staff.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever speak with either of the security staff that were out in the parking lot?
I did not.
And so if they testify that John Rivero was yelling death threats at them, you have no way to know whether or not that's true.
No, ma'am, I do not.
Okay. Any reason why you didn't reach out to either of the security?
Again, we went with what was on the documentation that AG Knowles gave me.
The documentation you received from AG Knowles, did you have an understanding of from whom AG Knowles obtained that documentation and videos?
He possibly told me, but I don't recall.
And again, I know you testified that as part of your investigation, you were able to determine what the crime lab determined John Rivero's BAC to be.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what you relied upon in addition to your observation of the videos and finding a violation for over serving an intoxicated patron?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
But you didn't consider the video footage of the actual interactions with the person serving him the alcohol,
No, ma'am.
nor did you consider the testimony of the person actually serving him the alcohol.
No, ma'am, I did not.
And you testified that when reviewing the footage, you observed several violations related to the actions and clothing of the entertainers. Is
Yes,
that correct?
yes, ma'am.
As part of your investigation, did you determine whether or not John Rivero had ever been asked to leave the Peppermint Hippo prior to this evening?
No, ma'am.
And of the observations that you made of the entertainers' clothing, would you deem those violations to be a threat to the public health, safety, and welfare?
I just deem them to be a violation. I mean, I deem them to be a violation.
She's asking him to speculate on a director's decision.
He testified it's a violation based on his training experience, but I will sustain the objection as to the effect of that, of whether it's as serious as alleged.
And thank you. That's all I have.
Yes, ma'am.
Board members, do you have any questions of this witness?
Oh, I can't ask them anything right now. Okay,
This witness is their opinion.
okay, never mind.
All right, seeing no questions from the board, do you have a redirect?
Just to clarify, because on your direct examination, we established that he was served by the Peppermint Hippo 21 drinks, maybe 22, depending on
Yes,
what
ma'am.
you observed in this period and what you put in your narrative.
Yes, ma'am.
And he consumed 17 of those,
I believe so.
or 18. We're unsure about one of them.
Yes, ma'am.
And his blood alcohol was 3 times the legal limit.
Yes, ma'am.
So we've already established that. And you did not do any additional interviews in this case.
No, ma'am, I did not.
Is that because you were told there were NDAs and you were concerned about violating those NDAs?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that why no additional interviews were done?
Yes, ma'am.
I pass witness.
Recross?
Just a couple. Is it your testimony that you are sure or are not sure how many drinks John Rivero consumed on November 15th, 2021?
No, ma'am. I'm unsure. That's
And you were asked if the reason you did not commit or did not conduct any additional interviews was because of NDAs.
yes, ma'am.
Is it your understanding the NDAs related to the surveillance video that you were provided?
No, I was under the impression that the NDAs were for the employees of the Peppermint Hippo.
And who told you that?
That was from AG Knowles, and I believe that came from the discussion with Director Potter and but I can't be for certain on AG Knowles' part. I just don't remember.
Agent Brooks, were you ever forwarded any emails from either Director Potter or Director Bjornson that reference the NDAs that you're speaking of?
I know I got emails from, I don't know if there was a reference to that in those.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, board, do you have any follow-up questions from that? Seeing none, may this witness be excused?
No, he's gonna have to testify later, but he's excused for now.
He's excused for now. All right, I've got 11:49, no, there we go.
Lunch is coming for the board members at about noon. So if we want to keep rolling through at least one more witness, well, that way, if we take a short break, we'll have something for them to eat and kind of relax for a second.
My next witness is attending virtually. He is on now. His name is Dustin Monroe. He will need to be sworn in. Mr. Monroe, can you turn your camera on? Thank you.
Ms. Monroe, my name is Chris Madison. I'm the hearing officer today. If you would be so kind as to raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please let the record reflect that Mr. Monroe has now been sworn in. You may inquire, counsel.
Can you state your name for the record?
George Dustin Monroe.
And what is your current occupation?
I am a Benton County Deputy Sheriff.
And how long have you been with them?
2.5 years, I believe.
And where were you working in 2021, specifically November of 2021?
The Peppermint Hippo.
And what was your job there?
I was the security manager.
And were you working on the night of November 15th of 2021?
I was
Where were you that night? Inside the Peppermint Hippo, I mean.
throughout the night, various areas, but for the situation that took place, I was stationed in the VIP section of the club.
Was that typically your job?
No,
What were you hired there to do?
to manage or supervise the bouncers, floor hosts, whatever terminology you'd like to call them, to manage them and to make sure that the club stayed safe for the entertainers and the guests.
And why weren't you doing it that night?
I'd come in for my shift that evening, and Shane Ellis informed me that I was going to be the one that was going to have to deal with VIP throughout the night if customers wanted private dances. So
Did you
the
see-
GM, I apologize.
Sorry. There may be a little delay there, so I apologize for the technology. Did you see John Rivero that night?
I did.
Did you observe him have a kind of verbal dispute with another patron?
I did.
Can you elaborate on your observations that night?
And they're strictly observations because of where I was. I was unable to hear anything that was going on. It appeared that they had gotten in, that John and the other patron, whose name is Drake Maddox, they were hanging out talking. It appeared that the conversation had kind of went south and that they had started to argue. And Sebastian at that point, from what I imagined, tried to de-escalate, and that didn't work, and it just transpired into Shane Ellis getting involved.
And did you ever see John Rivero get violent with anyone?
I did not.
Did you observe any of the employees at Peppermint Hippo get violent with Mr. Rivero?
I did.
What exactly did you see?
I saw John close to the stage. He had walked kind of. I'm trying to find the right terminology. I apologize. when they had separated the two of them, John and Drake, they were verbally arguing. It appeared that John and Shane were arguing back and forth. Shane snatched the beer out of John's hand and then shoved him backwards. And then just a very short period after that, he struck him in the face. Shane struck John in the face.
And did you observe Mr. Rivero retreating the entire time from the employees of the Peppermint Hippo until he was outside?
What I can say is I believe that he was just trying to keep his distance. I wouldn't necessarily use the term retreating. I can't say that for certain, but just trying to keep his distance, yes.
And he put his arms up like in a surrender motion at one point.
I honestly don't recall.
And
I don't recall that.
are security officers trained to de-escalate situations?
They should be.
And in this situation, do you believe that's what happened?
No.
Do you know what ended up happening to Mr. Rivero?
I do.
What happened?
He was escorted off the property and ended up on the interstate and was struck by a vehicle.
And he lost his
Thank you.
life?
Yes.
When you worked at the Peppermint Hippo, did you ever call Ubers or taxis for any of the patrons?
Yes.
And who paid for that?
I paid for several of them out of my own pocket.
Were you ever reimbursed?
No.
Did the employees at the Peppermint Hippo ever tell you about a fund that is used for those kind of services?
Yes, it was mentioned, but I'd never seen anything of it.
So how long did you work at the
And
Peppermint Hippo?
That was by management. I don't recall exactly how long I was there.
Well,
To be honest with you.
during the entire employment, did you ever observe anyone utilize that fund and call Ubers or
No.
patrons outside of yourself?
No.
In your opinion, were the steps taken that night the appropriate steps that should have been taken by security?
No, they were not.
And had you been working in the capacity that you were hired to work, do you believe that John Rivero would still be alive?
I can't tell you that John Rivero would still be alive to this day. That's up to God. But I can tell you that John Rivero would not have died on the freeway that night.
Okay, I'll pass witness.
You may cross.
Mr. Monroe, had you had an opportunity to work in any other nightclubs prior to the Peppermint Hippo?
I had
And where did you work prior to Peppermint Hippo?
the Electric Cowboy.
And what was your role at the Electric Cowboy?
I started there as a bouncer, and by the time that I left to transfer to the Peppermint Hippo, I was pretty much running I was the head bouncer.
And how long did you work for the Electric Cowboy?
I started there sometime before COVID, and then I don't know, I'd say beginning of 2019, I think. And then I was employed there all the way through COVID. They shut down for a little while, and then I went back there afterwards. I don't remember exactly the time frame.
When you were employed at the Electric Cowboy, did you ever have instances of unruly patrons?
Many times.
How would you handle those situations?
That all depended on the patron. I have been through de-escalation and stuff like that. I served in the Army. I worked the riots and stuff as well downtown. We went through de-escalation classes in the Army. I've dealt with all of those things. And depending on the individual and how they were receptive, depending on how intoxicated they were, or just depending on how angry they were, would determine how that situation would be taking place or handled.
And on November 15th, 2021, you were the head of security for the Peppermint Hippo, correct?
I was.
In that role, did you ever have conversations about de-escalation with Sebastian Stinnett?
I did.
Did you have conversations about de-escalation with Chase Burrows?
I did.
Had you
And with
observed? Oh, go ahead.
and with every other member of the security team.
Did you ever have an opportunity to observe Sebastian Stinnett use de-escalation techniques?
I have.
Similarly, have you ever had an occasion to observe Chase Burrows utilize
Yes.
de-escalation techniques?
Yes.
And on November 15th, 2021, I believe you have testified that you spent most of the evening in the VIP room. Is that correct?
Yes. When I say most of the evening, I worked from 8 o'clock in the evening until either 5, 6 o'clock when we were able to actually get everything taken care of, cleaned up, and all of that. So that is a broad statement as to spending most of my evening in VIP. There were several times where I was not back there and where I was dealing with other things or just kind of watching the floor. So there were times where I was not in VIP, but yes, anytime a VIP section or something took place, I was the one that was there.
At any point on the morning of November 15th, 2021, did John Rivero come into the VIP room?
I don't recall him ever coming into the VIP room. I remember speaking with John briefly twice throughout the night. If I did more than that, I don't remember, but I specifically remember having a brief interaction with him 2 different times, but
And I
not at
believe
VIP.
And I believe you testified earlier that you were unable to hear any of the words that were being exchanged between Shane Ellis and John Rivero, correct?
That is correct.
And were you also unable to hear any of the interactions between John Rivero and the bartender Erica Ramsey?
That is correct.
Were you familiar with Erica Ramsey, the bartender?
Yes.
Did you consider her to be competent in spotting signs of intoxication?
Yes.
Had you observed her in prior occasions recognizing signs of intoxication in a patron and reporting that?
And reporting it?
Yes.
No, I don't have any recollection of her reporting anything. No.
And I believe you testified that based on your observations, at some point in the evening, John Rivero and Drake Maddox's interaction went south, I think is how you worded it. Is that correct?
Yes.
Could you overhear any of the words being said by either John Rivero or Drake Maddox?
I could not.
Have you ever had an opportunity to observe video footage from that morning that has audio that you can hear what John Rivero and or Drake Maddox were saying?
I don't recall being able to hear anything. I have seen and reviewed video footage, but with the distortions and music and all of that, it's very, very difficult to make out.
And I know that you testified about Shane Ellis snatching the beer and striking John Rivero. When you were an employee at the Peppermint Hippo, was that type of behavior condoned by Peppermint Hippo?
No, it was not.
And is it your understanding that Shane Ellis was terminated from the Peppermint Hippo?
Yes, quite some time after this event took place.
How long
And I
after this?
apologize for using the terminology event, this situation.
Do you know how long after this incident Shane Ellis was terminated?
I do not.
When you left the Peppermint Hippo that morning, did you observe first responders on the freeway?
I did.
Did you believe that that was in any way connected to the John Rivero incident?
I had absolutely no idea at that time.
And you testified that you were informed of a fund that could be used to pay for Ubers, correct?
I was, yes.
Now,
I think it was after, if I recall, it was after the second time I had paid for somebody's ride home, and I don't remember if it was an Uber then a cab or a cab or an Uber. I don't remember exactly. But I think it was after the second time that I had paid the fare for somebody to get home that I was told that the club had a fund to make sure that those things didn't happen. And I remember three other occasions where I paid for an individual to get a ride home and was never reimbursed. It was brought up. I was told, like I reported that I did it and I was not reimbursed for it.
who told you about the fund that could be used?
Louis DeAngelis, I believe I'm pronouncing his name correct. I've always gotten it wrong.
And what was Louis DeAngelis's role at that time?
I think at that time he was, when that conversation took place, I believe he was what they called as like the floor manager. I don't
Did you
remember. I think that's correct.
did you ever ask Louis DeAngelis to reimburse you for the Uber rides that you paid for?
Well, once again, when I did it the first two times, I was informed that there was a fund for that. And when I brought it to the attention after the fact, I kind of brought it up as in, hey, I did this, and with the expectation that I would be reimbursed.
And my question was, did you ever ask Louis DeAngelis to reimburse you for the Uber rides you paid for?
No, I did not.
And at the time you were head of security, you were not classified as a manager, correct?
No, I was classified as the security manager. That was the terminology that was given to me.
As the security manager, did you have access to the funds in the safe at the Peppermint Hippo?
I did not. I was only allowed to help count money when one of the GMs was in the room.
Would Louis DeAngelis have had access to the funds in that safe?
He would.
But you didn't ask him for reimbursement.
No, I did not specifically ask him to be reimbursed.
And I know you've testified that had you been involved, John Rivero would not have walked onto that freeway, correct?
That is absolutely correct.
Did you make any attempts to go out and assist the situation?
So I was unable to do so. So from once again, I was not trained to do VIP. All I was instructed on was that when an entertainer is in VIP with a guest, there has to be somebody present. I was told that that is a law. I don't know if that's true. I don't or not. I took the words of the individuals that were above me that ran the club as that to be gospel, basically. So while I was in VIP, there was an entertainer. I actually think there might have been two at one point with guests and unable to leave that area. So, like I said, in that position, I wasn't supposed to be working VIP, but my job was still the security and the safety of the entertainers and the guests. And there was no way for me to leave that position.
Have you ever known Chase Burrows to offer a ride to a patron of the Peppermint Hippo?
I can tell you that the conversations had been had where there have been rides. As far as calling a ride, I can't verify that. I know that Sebastian did.
And so you are aware of Sebastian having offered rides to patrons.
Yes,
And if Sebastian testifies that he in fact did offer a ride to John Rivero, do you have any reason to dispute that?
I do not.
And if a ride is offered to a patron and they do not accept, could you or your security staff have forced them to accept a ride?
No,
If a patron chose to walk off the parking lot of the Peppermint Hippo, could you or your staff have held them there?
absolutely not.
If a patron walked off the parking lot of the Peppermint Hippo, could you or your security staff have followed after him and brought him back to the parking lot?
Physically, no.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, members of the board, do you have any questions for this witness?
Did I hear you correctly that you interacted with John Rivero twice that night?
Yes, briefly twice. I
And
believe
you're,
I believe once I was standing. We were standing by the bar, and then the other time I was standing close to the exit, and he had approached me to say hi and all that.
in your opinion, did he show signs of intoxication?
Yes.
Thank you.
Redirect?
Just one.
I've got some
Well,
questions.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Were you a trained law enforcement officer during your time at the Peppermint Hippo, or I guess specifically this night? Like, was this a moonlighting job, or was this your full-time job and you were not a trained law
No.
enforcement officer?
No, it was my full-time job. I was not a trained law enforcement officer at the time.
Okay, thank you.
Counsel?
Just one follow-up point. It was brought up that the manager, Shane Ellis, was terminated. Was he terminated because of this incident, or was it much later?
It was much later.
Was he actually promoted and moved to another location?
I don't know about a promotion, but I do know that he was moved to another location.
So he was not fired in response to this incident.
Not that I can testify to, no.
I'll pass witness.
All right, recross.
Just a couple. Dustin, you were asked if during your interactions with John, if he appeared intoxicated, and you said yes. Is that correct?
That is correct.
What did you observe?
Just his mannerisms, the way so I've dealt with John several times before that as well. I'm very familiar with him. Called him by first name when I saw him. Very boisterous, very, very talkative, not his normal self when I've seen him come in sober and then start drinking. He was, for all intents and purposes, having what I would say a extremely good time, and just the way he was acting, once again, carrying himself, his mannerisms, how loud he was, all of that told me that he was intoxicated. Once again, I've worked in the club business for a little while. I've seen and dealt with intoxicated people many, many times. That's something that you pick up on and you just learn. It's on the job training type stuff. And yes, he did appear to be intoxicated to me.
How many minutes total do you believe you interacted with John Rivero that morning?
I can't recall.
Less than
Like
10?
I said, I wouldn't say any more than 10.
Would you agree that Erica Ramsey would have been in a better position to assess John Rivero displaying signs of intoxication than you were that morning?
I would agree with that.
Do you blame the Peppermint Hippo for John Rivero walking onto the freeway?
I absolutely do not blame the Peppermint Hippo.
You believe that was a choice made by John Rivero?
No, I do not. I believe John Rivero was forced based off of his ability to comprehend what was going on due to being intoxicated, and that Shane Ellis required Sebastian Stent and Chase Burrows to escort him off the property.
So am I understanding correctly, you blame Shane Ellis for John Rivero walking onto the freeway?
Yes, ma'am. I've stated that multiple times in multiple testimonies.
Do you remember giving a deposition in the civil trial?
I do.
And do you remember being asked whether you blame Shane Ellis for the death of John Rivero?
I don't remember if I'd been asked. I don't recall. I've had this conversation multiple times. I don't remember being asked directly if I blame Shane Ellis.
Were you terminated from the Peppermint Hippo?
Nobody ever told me that I was fired. I had a conversation with Mark Carvella and Shane Ellis one evening over a dispute, um, I was sent home, and then there was only one bit of correspondence between myself and Mark Carvella after that, and I applied for another job. No one ever told me that I was terminated.
Were you involved in a sexual relationship with an employee at the club?
Objection, relevance.
I'm going to sustain that. Next question.
Do you have any knowledge as to the reason Shane Ellis was terminated from the Peppermint Hippo?
I can't testify on why he was terminated after he left. I have information that was given to me as to why he was transferred, but if that would all be speculation.
And you are aware that as a result of Shane Ellis's actions toward John Rivero, that the ABC issued a violation to the Peppermint Hippo related to disorderly conduct, correct?
Uh, I'm not aware of that. That's I feel like that's above anything that of my knowledge.
So you've not been provided with any documents about what you're testifying about today?
No, I'm very much aware of what I'm testifying about in regards to that. But as far as the disorderly conduct, I don't. Nobody's ever stated those terms to me. I know about violations in the club, and that's why I'm testifying. But a disorderly conduct violation, no, I didn't know that.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, board members.
Um, would you classify Mr. Rivero as a regular patron of this club?
Yes, he was.
And did you see him interact with Erica Ramsey on a regular basis when he was in the club?
Depending on if she was working that evening, it just depended on the bartender.
Okay. I don't have anything else.
Any other board members' questions? Seeing none, if you'll turn your mic off.
I do not.
All right, may this witness be excused? Oh. Back to this. Do you have anything else for this witness? All right, may this witness be excused. All right, thank you, Mr. Monroe, for your testimony. You are excused.
Thank you.
Council,
Yes.
I'll tell you what, let's take a quick restroom break because we've been going for a while, and then we'll come back, see where we're at with lunch, and then decide whether we're doing another witness or not. So let's take a quick 5-10 minutes break. I got 12:16. We'll start back at 12:25. So lunch is here. I understand that we have a a semi-short direct. What I want to do is get the next witness direct. Then we're going to stop shortly for a quick lunch, grab some food, and then we'll begin to cross. Council have any problems with that schedule, trying to get going?
Sir.
Okay. All right. With that, let's go back on the record. Council, call your next witness.
State calls Peter Rivero.
Mr. Rivero, were you here this morning when I swore in witnesses?
I was.
So you have been sworn in?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You may inquire.
Can you state your name for the record?
Peter Alvarez Rivero.
And we're here talking about someone by the name of John Rivero. What's his relation to you?
He was my brother.
Have you testified in a case about John before?
I have.
And what happened in that case?
It was the civil case. We won that case 9-2 vote. And since then it's been appealed.
Okay. And how much were you awarded in that case?
I believe a total of 1.2 million.
Did you reach out to the ABC?
I did.
Do you remember when?
It was the evening before the civil case in February of 25.
And do you remember who you spoke with?
I do.
Was it the two directors that are here in court today?
Correct.
And that was Director Bjornson and Director Potter.
Correct.
And you and I have spoken in the past, and you expressed that you had some frustrations with how the Peppermint Hippo was being run. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you want to voice those frustrations now?
I do. I run some successful businesses. I've had some very good exits. Sold a lending company, run a pretty prolific real estate portfolio, opened up another lending company. And for me, it's looking at the culture of it. It starts at the top with Michael Chang. I did see him at the Silva case. I don't see him here today. And I think that there's just a lot of accountability that goes missing. You can put certain things in place, like they brought up today, where they have an Uber tab, but if you're not using it, it's pretty useless. And I believe Shane Ellis, Sebastian Stennett, and Chase Burrow, even during the depositions, told me that they didn't know about that my brother passed away for months. I believe Chase Burrow said about a year or so. And, running a business and just I know what kind of business they run. There's just got to be the culture starts at the top, and people act accordingly to the culture that you embed in these businesses. And from all their actions, I'm just super frustrated that I believe last we spoke, Sebastian was still working at the establishment. And the reason why they act the way they do is because they believe it's acceptable to act that way. I don't care what establishment you're running, it's top to bottom. And they just, not only since my brother's passed away, but I don't know if you read all the folia I got with all the incidents been reported, but it just seems like irrespective of who's working there, these incidents continue to incur.
Okay. Now I want to talk a little bit about your brother John. Were you too close?
Yeah, we're extremely close. He was only your brother, but he was a best friend. He helped me with both on the real estate side and the lending side as I built those two entities up. We would talk 2 to 3 times a week, sometimes for like hours at a time. And it was hard when he left California when I was there, just because we were so close. Everything between business, travel, poker, hockey, just general in life. He was a confidant, a good friend. It's really hard to describe the relationship in a couple minutes when you've loved someone for 34 years, thinking they're a part of you every day in your future, and then it's no longer there.
How has losing your brother affected you?
Um, it's been tough. I would say I feel like I'm a pretty strong guy running business. It's a tough world out there, but it was
and it still continues to be tough. Sometimes there's hours, minutes, even seconds that go by that I just don't think, you know, what would we be doing today? Seeing my parents go through it. I have two kids, so losing their brother, even though I kind of felt like I was a father to him because he always looked up to me as I ran the businesses as a CEO. Um, my parents left Arkansas shortly after. My sister and my parents and my brother all shared like adjoining fences, so they spent time together. And my father could no longer practice anymore. He just kind of just couldn't do the job anymore. So he went back to Portugal, seeked a lot of treatment, and just seeing him for months and months and months, sleeping on the couch in the living room where we kept his ashes for a significant period of time before I had to fly out to Little Rock to take the ashes back with me, just because I thought it was better if he slept in his own room. So it's a very close, tight knit family, very very close. My dad gave a lot to Little Rock. I think he was loved. I think my brother was loved, and I think it's deeply affected the family. And one thing is that you think it gets easier, it just never gets easier. But I definitely feel like we get stronger as time goes on.
When was the last time that you spoke with John?
It was the night that he passed away. He had sent me some text messages that I've never got from before, so I was highly concerned, texting back and forth. Now at the time, I didn't know that you could serve alcohol on Sundays, so I just thought maybe he was talking about a different incident. But the text messages were all over the place, a lot of spelling errors, a lot of anger, I would say, in those messages that were just not John. John was a very soft, loving guy. He loved the family. He just loved to love more than anything else.
Since he passed away, have you written a letter that you would like to have read to him?
I do. If I could share it with you guys, I'd like to read it. It kind of encapsulates a lot of emotions, so I'll try to get through it as much as I can. Uh, October 30th, 2025. Dear John, I love you. I'm writing this letter because it makes me feel warm inside. It's been a terribly long time since we've spoken together, almost 4 years. And I've been thinking of writing you for so long. And I know you'll excuse me because you understand how I am, stubborn and realistic. And I thought there was no sense in writing. But I now know, my beautiful brother John, that it is right to do what I've delayed in doing, and that I've done so much these past years. I want to tell you that I love you. I want to love you. I will always love you. I find it hard to understand in my mind what it means to love you after you're dead, but I still want to comfort you and take care of you. And I still want you to love me and care for me. I want to have problems to discuss with you. I want to call you and make plans with you. I never thought until now that we can do that. What should we do now? We started to play golf and poker together. Can't I do something now? No. I'm alone without you. You were the ideal brother and a gentle instigator of all our wild adventures. When you moved away to Arkansas, you worried you could not give me something that you wanted to and thought I needed. You didn't need to worry. Just as I told you that then, there was no real need because I loved you in so many ways. And now it is clear, more than even more true. You can give me nothing now, yet I love you. You stand in my way of loving anyone else. But I want you to stand there. You dead are better than anyone else alive. I know you tell me I'm being foolish. You'd want me to keep living, to be happy, to move forward, and not let you hold me back. And maybe you'd even laugh and tell me to stop being so serious. But you can't help it, brother, and nor can I. I don't understand it. I've met so many people who've been gone, strong, kind, and generous, but none of them feel like you. After a few conversations, they all seem to turn into ashes. You're still the only one that feels real to me. Thank you for teaching me the purest kind of love. The kind that asks for nothing, gives everything, and still loves on even when you're gone. I love you, Johnny, even more than now that you're gone. Love, your brother, Peter.
Did you go back to the Peppermint Hippo after your brother passed away?
I did.
Why'd you go back?
Uh, it was a personal thing. I felt like if I was there that night, it wouldn't have happened. You always feel like you should be there when these things happen. It's hard to explain it. So I took some of his ashes into my pocket and just a year later to the day, um, wanted to go into the establishment and walk back out and take him home safely. And then I spent the night at his house.
That on the anniversary of his death?
Correct. 1 year apart.
When you were coming in, how were you treated?
Um, it was, yeah, that part was interesting because I really didn't want to donate any money to the establishment, but I went there with a friend of mine just to have a little bit of security there. And the bouncer said he was wearing shorts, so that cost us $200 to get in.
So they charged you $200 to enter?
Just to enter. And then once we entered, because he had shorts, we had to get a table. And the dancers, they'll gather around and drink and pour your glass up. You keep on drinking, and then once the bottle's done, um, they said you got to buy another bottle or you got to leave. So I left.
So did they require you to buy that bottle?
They, yeah, they insinuate they either buy a bottle or it's time to go.
I'll pass witness.
I'll tell you what, so stick to our game plan. I think we're gonna take a real quick 10 minutes, grab some food, and then we'll come back. I've got 12:40, so let's plan to get started back by 12:55, okay? That work? All right, we'll be off the record. All right, let's go back on the record. I have 12:54. We'll start a minute early. Counsel, you may cross-examine.
First want to again apologize for the loss that you and your family have suffered. I truly.
Thank you.
And I just have a couple of quick follow-up questions for you. I believe you testified earlier that you first reached out to the ABC in February of 2025. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Is there any reason you did not reach out to them in 2021 following the death of your brother?
No, I really didn't know what the ABC was for quite some time, to be transparent. And
Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, so once I learned about the ABC, it's probably about a week before, and then it took me some time to compile the email and just forward it to, I think it was just a general email that I found online.
And how did you learn about the ABC?
Just doing some research online.
And what caused you to do the research online?
Just the fact that I thought if this happened to John, there's probably more instances and I should bring it to light.
And had you thought prior to February of 2025 that you should try to bring that to light?
Yeah, I've worked many years to bring it to light, but I really started digging more in as we got closer to the trial date for the civil trial.
And I know you testified that on the 1-year anniversary of John's death, you went to the Peppermint Hippo. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And how long did you spend at the Peppermint Hippo?
Probably about 40 minutes or so.
Do you recall how much you spent while you were at the Peppermint Hippo?
I do not.
If the Peppermint Hippo records indicate it was over $1,000, would you dispute that?
No.
When you were at the club on the 1-year anniversary, I believe you mentioned that when you would not buy another bottle, you were asked to leave. Is that correct?
Yes, they didn't want to stay on the table if we weren't going to continue to purchase bottle service.
When you were at the Peppermint Hippo on the 1-year anniversary, were you concerned about having any of your drinks spiked?
No.
Were you overserved alcohol when you were there?
Nope.
Did you have any instances of aggression from any of the security staff at Peppermint Hippo?
No.
And you testified earlier about some text messages that you received from John that morning.
Correct.
And I believe you were asked about those in the civil trial that you referenced. Is that correct?
Correct.
I would like to introduce Bates numbers 129 through 131 of Exhibit 5. $131, yes, sir. Sure, you're wrong.
And for purposes for admission of this, are those the text messages you were referencing?
Correct.
Okay. Any objection? You can say your honor too. It's fine. All right. So Bates number 129 through 131 are admitted.
And Mr. Rivero, obviously these are a little bit difficult to read, but do you recall at about what time you received the first text message from John that morning?
It was about 10 a.m.
Sorry,
About 10 a.m.
10 a.m. your time.
Correct.
Do you know what time that would have been here in Central Arkansas?
Probably around 4 in the morning.
Around 4 a.m. And would you mind reading for the record the text messages that you received from John that morning?
Pete, I need you to take care of these guys. They beat me up. Question mark. from my end. I went to a step club, got beat up, need you to kill him. Jesus. 3 bouncers beat me up. Dude, if you're my brother, are you okay? No, they took me to the boring ground, beat me up. Red, you kill these guys. Need. Send pics. Your face okay? I'm fine. I can fight. I want him dead. Okay, good. Drink water. Relax. Pete, I got beat up. But you break any bones? Listen, if you don't, and then it kind of cuts out. I will. I got jumped. 3 big guys took me down. Yeah, why though? Bouncers don't just beat you up. All good. I'll handle it. No one want to fight me 1-on-1 anyhow. Truth got jumped. Yeah, I ended up in the hospital once, remember? Pete, I'm gonna smoke these guys. Just smoked it happens 1-4-on-1. Just be whiter, witter. You injured.
So in those text messages, when you asked John if he was okay, his response was, "I'm fine." Is that correct?
That's what he wrote.
And then when he informs you that 3 big guys took him down, your response was, "Yeah, why though? Bouncers don't just beat you up." Is that correct?
That is correct.
Throughout the course of the civil trial that you spoke about earlier, did you have an opportunity to view security footage from inside the club the morning of November 15th, 2021?
I did.
And I believe you testified earlier that John was kind of known as the general instigator in your family.
Of our adventures, yes.
When you observed the video footage from inside the Peppermint Hippo that night, did you overhear John being verbally threatening to any other patrons in the club?
I did not. There were some videos, but with the music, it was hard to interpret all the words.
When you contacted the ABC in February of 2025, I believe you initially sent an email. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you recall to which email address you would have sent that email?
I do not.
Do you recall where you located the email address that you sent that email to?
It was online. I used Google.
And it appears, again, I'd like to introduce certain portions of Exhibit 4, which are documents produced by the ABC in response to a FOIA request.
I believe Exhibit 4 has been admitted. Is this the email exchange that you were discussing earlier with Director Potter?
One of them, yes, sir.
Okay. Are there additional, because you had asked him about the previous email exchanges, is it those documents?
It is Bates numbers 19, 20, 21, but if Exhibit 4 has been introduced.
That's what it says. So if you've got, so my recollection was Exhibit 4 went through yeah. So yeah, you may inquire.
Mr. Rivero, I'll direct you to Bates number. It's at the bottom right of each page, Peppermint Hippo 19.
It says 119.
19.
Okay.
And it's the way the email chain is printed, but if you kind of go down to the bottom of that page, it appears as though your first email was sent on February 9th, 2025. Does that sound accurate?
That's what's written here.
And I believe you testified earlier that You were quite frustrated about what had gone on at the Peppermint Hippo. Is that correct?
I haven't read it.
Well, I believe in response to one of the questions you were asked earlier, you indicated that after reviewing the evidence, you were super frustrated with the Peppermint Hippo.
That's a nice way of putting it.
And so in your original email of February 9th, 2025, you made several demands of the ABC. Is that correct?
They were requests.
If you look kind of at the very last paragraph on Bates number 19, can you read, we demand in immediate intervention as this club's continued operation poses an imminent and ongoing threat to public safety? Did I read that correctly?
That's correct.
And then you went through and detailed some allegations. And I noticed in number 2, you alleged that outside the club security staff forcibly taking him to the ground head first, causing serious head trauma and disorientation. Did I read that correctly?
That's correct.
From what did you base that allegation on?
The videos that we all watched.
So you saw in the video that they took him to the ground head first?
That's what it looked like to me.
And then further down under number 3, they prevented him from calling for an Uber, taxi, or any safe transportation. Did I read that correctly?
That's correct.
From what do you base that allegation on?
From watching the videos.
Is it your understanding that John was able to use his phone in order to send you text messages that morning?
He sent me text messages.
Is it your understanding that John was able to use his cell phone to call your sister Rita's boyfriend that morning?
If he did, then yes.
And under number 4, John was forced to walk toward a dangerous highway. Did I read that correct?
That is correct.
From what do you base that allegation on?
On the video, as he's pacing around the parking lot, you have 2 guys that just assaulted you walking towards you. That's, to me, forcing someone out.
When you went to the Peppermint Hippo on the 1-year anniversary, do you recall there being an alternate way to leave the Peppermint Hippo other than to walk onto the highway?
Well, he walked and I took a Uber.
Sorry.
He walked, I took an Uber.
But do you recall when your Uber left the Peppermint Hippo, there being an alternate exit other than the dangerous highway?
Well, I don't know if the car could have gone across the grass patch onto the highway, so it went left out of the parking lot.
And did you receive any response to your first email to the ABC of February 9th, 2025?
Yeah, I believe at some point they replied.
I will direct you to Peppermint Hippo 18, which appears to be the next email in this chain, and it is dated February 19th of 2025. Do you see that?
Yes,
And it relates to be a formal follow-up email. Do you see that?
yes,
And you were asked earlier about the outcome of the civil trial, and I believe you testified the family was awarded 1.2 million. Is that correct?
correct.
How much was the family seeking?
The family wasn't seeking any money, they just wanted justice, but the greater people of Arkansas awarded 1.2.
Do you recall your attorney requesting $7 million from the jury?
He did.
And so in this second email, you relate to the ABC that your family has already won the civil case. Are you aware that that verdict is currently pending in the Arkansas Court of Appeals?
You appealed it, yes.
And in that second email, you again went through what was proven in circuit court. Do you see that?
I don't.
Sorry.
I don't see it.
On Bates document 19.
Which part?
At the top of the page, the way these email chains go, it kind of goes up.
Okay.
So do you see up at the top where you're listing what was proven in civil court?
Yes.
And one of those is that security personnel caused severe head trauma to John. Do you see that?
Yes.
From what do you base that proven in civil court finding on?
The videos.
Do you recall there being any testimony about John suffering head trauma at the civil trial?
I don't recall all of it.
And again, have an allegation that John, or that the Peppermint Hippo denied John access to safe transportation. Do you see that?
Correct.
From what do you base that proven in civil court finding on?
From the videos.
And again, in that second email, there were some immediate actions demanded. Do you see that?
Which date?
Still on 1/9,
Okay.
kind of in the middle. Immediate actions demanded.
Yes.
And one was the immediate suspension or revocation of Peppermint Hippo's liquor license. You see that?
I do.
Has that demanded action been fulfilled?
We'll know pretty soon.
Is it your understanding that the Peppermint Hippo's liquor license has been revoked at this point?
I believe temporarily, yes.
And your second immediate action demanded was a full and transparent investigation into the club's violations of alcohol laws and security misconduct. Did I read that correctly?
Correct.
Is it your understanding that at this point that immediate action demanded has been fulfilled?
Not an expert, not quite sure.
And the third immediate action demanded was a public response outlining the actions your office will take to prevent further negligence. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you believe that that immediate action demanded has been fulfilled?
Not fully.
And I then noted that you said if ABC continues to ignore this case, we will escalate this matter to the governor's office, the attorney general, and federal regulators. Do you see that?
I do.
Was that statement made because you had not received a response to your first email of February 9th, 2025?
I can't recall that.
Following the sending of the second email, did you receive a response from the ABC?
I believe so.
Do you recall from whom at the ABC you received a response?
I'm pretty accurate that at some point, David Potter sent me an email.
Do you believe that you received an email from Director Christie Bjornson prior to receiving an email from Director David Potter?
I don't recall that.
I will direct you to Peppermint Hippo 27. Do you see from whom this email was sent
Yes.
and who sent that email?
Christie?
Christie Bjornson.
Correct.
And it appears to me this was sent on February 24th, 2025. Does that appear correct?
Correct.
Do you believe this is the first response you received from the ABC?
I can't recall.
And it appears as though Director Bjornson advised that she and Director Potter would like to schedule a meeting with you. Do you recall having a meeting with Director Bjornson and Director Potter?
We had a phone conversation.
Do you recall anyone else being present during that phone conversation?
I don't.
Do you recall what was discussed during that phone conversation?
Not all of it, but the gist was pretty much them having some questions on what transpired, and I gave them all the information to the best of my knowledge of what had transpired that evening.
And after you gave them all the information that you knew about what had transpired, did they provide you any sort of plan of action going forward?
At some point, I was told that they would assign the case to an officer within the ABC that would open up an investigation.
And were you then contacted by an agent of the ABC?
I was.
Do you recall that agent's name?
I should, because I just shook his hand earlier, but I forget.
And after you were contacted by that agent, did you have opportunities where you would reach back out to the ABC to check on the status of the investigation?
I would.
And did you direct those communications to the ABC agent who had been assigned to the case?
Yeah, there was multiple people that I communicated with during that time.
Was Director Bjornson one of those people that you communicated with during that time?
I can't recall who they were, but it was definitely David, Christie, and there was probably one or two other individuals, but I can't recall everyone's name.
Do you recall there being any discussion about an NDA during your conversation with Director Bjornson and Director Potter?
I believe so.
What do you recall about the discussion about the NDAs?
The only thing I understood is that I couldn't provide any of the videos that I had to them, that they would have to obtain those in their own manner.
Was it your understanding that the NDAs applied to anything other than the security videos?
I can't recall.
Were you concerned about your ability to answer questions of the ABC due to an NDA?
No, the majority of the evidence I could depict verbally, but I couldn't send them the videos.
Did you ever advise Director Bjornson or Director Potter that it was your understanding that the NDA would prevent them from speaking with any employees of the Peppermint Hippo?
I don't recall that.
I will now direct your attention to Peppermint Hippo 7-6. My apologies, 7-5, where these emails are. And so here it appears as though you sent an email to Director Bjornson on January 3rd of 2026. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is it your understanding that at the time you sent this email, Director Bjornson had issued an offer of settlement related to ABC violations to the Peppermint Hippo?
No, wasn't aware of that.
And so whenever you sent this email on January 3rd, were you just seeking an update?
Correct.
Is there any reason you directed this email to Director Bjornson rather than the ABC agent who was in charge of the investigation?
Probably just the way Gmail works. I probably just looked at someone that I had communicated with and just needed an update.
Had you previously communicated by email with the ABC agent investigating this case?
I believe the majority of them were phone conversations.
And finally, Mr. Rivero, I will direct you to Peppermint Hippo 6-9. And this appears to be an email from Director Bjornson dated September 22nd, 2025. Do you see that?
Yes.
And if we go down to the final paragraph, could you read that final paragraph for the record, please?
Again, thank you for your cooperation in reporting this and allowing us to thoroughly investigate. I assure you, we intend on taking a big swing here. Just want to make sure we have airtight arguments and are prepared to move forward.
What was your understanding of what Director Bjornson meant by we are intending on taking a big swing here?
You'd have to ask her.
Other than the first telephone conversation that you had with Director Bjornson and Director Potter, did you have any other telephone conversations with Director Bjornson?
I don't recall.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Good to see the green light. Board members, do you have any questions for this witness?
Oh, you're
Mr. Rivero, you're under an NDA? Did I understand that? And why did you sign this NDA?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
You'd have to ask my attorney, but at some point prior to receiving the videos of John, he asked me to sign an NDA, so I wouldn't share it with anyone.
I see. Okay. So you signed the NDA in order to get the videotapes is what it was.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you very much.
In addition to your brother texting you that evening, did he attempt to make a phone call or did you attempt to call him? Because it looked like on the video footage that he may have been trying to call someone.
Yeah, I tried to call him once the text messages stopped, which was very strange because my brother, even when I told him I was going to sleep, would continuously always text message me. So I knew there was something wrong. But when I called the phone, it just kept on ringing. And at that point, I reached out to my brother, Phil Rivero, that's here, and said, I think there's something really bad that happened because John always answers his phone. And my brother said, when I land, I will call him. And not too many hours later, that's when my brother called me and gave me the news that John had passed away.
Any other commissioners with questions? None? Opportunity for redirect? Okay. Recross based on questions from board members.
Very briefly about the text messages. I know you were just asked about whether or not in addition to the text messages, but I believe you testified earlier that the text messages caused you concern because John was angry and that was not like John. Is that correct?
Correct.
Are you aware of John having displayed anger at other businesses in Central Arkansas?
Not to my
objection.
knowledge.
This is not relevant. It's going to the character of a victim.
So you are not aware of John having exhibited threatening behavior at other establishments in Little Rock?
No.
I would move to introduce Bates numbers 144 to 153 of Exhibit 5.
And I would object again based on relevancy. This is from 2018 and has nothing to do with the Peppermint Hippo and the violations that are brought against them.
And I will sustain the objection. Police reports or these documents are not something that this witness can testify to. You asked him if he was aware of. He answered no. And so I think his answer to that question, these would not be relevant to his response.
Are you aware of John ever having to hire an attorney as it relates to criminal charges in Central Arkansas?
No.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, commissioners, it's y'all's turn for commissioner questions. Seeing none, do you have anything else for this witness?
I do not.
Will you stand aside? All right. Call your next witness.
At this time, the state calls Victoria Berry.
She here?
She's.
Okay.
I don't believe she has been sworn in.
Miss Berry, my name is Chris Madison. Were you here this morning when I swore in witnesses?
No.
Did you just get here?
Yes, like I've been upstairs, so
You were not in this room when we started the hearing this morning. If you would, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
You may inquire.
Can you state your name for the record?
I'm Victoria Berry.
And Victoria, do you currently have a job?
Currently, I'm self-employed.
Have you ever worked at the Peppermint Hippo?
Yes, I worked at the Peppermint Hippo from April 6th, 2021 till June 21st, 2024, I believe.
Was there a time in that time period when you were fired and then came back to work?
Yes, later on down the road, I ended up getting fired for
We don't need to go into that
okay,
at this
cool.
point. Just
But
that
I got fired and then I got rehired.
and then were you fired a second time?
Yes.
Okay. So you no longer work there as of what date?
June 21st around 4 p.m.
In 2024 or 2025?
24.
During your employment at the Peppermint Hippo, what specifically was your job?
I was mainly an entertainer. Our jobs were to wait for the bottle girls to get a good guy at the door, and they would bring them to the table, and that's when the girls would sit down, and we were there to keep the guys company and to try to upsell a bottle.
Okay, so your job was to sell bottles. Were there other bottle girls there as well?
Yes, it wasn't my job to sell bottles. I was supposed to be an independent contractor, but and in nowhere in my contract it said that I was supposed to sell bottles. Um, what was the last part of that?
Were there girls that were working there just to sell?
Yes, there were specific bottle girls there.
And what was their job?
Their job was to like walk the guy in and try to upsell a booth with a bottle and a flight of shots. And if they didn't do that, they would put him at another table and have him order a really expensive shot, or they mainly pushed for champagne.
Are these pretty expensive bottles?
Yeah.
And were the girls trained to push those bottles on the patrons?
Were we trained to?
Did other people that worked there tell them to do that?
For the record, I'm going to go ahead and object to this witness's testimony. She was an independent contractor. She has no knowledge of the training policies of the Peppermint Hippo.
If I may.
Hang on a sec. Response?
She's going to testify about practices that she observed while she was at the Peppermint Hippo in relation to a number of other testimony that is about to come out.
I'm going to allow it. She's in there. She's working, whether she's an independent contractor or not. She's working on the premises. She can testify what she observed or did not observe. I'm not exactly sure how the structure is with contractors or employees or any of that stuff, but she's present. She's there working. I think she has relevant testimony that may be useful for the board. So I'll overrule your objection.
Is it going to be as related to specific allegations that we're here on today?
We'll work through what the processes are, and if there's additional questions that are beyond the scope of what you think is relevant to this, raise those objections then, and we'll discuss them. But I think at this point, she's establishing the groundwork that she has knowledge that's relevant to the overall operations of the facility.
So during your employment, did you see a number of instances that were concerning regarding male patrons and their credit cards and the charges that were being made to them?
Yes.
Can you elaborate on what you saw?
So I mainly saw when credit card charges would be like big credit card charges, that didn't happen until you went into the VIP. And they usually started off like trying to sell the VIP. From what I know, they used to call it like a dirty 30 to get them to go back there and just sound fun or whatever the hell. And it wouldn't just be one girl. It would always be a group of girls with one guy. And so this one guy has about 6 girls on him, and then a bottle girl in his face pressing bottle sales, and we're not allowed to say no to a bottle sale, like at all. And so I've seen on multiple occasions patrons being so drunk that they cannot lift their heads, and that the dancers, certain dancers, will raise their heads to open up their Face ID and unlock their phone, so they can access their bank information. And that's how most of the girls like know the limits or the numbers to put in, and it's just like an ongoing thing.
Were there a number of times that you observed other workers or bottle girls making charges to patrons' accounts that they did not order or upcharging?
Oh yeah, a lot of people would complain about upcharging, and I've seen them upcharge. So yeah.
And when we talk about the amount of money that we're charging, are we talking there? You were charging an extra $5 for a bottle?
No, they would hit them for like 7 grand, 10 grand, a couple grand at a time. And the more expensive the bottle, the more expensive they would try to pull out.
The way the Peppermint Hippo points of service work, was there an iPad that was used to charge cards?
There's multiple iPads throughout the building that each bottle girl got, and it each had the setup to sell drinks and bottles.
So back in the VIP room, were there instances where the girls would make charges to the iPad?
Yes.
And how would they make those charges if the patron was so intoxicated that they didn't know what was going on?
Sometimes we would get on the bank and pretend to be a wife. And once we got through that, we were through, and they unlocked the card.
Would the girls turn the iPads around and just take the picture of the patron?
No, they use the front camera, and they usually sit really. They use the front camera and they sit really close, because an iPad camera, if you know, doesn't really get the whole picture, so it just gets the face shot.
Were there any instances that people or girls went through the wallets of the patrons that were there?
Yes.
And did that happen frequently?
Yes.
What were they looking for?
Certain credit cards if one didn't go through.
What kind of credit cards specifically would the girls look for?
Amex,
And why is that?
because there's like no limit on it.
Um, so the girls were going through the cards looking for, or the wallets looking specifically for American Express cards. Were there ever instances that the managers or the people checking patrons in at the Peppermint Hippo would notify others that there was an American Express card coming in?
Yes, almost immediately from the time they walked in the door. Their camera system is immaculate, and so they could see the wallet and see what cards people have easily. And they would walkie-talkie a specific bottle girl to wait at the door for them and to basically be that person's girl for the night. And they would be told to stay on top, push bottle sales, push booth sales, and all of that.
Okay. Can you tell me what liquid cocaine is?
I don't know exactly the ingredients to it, but I know it is an extremely strong shot that has like, I'm gonna say 5 liquors because I don't want to exaggerate, but 5 different type of liquors in it. And this is a shot that I've seen like a pretty good sized grown man take, and will go from completely normal to projectile vomiting, can't hold his head up, and just walking around crazy. Even to the point, and sometimes the patrons have been so fucked up, instead of us getting them an Uber like we promised them, the bouncers end up just carrying them back and forth to the bathrooms, so they don't leave, and like walks them back to the VIP.
Okay. Did the Peppermint Hippo stay open past 5 a.m.?
When I was there, I want to say a couple times, yes.
Were you ever advised not to touch the patrons, or what was the structure in the Peppermint Hippo as a dancer?
As a dancer, we were never told not to touch the patrons. We were kind of supposed. It was just kind of like a known thing that you could like graze the guy's hand, make him feel comfortable before he buys the bottle or something like that. Just make him feel comfortable. And yeah.
Okay. Whenever you were giving lap dances, were you touching the patrons?
Yes. Yes.
You were never told not to do that.
No.
What kind of attire was worn by the dancers?
It used to kind of be able we could wear anything. Now the last time I worked right before I got fired was they wanted me to get a specific Victoria's Secret set because it looked classier than my boxed outfits that I'd bought.
Were there occasions that the girls were completely topless?
Yeah,
Was that frequent?
yeah.
When were you told to put pasties on?
The only time we were ever told to put pasties on was when ABC was on the way, and they knew they were on the way because they got tipped off.
Okay. I'll pass the witness.
Opportunity for cross-examination.
Miss Berry, during your time at the Peppermint Hippo, you were not an employee. You were an independent contractor, correct?
That's actually under investigation right now with labor and licensing. So they're about to determine that for me if I was an employee or an independent contractor.
And so prior to you contacting ABC about your complaints about the Peppermint Hippo, you submitted a complaint to the Department of Labor. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And so you have a pending Department of Labor complaint. Has that been adjudicated yet?
I'm not sure what adjudicated means.
Has that been determined to be true or false, your allegations?
No.
And you mentioned that you were fired from the Peppermint Hippo twice. What were you fired for?
I was fired for the first time. I got blackout drunk. I'm not gonna lie to any of you. I have no reason to. And I did drugs at the bar. And since I had done it at the bar on camera, they said they had to fire me. And so I had to meet up with the house mom, grab my stuff, because Taylor told her to throw all of my shit outside of the club. And I'm trying not to ramble. What was the question again?
So you were fired because you got blackout drunk and did drugs at the bar.
Oh, yes, the first time I got fired, and then I got rehired as long as I paid 20% to hit Taylor.
Was that after you attended drug or alcohol rehabilitation?
Yes,
How many times have you attended drug and alcohol rehabilitation?
I did one outpatient and one inpatient.
What was the most recent?
The most recent was at Sibley, like maybe a month ago, maybe a month or two ago.
And were you angry at Taylor for firing you for getting blackout drunk and doing drugs at the bar?
Not at all. I actually sent him an apologetic letter saying how embarrassed I was that I would do such a thing like that and that I didn't recall any of it. I was if I was ever upset, it was because I got fired from a bottle girl for not selling a bottle. And then when I asked for my contract, I was refused my contract when we were all supposed to get a copy of one.
Did you participate as a witness in Taylor's custody dispute?
Yes, I did.
And so you don't like Taylor very much, I take it.
I don't have any issues with Taylor.
Just the fact that he fired you for getting blackout drunk and doing drugs at the bar.
Like I said, he fired me twice and rehired me.
And you have not been employed at the Peppermint Hippo since June 21st of 2024. Is that correct?
Correct.
So you can't speak to anything that has gone on after June 21st, 2024. Is that correct?
Correct.
That's all I have.
Commissioners?
I got a quick question. You said that the house mother, you contacted them. Could you explain who that is or what that relationship is there?
The house mom is somebody that comes in and provides the girls with like deodorants, tampons, outfits, like hair stuff, does our hair for us or our makeup for us. It's I was about to say it's not mandatory to tip her out, but it's minimum 10 to tip her out. And that's along with like the DJ and everybody else.
So she took care of you in regards to when you were at the Peppermint Hippo. You actually didn't like live or reside there. It was just like while you were.
No, we were just close at Peppermint Hippo because I had worked there for so long.
Okay.
Did you bring the drugs with you or were they available in the Peppermint Hippo?
They were available in the Peppermint Hippo.
And who supplied those to you?
That night was an ex-bouncer that was actually visiting the club.
So it wasn't an employee of the club.
It was an ex-employee of the club.
Can I ask a follow-on question to that? So, would you say that illegal drug use was common among the employees at the Peppermint Hippo?
1,000%.
And do you feel like, folks in management and supervisors were aware of that?
1,000%.
And did they take any action to try to, address that in any way?
No, not at all. Besides me getting fired, they said if I wouldn't have done it on camera, I wouldn't have gotten fired. So.
Okay, thank you.
You said something along the lines of you're not allowed to say no to someone buying a bottle. Did management specifically instruct that to happen?
Yes, I have personally been ripped off of the floor for a misunderstanding of a bottle girl going to management and telling them that I said no to a bottle. And I was about to make $3,000 just to dance to Young Dolph. So I was pretty ecstatic. And he barged in and told me to get the F in the office. And he sat there and cussed me out about saying no. And I was like, I didn't say no. He's like, well, who should I fire, you or the bottle girl? And I was like, neither of us, because I liked the bottle girl. And he made me sit there for another 10 minutes while I was crying. And Lewis had to say, is there anything else, Taylor? And he then said, I just wanted her to know what it feels like when somebody takes mouth out of their food or food out of their mouth.
And then one more question. Was management aware of the things you mentioned, like going through people's wallets that were highly intoxicated?
Yes, ma'am. Their camera system is immaculate. They see everything, they can hear just about anything. And I know that because I used to hang out in the office with them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Follow up on a couple of their questions in regards to the illicit drug use. Are you aware of employees that were on duty selling drugs to patrons or to other employees while they were working at the Peppermint Hippo?
I didn't hear the beginning. I'm sorry.
Are you aware of any employees, like while they were working, not like off duty or like former employees? Are you aware of employees that were there working, selling illicit drugs to patrons or other employees?
Yes.
Are you aware of management selling, someone in like a supervisory role selling drugs or illicit substances while working?
I can honestly say no to that one. It was always a bouncer.
Okay. No further questions.
Did you were working there the night, or you were working during the time John Rivero, was killed? Were you working the night he was there? Okay, thank you. Did you know, let me follow up on that. Did you know John? Was he in there quite a bit?
I'm a face person all day, every day. So no, I didn't. I heard his story and it broke my heart. I myself have been overserved at Hippo and left and crashed my car and got a DWI. So it,
Thank you for your testimony.
thank you.
Redirect.
I have no questions.
Recross based on questions from the board.
Miss Berry, do you place any blame on the Peppermint Hippo for you crashing your car and getting a DWI?
For overserving me and not taking my keys, because that's what I've worked at strip clubs for 11 years, and every strip club I've worked at, if they're gonna serve their girls a lot, they take their keys and do not let them ride or drive.
So my question was, do you blame the Peppermint Hippo for crashing your car and you getting a DWI?
I blame them for overserving me.
Do you blame yourself for overserving you?
Not at all. And I'm at peace with that one, babe.
That's all I have.
Anything else for this witness?
No.
May this witness be excused?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Counsel, next witness.
The state is calling Agent Masonberry.
Were you here this morning when I swore in the group of witnesses?
Yes, sir.
So you have been sworn in?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Agent Berry, will you please state your name for the record?
Mason Berry.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a enforcement agent with Arkansas Regulatory Enforcement Division.
How long have you been in law enforcement?
A total, I graduated the academy in 2015. So I worked for a stint at Sheriff's Office, and I was an investigator for Office of Child Support Enforcement. And now I'm with Arkansas Regulatory Enforcement.
And when did you start working for the regulatory division?
April, coming up on 2 years.
Almost 2 years. Were you working in this capacity on April 12th, 2025?
Yes.
Did you write up a report on your involvement during that visit?
Yes.
And you did go to the Peppermint Hippo that evening?
Yes.
If you will, Board C Exhibit 10 in your exhibit packet from ADC, it will have the reports from Agent Berry.
Closer.
10. Agent Berry, were you accompanied by anyone else that evening on your visit?
Yes, Agent Doug Brooks.
Doug Brooks, you said?
Doug Brooks,
Sorry.
yes.
And for what purpose did you all go there?
To investigate allegations of misconduct by the club.
Upon entering the establishment, where did you go?
So from the parking lot, activated a recording device, walked up to the club, was greeted at a stand outside. A gentleman pat me down, wanded me with what I assumed was a metal detector. I was allowed into the club to a little staging area, paid the cover charge, requested $100 in change for ones. And then at that time, I was buzzed into the club.
And did you ever speak with any of the entertainers?
I did. So as soon as I was buzzed into the club, I was greeted by a waitress that was going to show me to my seat. I declined and went to the bar so I could kind of survey the bartender, see if there was anything going on. Ordered a vodka on the rocks and a bottle of water, and then paid my tab.
And can you describe the attire that the dancer that you spoke with had on?
She had a bikini top and like a thong style bottom.
Did you go into the VIP club or area of the club at any point?
Yes.
And what happened when you first got into that VIP area?
So I walked back. It was across the club. Um, Walked back to the back area and pulled out a stack of cash. Then left my phone with the recording device on. Excuse me. With the recording device on the countertop and asked where the bathroom was and excused myself to go to the bathroom.
Okay. And so you said you were recording on your phone, um, like an audio recording?
Yes.
And you left that on the counter of the entrance to the VIP area. Who was in that area where you had left that phone?
There was a blonde-headed lady, the dancer Drew, and then another lady later identified as Farah.
So were any of them like the bottle girls?
I believe Farah was the waitress to take care of patrons in that area.
And Jeanette, if we could go ahead and get that audio up. This is, I believe, Exhibit 9. And I will just tell everyone this audio, there's loud music, so it's sort of hard to hear. We're going to try and stop at certain points to figure out what we just. We will skip to around 20 minutes. And Agent Barry, this audio recording is of your entire time in the club, is that
Yes,
correct?
it started whenever I was walking, as you can see here, walking into the club, and I stopped it after I'd already left.
Too busy. Too busy. So what happens back there? We have a lot of fun back there. I noticed the girl was in we have in high school. Y'all acting out there? Okay. You got what? Okay. That's what I like to say. So what do we have to do to get back there? It's $150 for 15 minutes, it's $300 for 30 minutes, and it's $600 for an hour. So $10 a minute. Basically. Should we do a 30? Not yet. Not yet. I just got here. So I just got here. Well, what are we waiting on? I'm trying to fill out the club. I've never been here. Well, I'm trying to help you fill it out. Yeah? Or fill it out for you. Well, yeah. Okay. So, I mean, I'm not familiar with the rules here. So, what are the rules back there? So, it's full contact. So,
Pause there, please, Jeanette. Agent Barry, can you tell us what you just asked the entertainer?
So I asked her what the protocol was back there, and she told me that it was full contact.
Thank you. If we will now skip to 23 minutes.
Do you know him? No, I don't. Flexing it like that is only sexy if expensive. So she's gonna get a bottle for you. She's gonna get you ones in that same amount, and she's gonna come back and make a buy for an hour, and then you're gonna get a better bottle, and you're gonna get more ones. We're gonna make it so that if he wants to flex it, he's gonna leave with it, and half is gonna go to you, and half is gonna go to the club. He said. He actually wanted to do it, and I was like, let's do it. And I told him our time was let's do an hour or whatever. He was like, let's start with a 15. He picked one of the hottest girls to come back.
You can pause it here, Jeanette.
Yeah.
So, Agent Barry, can you tell us what we've just heard going on between these two women?
So whenever I went into the club, or whenever I excused myself to the bathroom, they were essentially talking about selling me. I had a stack of cash on me, and they were going through talking about going to get me bottle service, and she's going to get a bottle, then ones, then get a better bottle, and so on.
Jeanette, you can continue.
Let her talk him into getting a liquid cocaine and he do a little stuff and then sleep for maybe an hour. She got you got her, y'all got each other. We shall teach you our ways back here. I love the big one. This is our world. Thank you so much. I bought a pair of red bottoms, but I got the 100mm, and I look like a little cat, like a little deer.
You can stop it there, Jeanette.
It's just me stepping.
Agent Barry, did they just make reference to liquid cocaine?
Yes.
Let's move in now to when the dance happened, because at this point, do you then come back from the bathroom?
Yes.
And what happened when you got back from the bathroom?
I paid $200. She said that she would. The lady running the kiosk said that she would give us something a little bit more private for $200. Gave her $200, tipped her, and then was escorted to a dark corner of the club, a booth.
So did you order any drinks at that point?
No, the waitress. Once I was got a seat, the waitress asked if that she let me know that she was going to get me a new drink. I let her know that I had just gotten a fresh drink. I didn't need one. She asked about getting a bottle, and then a dancer a drink, and I said no, not right now.
Okay. And at this point, did the entertainer then perform a lap dance?
Yes.
During that lap dance, did the entertainer simulate oral sex and other sex acts or positions?
Yes.
Did the entertainer touch you at all?
Yes.
In what area?
My genitals.
Did you touch the entertainer?
Yes.
In what way?
Say again.
In what way?
So I was sitting with my arms to the side, and then she instructed me to touch me. She kept on saying, "Touch me, baby," and so that's whenever I touched her. She pulled her top to the side and exposed her bare breast, and said, "Touch me," in a more stern voice. Um, and she asked why I wasn't touching her, and I told her I was trying to be respectful. Or I said because, and was just trying to be respectful, and she said no and continued the dance, simulating more sexual acts.
Was she dancing in such a manner that her anus was exposed at one point?
Yes, she straddled me while I was sitting there and stood up, and I could visually see her anus.
And that was during this dance, correct?
Yes.
I have no further questions for the witness.
You may inquire with your cross-examination.
Agent Barry, what was your understanding of the allegations of misconduct for which you were investigating on April 12th, 2025?
We were told about overservice. That was pretty much overservice and lewd conduct.
And by we, who is we?
In our briefing, me, Agent Doug Brooks.
Anyone other than you and
I
Agent Brooks?
don't recall who was there.
Did Agent Brooks tell you that you all were there to investigate allegations of overservice, or did someone else tell you that?
We were in a meeting, with multiple people, so I don't recall who exactly said it.
Do you recall who all was in the meeting?
I do not.
Was Director Potter in the meeting?
Yes.
Was Director Bjornson in the meeting?
I don't believe so.
Sorry?
I don't believe so.
And so when you all went to do the undercover operation, it was your understanding you were just looking for overservice to intoxicated persons?
Yes.
And so when you went in, and again, back to your report, and I'll direct you to my copy of your report, which is in the black binder. And for the record, it is Peppermint Hippo 290 to 291.
Yes.
I believe that's the same.
Turn your microphone on. There you go.
I believe that that is the same report that I had referenced you all to at the beginning of my direct.
Okay. Well, you have it in your exhibit book. This is in her exhibit book. So 290 through 291
Yes.
are admitted.
Thank you.
Honest.
And Agent Brooks, I noted that in your report, you wrote that when you arrived at the Peppermint Hippo, your ID was checked and you were checked with a metal detecting wand. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you have any criticisms of the Peppermint Hippo for that?
No.
And once you made it inside, again, you went to the bar and I believe ordered a mixed drink. Is that correct?
Vodka on the rocks.
Vodka on the rocks. And are you aware of which alcohol is in the liquid cocaine shot offered at the Peppermint Hippo?
I'm not.
So you don't have any way to know if the concentration of alcohol, the liquid cocaine shot, is more than a concentration of the vodka that you ordered?
No.
And when you went back to the VIP area, how long do you think you were back there total?
I believe I paid for 20 minutes.
Do you believe you spent the full 20 minutes?
I don't recall.
And you testified about what we can hear on the audio, but I'd kind of like to know about your experience. So once you came back from the restaurant, or from the restroom, excuse me, you went back and it appears as though you write in your report that the waitress said she was going to bring you a couple of bottles of champagne and that you stated, nah, I'm good right now. And no, I'm good right now. And the dancer didn't need anything, correct?
Let's see.
Kind of very bottom, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 lines up.
Yes.
And so it appears as though Farah said she was going to bring you a couple bottles of champagne and you said, no, I'm good right now. Is that correct?
Yes.
When you told her, no, I'm good right now, did she go ahead and bring the bottles of champagne?
No.
I'm sorry?
No. I'm trying to
You're fine. No, you're fine.
do both here.
And it goes on to say that Ferris started pushing shots on you and that the other girl was begging you to take shots. You stated you were good and she stated, okay, she would check back later, correct?
Correct.
So for the second time, when you said, nope, don't want any other drinks, they didn't bring you any more drinks.
They did not.
Okay. And you've talked about the actions of Drew. Are any of those captured in any of the audio?
No.
So we've got your word on that.
Yes.
Any other evidence we can rely on for that?
No, not that I'm aware.
And further down over on page 291 of your report, first paragraph, last 4 lines. You write that she asked if you were staying in town and what you had planned after you left, and continued to allude to her joining you after you left. Is that correct?
Yes.
You then write, she never would give a price or talk about the exact act of prostitution, but kept hinting around about it.
Correct.
In what way was she hinting around about it?
Just talking, same as right there, where you stay and what, nothing specific. She just, where were you staying? Are you staying local?
Was she being friendly?
Friendly.
Was she asking questions?
Yes.
And your report goes on to say, I gave her $1 and stated that if she was serious, then write her name and number on the bill, then return it before I left the club. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Did that happen?
No. It did happen, but she did not give me the dollar.
So you handed her $1 bill and said, if you're serious, write your name and number on this $1 bill and give it back to me.
Correct.
And she didn't give you that $1 bill back.
Correct.
It looks like then a short time later, the waitress Farrah came and asked if we wanted to do more time, and I declined. Did I read that correctly?
Correct.
When you declined, were you charged any more for any more time?
No, I just paid cash whenever I went back there. So
At any point when you were in the VIP area, did the entertainer attempt to go through your wallet?
no, I didn't have a wallet on me.
Okay. I believe when you came to the club, you did
I
flash
had
money.
I had a money clip and some cash in my pocket, but yes.
At any point in time, when you were in the VIP area, did the entertainer try to take your wad of cash?
No.
And every time that you said you didn't want any more drinks, you were not served any more drinks, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Commissioners, it's your turn.
Earlier, we had a witness testify that he was part of the security team and assigned to monitor the VIP room, that at no time should an entertainer be left with a male customer in the VIP room. So when you were in the VIP room, do you recall anyone from the club's security team being there to oversee these, the performance?
No, ma'am. There was the blonde-headed, I don't know her name, blonde-headed lady that was working the kiosk, the waitress, the dancer, and myself.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from commissioners? Redirect based on commissioner questions or cross.
I do just have a couple questions. Agent Barry, when you talked a little bit about refusing drinks, in that audio that we heard, do you hear the dancer say, I'll make him drink it, we shall teach you our ways, or possibly the bottle girl talking to the dancer?
Yes.
And then you refused these drinks multiple times, you stated. Were you then accused of being a cop because you refused?
At the end of the night, I was sitting with, after I had exited the VIP room, I went and walked around and sat down with Agent Brooks, who I said, do I recognize you from the hotel? And he said, no. And another young lady, I forget her stage name, Seven, I believe, asked if I was a cop. And I said, no. And she said, let me smell your drink. So I let her smell my drink, which was vodka. And she said she kind of motioned for me to go away because she didn't specifically say that he was a cop, pointing at Agent Brooks, but she was alluding to that.
At that point, did you all leave the establishment?
Yes, shortly after I moved to a different table, and then waited on Agent Brooks to leave the club, and then
I have no further questions.
Recross.
Just a couple. You were asked by a board member whether there was anyone in security in charge of the VIP room, and you answered no. There is a host stand in the VIP room, correct?
there is a host stand, yes.
And was there an individual standing at that host stand?
I didn't see the only people that I saw were the people that I listed. The blonde lady, Drew, the Farrah, and then myself. I didn't see anybody else.
Was the blonde lady standing at the host stand?
Yes,
And so from the host stand, she's able to see what goes on in the VIP room, correct?
I assume.
And you were just asked a question about the audio in which the entertainers can be heard. I'll make him drink the liquid cocaine, show him our ways. Did they make you take a shot at any point?
No, ma'am.
And you were then asked if, when you declined drinks, if you were accused of being cop or ABC, and I believe you answered yes, correct?
I was asked if I was a cop.
Is it a violation of ABC regulations to be accused of being an ABC officer?
Not that I'm aware.
Thank you.
Commissioners, you get to do a brief follow-up questions.
So, going back to the lady at the host stand, at any point when the entertainer was exposing her breast or when you were making physical contact with her, did that lady at the host stand ever try to intervene and stop what was going on?
No, ma'am, I did not see her. I didn't see anybody walk past.
Thank you.
But is there anything else for this witness?
Quick follow-up. We don't have any evidence other than your word that the top was ever removed, correct?
Correct.
And so if we were to ask the woman who was standing at the VIP host and she were to say that top was never removed, you would have a reason to dispute that.
I mean, I saw her pull her top to the side.
Great, thank you.
All right. May this witness be excused.
Yes.
You may excuse. Thank you for your testimony. Counsel for the board, let's do this. Board, we've been going for a while. Do we need a short break? Let's go off the record for a few minutes. I got 2:10. We'll try. All right, everybody take seats. We'll go back on the record. Counsel for the board, please call your next witness.
Dylan Burke.
Sir, were you here this morning when I swore in the group of witnesses?
No, sir.
All right, you would raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right, you may inquire.
Deputy Burke, please state your name for the record.
Deputy Dylan Burke of the Pulaski County Sheriff's Office Patrol Division.
And how long have you worked at Pulaski County Sheriff's Office?
Since January of 2022.
In this capacity, have you done investigations on Peppermint Hippo?
Yes, ma'am.
About how many of those cases have you investigated?
I can't put the number off the top of my head, but it's more than 5, less than 20.
Right. And are those cases similar fact patterns?
Majority of them, yes.
What is that typical fact pattern that you're seeing in these cases?
Patrons are getting overserved at the Peppermint Hippo, and their credit cards or debit cards are getting charged thousands of dollars fraudulently.
Did one of these cases involve a man named Nick Goyal?
Yes, ma'am.
And he made a complaint to the Pulaski County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, ma'am.
Who took that initial report?
That would have been Deputy Stephen Grant.
And then it was assigned to you to investigate it, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the reason for Mr. Goyal making his complaint?
Mr. Goyal made a report with us on July 26, 2025, stating that he went to visit the Peppermint Hippo on July 13th of 2026. He consumed alcohol while he was there. He went to the back to get a private lap dance. During that point, while he was in the back, he blacked out. He awoken by a mail saying he owed them money. Mr. Gould was confused. Mr. Gould stated he did not sign any receipts. Mr. Gould returned to his hotel, and when he was figuring out his monthly balances at the end of the month, he had 11 unauthorized charges to his American Express business card. I think the total amount was approximately $34,000. Then he had 5 charges to his personal American Express account card. I think that was about $2,600. And he doesn't dispute the charges to his personal credit card, but he says the amounts are not correct. Mr. Gould believes because he was drugged due to him blacking out.
And board, if you will, turn to exhibit 15 to see these reports. Yours is white, theirs is black. And Deputy number 15. And Deputy Burke, will you pull that? You have your own copy of the exhibit board. Will you flip to exhibit 15 as well? And you listed some approximate amounts, but there were credit card receipts that were received by Pulaski County Sheriff's Office. Is that correct?
Yes, but there was credit card statements received by Nick Gould.
And those were added up and totaled out, correct?
That is correct.
And if we look at the second page of exhibit 15, can you read us those amounts from each of those credit cards?
The American Express business card ending in 1005. Total amount is 34,220 and 55 cents. The American Express, which is card ending in 4001, is his personal card. The amount is 2528 and 11 cents.
And what type of credit card is that?
American Express.
So the total charged would add up to be $36,748.66. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And did you receive any receipts during the course of your investigation?
Yes, I received, I think it was approximately 13 receipts from Dan Tricoli of the Peppermint Hippo.
And some of these were shared with ABC, is that correct?
That is correct.
If you'll flip to Exhibit 16. Do these look like some of the receipts that were received?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and let's go through some of these receipts. Are you aware of the setup? I know that we heard testimony earlier, but are you aware of the setup of how the purchases are made at Peppermint Hippo?
Yes, ma'am.
So when the bill is paid, are there photos taken?
Yes, ma'am.
And what's kind of the device setup look like?
It's an iPad.
First, I want to point out, if you'll just flip through these, the signature on them. What does that signature look like?
Just the line.
Just a line?
Yes, ma'am.
This go to receipt. They have a ticket ID at the top of these receipts on the right under the Peppermint Hippo logo. If you go to ticket ID number 9, which is towards the back of this exhibit, you get ticket number 9?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Does it look like Mr. Goyal is the one, in fact, signing on that iPad?
It looks like he has an iPad pointed at his direction.
Okay. And how much was that ticket check total?
$345.
And then underneath that, what is that fee?
It is a 5% advanced privacy fee for $17.25.
So that makes a grand total what?
$362.25.
And what was the item that was purchased on this?
30 minutes.
And so the total with the tip ended up at what?
$441.95.
Let's go back to the very beginning, the first page of Exhibit 16, ticket ID number 42. Does it look like Mr. Goyal is taking that photo of himself signing a ticket?
No, it looks like somebody's taking a picture of him.
And what was the item purchased here?
30 minutes.
And what was the check total?
$1,380.
And again, what is that fee below?
The advanced privacy fee.
And the grand total?
$1,449.
How much was the tip on this ticket?
$434.70.
What percentage amount is that?
30%.
So the total with the tip is?
$1,883.70.
We go to the next ticket. That's ticket ID 23.
Yes, ma'am.
The picture on that first page of ticket ID 23. And then the next 4 pictures on the next page.
Yes, ma'am.
Does it look like Mr. Goyal is signing that check on the iPad himself?
No, ma'am.
Does Mr. Goyal appear to be intoxicated in these photos?
It's Kind of hard to tell, but not me having a personal interaction with Mr. Goyle.
You said earlier that you did receive some credit card statements. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then in Exhibit 15, at the end of Exhibit 15, are those photos that you received that do show the charges coming from a Visions,
Yes, ma'am.
and they total up that around 36,000?
That is correct.
No further questions for the witness?
Cross-examination.
You. Detective Burke, I believe you testified that you started with the Pulaski County Sheriff's Office in January of 2022. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you begin in the patrol division?
Yes, ma'am.
At what point were you promoted up to a detective?
I was transferred to the Criminal Investigation Division in August of 2023.
Do you recall the first allegation you received against the Peppermint Hippo?
Should have been in September of 2023.
Do you recall that accuser's name?
I will not speak on an open investigation.
I'm sorry.
I will not speak on the open investigation.
So your investigation from September of 2023 remains open today?
All these cases involving the Peppermint Hippo are still open.
Every one of them?
Yes, ma'am.
As part of your investigation into these allegations, have you communicated with the credit card companies for any of these accusers?
I will not speak on that.
Well, I'll represent to you that the Peppermint Hippo has communicated with the credit card companies for these accusers and have been advised that these allegations were unfounded. Have you been advised by these credit card companies that these allegations
I would
are
object.
unfounded?
This is testimony. Third question.
We do have evidence documenting same. If he has ever received any communication from the credit card companies advising that these charges were unfounded.
That the defense or the opposing counsel is testifying. This is not testimony coming from the witness. This is coming from the attorney. And I think the question was also regarding what her experience has been, or who has communicated with her, not with the Pulaski County Sheriff's Office. So then I would argue that it's speculation that she's asking for from him.
I will not speak on any open investigation except involving Nick Goyal.
And my question is not limited to Nick Goyal. My question is limited to, of any of these allegations that you spoke of earlier, more than 5, less than 20. Have you communicated with any credit card companies of any of these accusers?
I will not answer that question.
Certainly not asking you to, officer, to tell me what they told you. I'm just asking, have you received any communications from any credit card companies of these accusers?
I will not speak on an open investigation.
Is
Asked and answered.
Is your refusal to answer my question at the direction of a supervisor?
That is correct.
And who is that supervisor?
That would be a Pulaski County Sheriff's Office Criminal Investigation Division Sergeant.
And when you first began investigating these allegations against the Peppermint Hippo, would you take the opportunity to reach out directly to the Peppermint Hippo about these allegations?
I do not recall reaching out to the peppermint hippo.
Do you,
Or, rephrase your question.
sure. As part of any of these investigations that you conducted into allegations of peppermint hippo, did you ever have an opportunity to reach out directly to the peppermint hippo?
Involving Nick Goyle, yes.
What about involving any other allegations?
I will not speak on the investigation.
Did you at any time have the cell phone number of Taylor Geis?
Yes.
Did you at any point in time text with Taylor Geis?
It is not involving Nick Goyle. I will not speak out on the investigation.
And is that at the direction of your supervisor?
CID Sergeant, yes.
Okay, well then at the direction of your CID supervisor, I will limit my questions to Nick Goyle. As part of your investigation into the allegations made by Nick Goyle, did you have an opportunity to obtain any evidence from Nick Goyle's cell phone?
I did not receive any cell phone data from Nick Goyle.
Did you request any cell phone data from Nick Goyle?
No, ma'am.
I would like to introduce Peppermint Hippo 301 to see if he has ever. As part of your investigation into the Nick Goyle allegations, did you review any Google reviews that were made by Nick Goyle related to the Peppermint Hippo?
No, ma'am.
What was the extent of your investigative efforts into the allegations regarding Nick Goyle?
I made contact with Dan Troley, who is a legal advisor for Peppermint Hippo Corporate, who provided me with his receipts from the Peppermint Hippo. I think it was 13 receipts, and review them. All the receipts were signed, but however, all of them were squiggly lines.
And is it your understanding that the signatures that you received would have been made on either an iPad or some sort of screen?
That is correct, ma'am.
Did you make any investigative conclusions based on the appearance of the signatures?
It did not appear the signatures or any, like you could tell who signed it.
And in looking at a report, it appears as though the disposition of the investigation into the Nick Goyle allegations is closed. Is that your understanding?
It is enclosed, inactive, but they are still being open. I would like to make it clear that I am assigned to the Patrol Division as of January of this year, and I do not have any affairs with our Criminal Investigation Division as of right now.
And what were the circumstances of you being transferred back to Patrol Division in January of this year?
It was for personal reasons.
Did you request to be transferred back to Patrol?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that to your CID sergeant?
Yes, ma'am.
As a result of your investigation into the Nick Goyle allegations, did you file any criminal charges against anyone?
No, ma'am.
As it relates to your investigation of any of these other allegations, did you ever file criminal charges against anyone?
No, ma'am.
And at some point, were you instructed by anyone at the Pulaski County Sheriff's Office to cease contact with Taylor Geis?
I will not speak on that matter.
Would you acknowledge that at some point you did cease communicating with Taylor Geis?
I will not speak on that matter.
And so of all the investigations that you conducted related to allegations of the Peppermint Hippo, did you personally find any evidence to substantiate those allegations?
I will not speak on it unless it's the Nick Goyle case.
As it relates to the Nick Goyle case, did you personally ever find any evidence of criminal wrongdoing?
Based on I will not speak on the investigation as in reference, but from personal experience to the other ones, I think the totality of circumstances there was unauthorized charges that of credit card fraud, but due to we couldn't charge, we had no offenders, and we couldn't charge a business. If you sent a arrest affidavit to Will Jones's office, he would just laugh at you because the business, the Peppermint Hippo is an entity.
Would he laugh at you because there's no evidence of a crime?
You can't charge a business with a criminal element. It's a civil matter.
Who told you that?
Based on me being a law enforcement officer, that's my knowledge.
Based on the photographs that you received related to Nick Goyal, and again, you received those from someone with the Peppermint Hippo, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
In any of your investigations in which you were allowed to reach out to the Peppermint Hippo, did they ever refuse to cooperate with any of your investigations?
I will not speak on that unless the Nick Goyal case.
As it relates to the Nick Goyal case, did the Peppermint Hippo ever fail to cooperate in your investigation?
They provided the receipts, yes.
So did they ever fail to cooperate?
In the Nick Goyal case, no, they did not fail to cooperate.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Board members?
I'm just hoping you can help me with the math here. So it looks like Nick Goyal is claiming that 34,000, that's the total roughly of the fraudulent charges.
Between his personal American Express and his business American Express, it's approximately 36,000.
So the receipts that we're seeing here in evidence, there are 6 receipts that total roughly 4,000. So what is the remainder? Like what do those charges look like? Are they, do you know, the entertainment, beverages?
For entertainment, then you have champagne bottles and some other transactions. I can't speak off the top of my head without having those receipts in front of me.
Do you happen to know what the average bottle costs there?
No, ma'am.
Okay, I was just curious. Thank you.
See, it's something, I was waiting for you to reach for your microphone.
Well, there's a description here called 30 minutes. This 30 minutes has a lot of different charges to it. Do you know what 30 minutes means in your investigation? Did they tell you what 30 minutes means?
I think 30 minutes is for a 30-minute session, like a lap dance.
Do you have any reason to believe why the 30-minute charges would be different and not uniform?
No idea.
Thank you.
See no other commissioners reach for the microphone. Do you have any redirect questions?
No, sir.
May this witness be excused.
Yes.
All right. Thank you for your testimony. You're excused. Call your next.
Sergeant Brian Cox with Pulaski County Sheriff's Office.
So were you present this morning when I swore in the group of witnesses?
I was not.
If you would, raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm the testimony about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You may inquire.
Can you state your name for the record?
Brian Cox.
What is your current occupation?
I'm a patrol sergeant for Pulaski County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been there?
Approximately 9 to 10 years.
What do you specifically do for Pulaski County Sheriff's Office?
I'm sorry, one more time.
What do you specifically do for Pulaski County Sheriff's
Okay. I
Office?
manage a patrol shift on managing a specialized unit.
And how long have you done that?
3 years, 3.5 years.
Were you working in that capacity on August 17th of 2025?
I was.
Did you respond to the Peppermint Hippo?
I did.
Why did you respond?
So we got a 911 call for an aggravated assault. The initial allegations were the male had pointed a firearm at the bouncers at the club and at the building itself, and then had fled the scene. We went, I'm not. So there's a bunch of us going, since I'm a relief sergeant. The north side supervisor, she's technically one running the scene. So I was responding to assist her. At some point, I don't remember how we determined this. It was determined that the vehicle of the individual that's supposed to point the gun at the business and at the bouncers was on Interstate 40, parked on the side of the road. So we responded there.
Okay. Do you know who called the police?
I do not.
So you don't know if it was the Peppermint Hippo or Christopher Daniels or both?
I do not know him. I know we had multiple calls, but I don't know who all they came from.
There were multiple calls
Yes,
in?
ma'am.
And when you arrived, who did you first make contact with?
Mr. Daniel.
And where was he at?
He was in his vehicle on this parked on the side of Interstate 40 and pretty much in front of the club, but
And can you describe the interaction that you had with Mr. Daniels?
yeah, so when we got there, we did what's called a felony traffic stop. So due to basically due to the nature of the call, because at this point in time, all we had was, or knew that he was involved in an altercation, firearm was present. So due to that, we did a felony traffic stop on the vehicle. We tried to call him out of his vehicle over the PA system. He wasn't responding. When he eventually did get out of the vehicle, he was not uncooperative, but just seemed like he didn't understand what we wanted him to do. He was quite impaired. We attempted to call him back to us multiple times. He seemed very confused and disoriented. He was unable to cooperate with us. So we were able to get him to the back of his truck at the very least. And then finally he listened after it seemed like an inordinately long time. He turned around and faced back towards his tailgate, at which point in time we were able to take him to custody.
Was he, when you say that he was having a hard time following directions, can you elaborate on that?
Yes, he just seemed very disoriented, very confused. Most people, if they're deliberately not following your instructions, especially on felony traffic stop, is because they're either arguing with us, they're just not cooperative or cooperating in terms of they're being combative or something like that. He was not. He was just kind of standing there like a zombie, like he didn't comprehend what we were asking him to do. Like he was, again, really impaired.
What did he look like?
He was like in terms of like with how he dressed or like what he looked like, physical appearance in general.
His physical appearance.
So disheveled. He had blood all over his face, had blood all over the front of his shirt, and I believe he had a suit coat on. But I remember he was dressed in white, and there was a bunch of blood on his clothing. But he was so covered in blood that every time he talked to me, he was spraying blood at me. The guy got blood on my uniform just from him talking to me. So,
did he end up seeking medical attention?
I believe we did on his. Well, yes, we did on his behalf. I'll take it back. I know we did. I was not there for that because at that point I had already gone back over to the club to make contact with the club. However, I could see that the ambulance did show up, and I just know from being there that we did call for medical assistance.
So you went to the Peppermint Hippo as a part of this investigation this night?
Correct.
And what did you do once you got to the Peppermint Hippo?
So when I got there, I made contact with the deputies that were already at the Peppermint Hippo because we kind of split. We had some deputies responding. We split. Some went to the vehicle, some went straight to the Peppermint Hippo. When I got there, I asked one of the deputies on the scene if they had gotten statements from anybody. His answer was no, not anything formal. So I directed the deputies, started getting formal statements. At that point in time, I was approached by Sebastian, I guess his name's Stinnett. I'm not really sure how to pronounce his last name. Either way, he identified himself as the head of security. So we spoke about the incident, and he filled me in on what happened, his version of this, what happened. He's the main one I spoke to. I really didn't speak to anybody outside of that for any length of time.
Okay. Did you ask him to view the security footage of the incident?
Sorry.
Did you ask him if you could view security footage of the incident?
We did. And he said that he'd have to ask his manager. That took some time. And then when they finally did allow us to do it, it was very controlled. And we went in with them into the office. They started at a time they're choosing. They ended at a time they're choosing.
Okay. So did you watch it that night with them?
I did.
Did you take any screenshots or pictures from that night of the security footage?
Some were sent to us. Were sent to me.
Did you also write a report?
I did.
And those reports, if the board would like to review those, are Exhibit 19. And the screenshot as Exhibit 18. Can you flip through the binder to tab 18? Is this maybe one of the screenshots you saw that was a part of the investigation?
Yes, it is.
And the timestamp on here, we may have poked a hole right in the middle of it, but it appears to be at 10 something 4 at night.
Yes, that's what it says.
Okay. And in the left side of this picture, it does look like Mr. Daniels has a gun. Is that right?
He does.
Okay. So you saw this video
Yes.
and you saw this happen
Yes.
on the night that you went and investigated the Peppermint Hippo?
Yes.
Tanette, are you prepared to play Exhibit 17? Okay. Does this look like the video you watched?
Yes. And part of it, at least.
And I'm sorry, we may be having some technical difficulties. So while we work on getting that up, you came to the director's hearing and we reviewed this video, correct?
Correct.
Okay, let's try it again. We have it here up.
It looks like the timestamp's closer to 10:54, so if you wanted to, unless there's something happening.
Yeah, it looks like we got some, it's slowing down a little bit. Can we move it forward a little bit, Tanette? Okay, go ahead, just start there. So who is the man here in the truck?
That'd be Mr. Daniels.
Do you recognize the other men that are talking to him?
Yes, that'd be Sebastian Sinnott with a beard as the main man talking to him. The gentleman in the brown jacket, I don't know his name, but that was the guy that's identified as the general manager. And I don't know the other two individuals' names.
And we don't have audio on this, correct?
No.
And can you pause it, Tanette? So I think we can see here that he's intoxicated. Did this bald man here in the front just throw a punch and hit Mr. Daniels?
He did.
And the other bouncers or employees are sitting here pushing Mr. Daniels.
Correct.
Okay, go ahead, Jeanette. Right, he's trying to shake the guy's hands right now.
Correct.
And is that when he goes down and hits his face?
Yes.
And he's still laying on the ground?
Yes, ma'am.
And at this point, no one's assisting him.
Correct.
Are you able to observe an amount of blood on his face and jacket at this point?
Yes.
And where are they pushing him right now?
They're pushing him up against the driver's side door of his vehicle.
And possibly into his vehicle if the door was open? We can't tell.
You can't tell.
And that's where the video cuts off.
Correct. There is more to the video, but that is where that video cuts off.
Okay, so the night that you were at the Peppermint Hippo, when you actually observed the video in its entirety, was this all of it?
No, there's more to it.
Do you remember anything else that's not included in this?
Yes. So the original claim was that they were trying to put him back into his vehicle. However, his door is obviously closed. His driver's door is closed. And they should pin him against his vehicle, at which point there's two of them pinning him against his vehicle, at which point he pulls the gun and points it past Sebastian Stinnett, who's the manager, which would be the gentleman that originally shoved him. That's where the allegation of aggravated assault came from, based on what they told us.
Was there, and I should have stopped earlier, but just so we can be clear, this screenshot was not in the video.
Not this video, no.
Okay. Once it was law enforcement realized that we didn't have the full video and the full story in its entirety, were there any steps taken?
Steps taken as far as prosecution goes?
No, in order to obtain that video.
Yeah. So that night, once we watched the video, I directed a deputy to obtain a copy of the video with a flash drive. Sergeant McKenna, since it was her scene, she had an actual spare flash drive on her. She provided one of the deputies with a flash drive. Me and two other deputies, Deputy Houston and Deputy Caffey, went to the office where we viewed the video. And after I watched the video to assess for any criminal charges, I stepped out. I told them, "Hey, make sure you get a copy of the video." I stepped out. I called Sergeant McKenna to update her on the overall situation. And at that point, it's my understanding that one of the two obtained video.
So it's your understanding that another sergeant with Pulaski County Sheriff's Office went at a later date to obtain the full video, but that was not you.
That's what I've been told. That was not me.
Okay. Was there some sort of argument about where Mr. Daniels' wallet was?
Yeah, so Mr. Daniels told, I'm not sure if it was Deputy Kramer or Sergeant McInnes or whoever else may have been over the truck after I had left. He had told them that his wallet was still in the club. Knowing that information, after I'd already started talking to Mr. Stennett prior to that, prior to me even knowing about the wallet missing, he mentioned that he knew Mr. Daniels' name, even knew his age was 62 or 63. I can't remember what he said. So once I found out about the wallet missing, I asked him, I said, hey, do you know where his ID and wallet is? He said, no, I don't know, but I saw it earlier. Well, then later it comes out that, well, no one ever saw his ID. We don't hold on to IDs. So the original statement was, yes, I saw it. That's how I know his name, date of birth. Then it turned into, we never saw it. We don't hold IDs. We don't keep anything of that nature. As far as if his wallet or ID was ever recovered, I do not know. I know when I was on scene, it was never recovered. No.
So while you were there, his vehicle was searched and no wallet was found.
Correct.
And it wasn't on Mr. Daniels.
That is correct, as far as I know. So, like I said, once I left the truck, my interactions with Mr. Daniels pretty much ceased at that point. So, but I do know that when I was at the club, his ID and wallet were still missing. So,
Okay. And to your knowledge, was Christopher Daniels charged with a felony?
no, ma'am, he was not.
Okay. I'll pass witness.
Cross-examination.
Sir. Sergeant Cox, I believe you testified earlier that when you first encountered Christopher Daniels, that he was very cooperative and not combative. Is that what you testified to?
No, I didn't say it's cooperative. I said it was not combative, as a typical person would be. If someone's being uncooperative, usually it's because they're being combative or they're being mouthy with us. Mr. Daniels was just not understanding or comprehending what we were asking him to do. At least that was how I assessed the situation.
At the time that you arrived at the Christopher Daniels incident, was Mr. Daniels in the process of being taken down in a felony takedown?
So as I pulled up, they had just initiated the felony takedown. So we did do a felony takedown, but I was present for the vast majority of it.
And as part of a felony takedown, it's my understanding that one deputy will be giving verbal commands over some sort of speaker system. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Mr. Daniels initially comply with the orders he was given?
No, ma'am, he did not.
He eventually did comply and got out of his vehicle. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
And when you began interacting with him, I know you testified earlier about the blood spraying out of his face. Did you ask him to position his body a certain way so that he would not be spraying blood on you?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And did he comply with that command?
No, ma'am, he didn't seem to understand what I was asking him to do.
And so did you actually, in fact, have to forcibly put him into the position that you had asked him to get into?
I more so redirected him by using my arms and hands.
And I believe you testified after Mr. Daniels was secured, you then made your way over to the Peppermint Hippo. Is that correct?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
And you spoke with Sebastian Stinnett. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
At any point, did Sebastian Stinnett refuse to cooperate with you?
No, ma'am.
And in fact, Mr. Stinnett signed a consent form for the sheriff's office to be able to get into his vehicle to access the weapon that they had taken from Mr. Daniels, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you made mention of, at one point, you made your way into the office of the Peppermint Hippo. Who did you speak with at that point about viewing the surveillance video?
I'll be 100%. I don't remember because there's so many people, as far as like Peppermint Hippo staff that we were dealing with. I know it was some of the bouncers were probably there in the office with us, but I remember them saying it was the general manager that was with us, which I said is the gentleman in the brown. And then I can't remember, there's somebody else, and I do not remember who we spoke to be honest with you. But his management staff is what we were led to believe. So
was it your understanding that whoever you were speaking with was able to access the security footage?
yes,
And did they access the security footage for you?
yes,
And so you were able to watch the video that night in the
Yes.
office. And at some point you then left, correct?
correct.
And it's my understanding you gave a directive to a deputy to obtain that video footage onto a thumb drive.
Correct.
Who was that deputy?
So it'd be one of the two, either Deputy Houston or Deputy Caffey. I'm not sure which one it was, to be 100% honest with you.
I'm sorry, Houston or
Or Deputy Caffey.
Kathy?
Yes, ma'am.
And did Deputy Houston or Kathy ever report to you that they were refused access to the surveillance video?
No, ma'am.
Did Sergeant McInnes ever relate to you that she was refused access to the surveillance footage?
No, ma'am.
And in fact, in addition to the Peppermint Hippo allowing the Pulaski County Sheriff's Office to view the footage, they also provided still shots from that footage. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And I believe that those are or were collected by the Pulaski County Sheriff's Office. Is that your understanding?
That is.
I want you to. I don't believe the exhibit that I'll be referencing has been admitted, so I would move to introduce Exhibit 8. Sir, it begins at Peppermint Hippo 317. And goes through 547.
317 through 547.
Yes, sir. And I'll represent to you that these are all documents that were obtained as a result of FOIA requests to the Pulaski County Sheriff's Office, the ABC, DFA, and to other law enforcement offices related to Mr. Daniels and his similar behavior at other establishments throughout the state of Arkansas.
And I would object to anything outside of this police report coming in. Any of the other documents are not relevant to this investigation and this violation.
When your prior Mr. Daniels took the same weapon to an establishment, I believe it is relevant to show his pattern of behavior.
So I know the rules are pretty broad on administrative hearings, but I'm not sure how the other incidences of Mr. Daniels have bearing on this particular incident.
He took the same firearm into a different establishment, also refused to leave that establishment just like he did here, got handsy with women at that establishment just like he did here, and the ABC didn't so much as investigate that other establishment. Goes to show the bias of this investigation, the difference in treatment of the Peppermint Hippo versus other ABC regulated establishments in the state of Arkansas.
Do it. Let's go off the record amendment. Let me review these real quick and decide. Question for the witness. So as I look at the records here, and I have some Pulaski County things, what I'm trying to do is identify the case number. Am I seeing, and I'm looking at Bates stamped 327, and it shows P25-07975. Is that the appropriate case number?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
7975, correct?
Okay. All right. Thank you. Let's call for record. All right, we'll go back on the record. All right, so as I review the exhibits, it looks like for the exhibit number 8, and as I look at it, it looks like through Bates number, it's 403. Included for, yeah. So it looks like, I will admit, through Bates number 403, the ones after that from the other incidences, I understand what you're trying to do, but I don't think it's relevant to the current issue. I'll allow you to proffer it, and you can include it as part of the record, but the only ones that are admitted will be through 403.
And Sergeant Cox, I will then direct your attention to Bates number 389.
Yes, ma'am.
And is this one of the screenshots that was provided to you?
It is.
And can you, for the record, tell us what we're looking at here?
That is Mr. Daniels standing at the fence. That fence actually stands between Bicentennial and Interstate 40. He appears to have a gun in his right hand.
And so just to clarify, this fence that he is standing at is the fence that separates Bicentennial Road from kind of the grassy shoulder area that leads up to I-40. Do you know that whether at this point when he's standing at this fence, where his vehicle is parked?
I do not know. I know Mr. Stent, I believe it said something about it being on Interstate 40 at that time, but I don't know for a fact. I don't remember 100%.
Is that where you encountered his vehicle when you arrived?
Yes, it is.
And is it your understanding that there was a gun found in his vehicle that was parked on I-40?
Yes.
And does it appear similar to this gun?
To be honest, I really don't know. I mean, it's a mid-sized handgun, so that's not a.
Okay, and
It could be, I guess.
if you flip to the next page, Peppermint Hippo 390, again, is that Mr. Daniels holding the gun?
Yes, it is.
So are you aware of 2 guns being seized from Mr. Daniels on this morning?
So I know that Mr. Stent was able to wrestle the little Derringer pistol away from him. So we recovered that from Mr. Stent's vehicle where he placed it for safekeeping. And then we knew about the one that was in the vehicle that we recovered out of Mr. Daniels' vehicle.
And sorry to make you keep flipping, but back to 333.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
And if we just kind of go to the very bottom of that and then come up 4 paragraphs where it starts with, I quit watching. You see that?
Yes, ma'am.
And so as I read that, it says the Peppermint Hippo staff was reluctant to provide any further video footage of the incident, but advised that the camera system does store for 7 days. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
In what way was the Peppermint staff reluctant to provide any further video footage?
So to provide context first, to make my question make sense, normally when we deal with businesses, they literally open up their camera system, say, "Here you go, have it. Find what you need. You need help, we'll come help you." Like I said earlier, they were very controlled with this is the start point, this is the end point. So I asked, "Hey, I want to see at the point that he pulled up because there was allegations made that he pulled up intoxicated. I never saw that video, and I wanted to see that video because in my mind that helps lend credibility to the idea that he may have gone inside and got agitated." I personally never specifically asked about interior video. However, I said, "Is there any other video to substantiate your claims?" Because that's part of their claim was that a lot of this started inside. Never once saw it, never offered to see it. To me, and I don't know if it's because it's a nightclub, but to me it's very odd because most businesses, like I said, are extremely open with their camera systems, especially when they're being accused of something or they are the victim of something, especially. They are extremely cooperative with us on cameras. We don't generally have to ask for further video or anything. It's just look what you want, start where you want, end where you want, and that wasn't the case today on that incident. Um, I know that again, initially asking for it, it was well, we got to ask for if we can do that first. And again, that struck me as odd. This is me personally. I've never had a business ever tell me that before, not once. Um, it's always been sure, go ahead, even if it's just an employee. It's sure, go ahead. So that's why I put that in there.
So you're characterizing someone not standing back and saying, have at it, as being reluctant?
Yes, that is reluctance to me. If you're telling me there's more to this incident, but then you're not openly willing to prove, oh yeah, look, sure, this guy was in here being assaultive or smacking tables like they claimed, that is a reluctant witness to me. Yes.
Did they ever refuse to show you any footage that
No.
you asked for?
So again, I never directly asked for that video, so no, they did not.
Okay. And so when you directed the deputy to obtain the surveillance footage and put it on a thumb drive, is it your understanding that he did that?
Correct. Yes.
And did he report to you that they refused to let him do that?
No, they did not.
And I noted that further on page 333 that you indicated that they did state that the camera system does store for 7 days.
Correct. Yes.
And so was it your understanding that that footage that you had either asked to see or they were reluctant to show would be available for the next 7 days?
Yes. Yes, ma'am. It was.
And it's my understanding that 2 days after this incident, a search warrant was conducted at the Peppermint Hippo. Is that correct?
That I don't know. I would have to speculate on that. I really don't know.
You were not involved with that?
No, ma'am, not at all.
Okay. Did you personally ever reach back out to the Peppermint Hippo within that 7-day time window to request additional information?
No, ma'am, being that it wasn't my case, no. I don't. So, and what I mean by that is I wasn't the primary sergeant. I wasn't the primary deputy on the report. Basically, how our protocol is, if you show up and you assist, unless you're directly asked to do further, you just write your piece about what you did on that day, that time. As this we're on patrol, we move on to the next thing. So that's why I did not.
Do you know who was in charge of this investigation?
So on the ground level, as far as patrol goes, Sergeant McInnes is one of those running operations that on this call. Beyond that, it could have been referred to CID, prosecutor's office. That I don't know.
Okay. And you mentioned that there was never a wallet found in Mr. Daniels' vehicle. Is that correct?
As far as I know, no, there was not. Because I know when I was on scene at Peppermint Hippo, I was asked by Sergeant McInnes to try to locate his wallet, and she was with his truck conducting the search of his vehicle.
Is it possible he didn't bring his wallet with him?
I guess anything's possible, but like I said, at one point, Mr. Stent had told me flat out that he saw his ID, which was possibly had his ID and no wallet. I don't know, but I know I said Mr. Stent at one point said I saw his ID. That's how I know his name and his exact age. And beyond that, I don't know.
Did Mr. Stinnett explain to you that he was familiar with Mr. Daniels from prior interaction?
He did. But when I asked him to clarify, how do you know his name and exact age, he said because I saw his ID.
And are you aware that the Peppermint Hippo utilizes an ID scanning system for patrons who are entering the business?
I am now only because I went to the director's hearing. Before that, no, I was not.
Had you ever asked them if they have an
No,
ID
I didn't.
scanning system?
That's never been relevant for me in my line of work, so I don't know. No, did not ask them.
Do you think maybe that's how Sebastian Stinnett had seen his ID? Because it had prior
That would
been
be
scanned.
that'd be speculation on my part. I don't know because he specifically told me I saw his ID. So that was his, and it's in my report. Direct answer to my question was I saw his ID. That's how I know his name and age.
Is it possible Mr. Daniels misplaced his wallet between the time he left the Peppermint Hippo parking lot and parked his vehicle on the shoulder of I-40?
You have to ask Mr. Daniels. 'Cause I don't know.
Is it possible?
Anything's possible.
Do you have any evidence that the Peppermint Hippo retained possession of Mr. Daniels' wallet?
I do not.
And I know that you weren't the lead on this case. Did you have any further involvement in the investigation of this case?
No, ma'am, I did not.
And were you present in the room when Deputy Burke just testified?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Are you his CID sergeant he's referring to who instructed him not to speak about other investigations?
No, ma'am, I'm not.
Do you know who is his CID investigator?
I don't. Oh, I do. I do. His direct sergeant is Sergeant Bjork, and he also works for Sergeant Allison.
Can you say that first sergeant's name again for purposes of the record?
Yeah, I apologize. Sergeant Bjork. It's BJORK.
Have you had other prior instances of investigating any sort of allegations at the Peppermint Hippo?
I have not. No, ma'am.
So this is the one and only.
Yes, ma'am.
And again, no one from the Peppermint Hippo refused you access to anything you asked for.
No, ma'am.
Thank you.
Commissioners, do you have any questions for this witness? I don't see anyone reaching for their microphones. Redirect?
No questions.
Oh, no recross, no re-questions. All right. May this witness be excused.
Yes.
Thank you for your testimony. You're excused. Call your next.
Today's next witness is Scott Reedy.
Sir, were you present this morning when I swore in the group of witnesses?
Yes, sir, I was.
I'll remind you that you're under oath and you may inquire.
Yes, sir.
Agent Reedy, can you state your name and occupation for the record, please?
Scott Reedy, agent with the South Division of Arkansas Regulatory Enforcement.
And how long have you been with the Regulatory Division?
2 years.
How long have you been in law enforcement?
Since 1997 with Little Rock Police Department.
And were you working in your capacity as a regulatory enforcement agent on August 22nd of 2025?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Did you make a visit to the Peppermint Hippo that day?
Yes, we did.
And why were you there that day?
It was my understanding we were there to try to retrieve additional video that we didn't obtain on the original incident. It was video that was of the interiors, what I understand.
And we had some video from the outside, is that correct?
I believe so, yes. It was the video that we saw just a few minutes ago.
Did anyone else go with you to the Peppermint Hippo that day?
Yes, ma'am. Agent Colley and Agent Firestone, along with the sheriff's deputies.
And was there a warrant to receive this video?
Yes, ma'am. Sergeant Allison obtained a warrant to retrieve the video or any electronic devices I believe that might hold that video. We entered first, or we entered with them, and we asked for the video first.
Was the full video of the inside or any additional video from the outside provided?
So we went in and told them who we were, identified ourselves, and asked them for the video. Immediately, there was a little bit of pushback. There was a manager there, I believe his name was Scott. He didn't know if he could or if he would. He got on the phone and called a manager, and I'm assuming he was asking for permission or for counsel or whether he should release the video. Sergeant Allison heard this, and when he did, he said, "We have a warrant for this for these items. If you don't provide the video, we'll just take all of your electronics with us." When he said that, then we did get some video then. I don't remember who it was, but an individual worked there and started downloading the video and provided it to us.
So was the full video actually provided?
It's my understanding that they gave us video, and then when we got back and reviewed it, it was on a Friday. We were concerned about it dumping after 7 days. When we got back and reviewed it the following week, it was the improper video. It was the wrong date was recorded and given to us, so we did not have video of the incident.
So ABC nor Pulaski County Sheriff's Office received the full video when they went to serve that warrant.
That's my understanding.
No further questions.
Ross?
Agent Reedy, were you present on August 16th at the time of the Christopher Daniels incident? Are you aware of any of the actions of the Peppermint Hippo staff as it relates to requests for video footage?
No, ma'am.
And how did you come to be involved in the serving of the search warrant at the Peppermint Hippo on August 22nd?
So I didn't serve a search warrant. Pulaski County Sheriff's Department had the search warrant. We went with them, I guess maybe in hopes that they would provide it, for us willingly. They did not do that, so Sergeant Allison told me he had a warrant for it.
And so when you arrived at the Peppermint Hippo, you encountered a gentleman by the name of Scott.
I believe that was his name. He was a manager. He identified himself as a manager.
And did he relay to you that he was unable to access the footage?
No, he didn't say he was unable to. There was just, he was unsure. He was uncertain. He didn't know if he could or if he would. He was really, he was uncertain. He got on the phone and called, I'm assuming someone else who had better counsel. And then eventually, in that same window of time, Sergeant Allison let him know that there was a warrant, and then the video was provided.
So did Scott make a phone call before Sergeant Allison told him he had a warrant?
It was during the whole process. It was probably the same time.
And once Scott made a phone call, did someone else then present to the club to access the video?
Some other gentlemen, another attorney showed up and another gentleman showed up during that time. And I don't remember if those were the ones that got the video or not. Someone did.
Did the gentleman who showed up look like that?
Possibly. I know I've seen him there several times. I don't remember if he was the one that did that day.
And did you ever ask Scott, who was present when you got there, if he was capable of accessing the footage?
No.
But once Taylor Geis arrived, he did access the footage, correct?
If he's the one, he accessed the footage and gave us the wrong date.
And do you believe that the wrong date was given to you on purpose?
I have no idea.
So it could have just been, he didn't know what he was doing.
Could have made an error.
Right. Okay. And you said that you were not given the full video. Which portions of the video were you not given?
We weren't given the inside video. The inside video is what I understand we were there to take.
And were there any allegations made by Christopher Daniels related to any sort of crime taking place inside the Peppermint Hippo?
The only thing that I understood is that he was claiming that he was wanting to get back in. The reason for the scuffle out front is he was trying to get back in and get his wallet, and they wouldn't let him go back in. And that's one of the things we were wanting to see, along with whatever else may have occurred.
Did you take any investigative actions into the Christopher Daniels incident in any way?
No, ma'am.
Just participate with the
Yes.
sheriff's office
Yes,
in the
ma'am.
search warrant? Thank you. Nothing further.
All right, commissioners? No one's reaching? Any redirect based on the cross?
No, sir.
All right, anything further? Okay. May this witness be excused.
Yes.
Thank you for your testimony. Stand aside. You have another one?
Last one.
All right, call your next witness.
State calls Director Christie Bjornson.
Good afternoon.
You were present this morning when I swore the witnesses
I
in,
was.
so I'll remind you that you're under oath. All right.
Sir.
You may inquire.
Can you state your name for the record?
My name is Christie Bjornson.
And what is your title?
I am the regulatory administrator, and in that capacity, I also serve as the director of Arkansas Tobacco Control and the Alcoholic Beverage Control.
And how long have you been the director of ABC?
Since October of 2023.
Can you tell me a little bit about what directors' hearings are?
Yes, directors' hearings are not contemplated by the APA. Directors' hearings are a hearing that we have informally. It is not a public meeting. It occurs at our office. Once we send a notice of hearing, we give them the opportunity to argue directly to the director to honestly try to save you guys from some hearings. Oftentimes there's misunderstandings about what the charges actually mean. So that's the opportunity for our attorneys to question any witnesses, prove the case, sometimes to the permit holder so that they understand what exactly it is they did wrong. And 90-ish% of the time they say, okay, I understand, and it doesn't end up before you guys. However, director's hearings, any order that I make is not a final adjudication. Any order that I make comes before the board and does not become effective until you all approve it the day after a board hearing.
And this is something that is unique only to ABC.
It is unique only to ABC. When we talk to other people who work with the APA or in other administrative hearings, they're always like, you do what now? It's kind of an extra layer of due process, honestly. And I think it happened because ABC got in the habit of having really long, lengthy hearings that lasted a couple of days. And so it's the opportunity for us to work things out with permit holders. This is a privileged permit. We're not there to attack anyone. We just want to make sure that they're following the rules that they have to follow to have this privileged permit and keep Arkansans safe.
And just to clarify something you said at the beginning, director's hearings are not addressed in APA.
No, they are not contemplated in APA whatsoever, nor are they addressed or under any of the previous statutes that were mentioned by defense.
They're really done as a courtesy.
Correct.
So when APA is referring to fact finders, who are they referring to?
They're referring to the board. And it's also, you guys just sat through a FOIA presentation. It has to do with what you guys ultimately decide the facts are. Like I said, any of my decisions, whether it's on a permit or a violation, come to you for approval. If you don't like one, you see one on the resume, you can instigate a hearing yourself. I don't have to bring it to you.
So this morning, when Ms. Magsayo identified one of the rules under APA and was referring to ex parte communication with fact finders, that rule is referring to who?
The board. That's referring to you guys. And any ex parte communication would be if I communicated with you about the facts. It is not in reference to receiving a complaint, which we receive daily. That is my duty as the director of the regulatory division to make sure that gambling, any tobacco sales, any marijuana sales, hemp sales, or alcohol sales are done in a safe and responsible manner for individuals. But you are the fact finders on if any violation is actually has occurred, unless they have negotiated it with us or gone to a director's hearing and decided they did not want to face you for those facts.
And so that we've clarified, any emails that you were a part of are completely permissible. But in this case, were you involved in the investigation Director Potter did?
Not directly. I was involved in receiving the complaint. And in my capacity as a prosecutor for many years before this, I am used to, unfortunately, dealing with victims' families. I worked with the gang unit and the sexual assault unit. So there were oftentimes parents, brothers, whoever, who wanted to seek justice for their family. And it's part of my job to manage that victim and make sure that they are heard and understood and that they know that we're going to fight for justice for them. It was not in any way, shape, or form ex parte communication, nor did I really dive into the facts. I don't tell Director Potter how to be a cop, and he doesn't tell me how to be an attorney. We work together, but he instigates investigations, and his team, which did a really good job in this case and many others, are responsible for figuring out what happened, compiling the reports, and bringing that to the legal side to go forward on an actual violation.
And just in addition to that, when Director Potter concluded his investigation in October or November, and that was turned over to the legal department, was that turned over to you or was it turned over to me?
It was turned over to you. It was not turned over to me. Any kind of facilitating that I had is within my job duties as the director of the administrative side of ABC to make sure that things keep moving. So as far as, anything that says, like, let's go ahead and get these done, that's me making sure that my employees are doing their job in a fast manner so that they can get it done, so that we can close an investigation, bring it to you, and resolve an issue.
So did you hear all of this information come out at a director's hearing in January of 2026?
Yes.
And based on the information that we uncovered during this investigation, what decision did you make?
I decided that the permit should be revoked, and I decided that it was a threat to the public safety, health, and welfare of Arkansans. When an individual has died, he was served, maybe we can't say if we know he had 17 or 18 drinks, but at minimum, 17 drinks in 3 hours. And whether forcibly pushed outside that gate or not, was escorted beyond the gate of the Peppermint Hippo, where some poor lady, probably driving home from work, I do not know, in a minivan, had the unfortunate experience of running him over and taking his life. That is an incredible risk, not only obviously to John Rivero, who lost his life, but that is a risk to anyone on Interstate 40 in that county in Arkansas. And it is my job to ensure that permit holders are not operating in a way that creates risks for those around us. Part of public health and safety is promoting well-being and prolonging life. If I were to let them continue operating in this fashion, there's a risk to human life. I would never allow that. So in the purpose of, once we get to the director hearing and I'm hearing all the other facts, we could have revoked on any individual one of these violations. We have that authority. So looking at them in their totality is extreme, and it is incredibly dangerous to let them keep operating. So I made the decision to do the suspension, which basically occurs between the director's hearing and the board hearing, which then ultimately makes you guys the fact finder to determine if that was the right call or not.
I'm not going to go through each individual violation that is alleged today, but it's true that they were kind of grouped in 4 different instances based on dates.
Correct. Once an investigation was opened and Director Potter's team kept finding reason to go back and kept finding reason to continue investigating or sending in undercovers, when you look at those things stacked on top of each other, it's not just John Rivero, but that would have been enough. If I had seen just a video where I could see a dancer's areolas or anus, I probably would not have said that that is a risk to public safety, health, and welfare, which is the well-being of the community. I probably wouldn't have said that that was enough to summarily suspend them in the meantime. But because we have an elderly gentleman pushed to his face to where he's bleeding and put into a car to drive down the road, on top of the death that already occurred, I did not feel like it would not sit right with me to say that they can continue operating in this fashion, learning everything that we had learned in that investigation.
I'll pass witness.
Cross.
Thank you. Director Bjornson, we just may have to agree to disagree. But for the record's purposes, it is your position that you are not subject to Arkansas Code Annotated Section 2515-209A as it relates to ex parte communications.
I cannot ex parte communicate with the fact finders here today about any facts of the case. I can do my job as the regulatory administrator and make sure that investigations are completed and hold directors' hearings as an extra level of due process if I choose.
Have you reviewed Arkansas Code Annotated Section 2515-209A recently?
Yes, and B, which says I can speak to any individual within the agency about any situation that may occur.
Have you had a chance to review recent Arkansas court decisions related to Arkansas Code Annotated 2515-209A?
I keep pretty busy and I don't necessarily go looking for case law unless it's immediately relevant to a situation in front of me. And this is not immediately relevant. It is referring to ex parte communications with the board, FOIA requirements, and not director's level hearings, which is the only time I communicated with Peter Rivero prior to this date.
And so it is your position that you in no way violated Arkansas Code Annotated 2515-209A by your communications with Peter Rivero without providing notice or opportunity for the Peppermint Hippo to respond, correct?
Correct.
And you spoke earlier about the director's hearing, and at the director's hearing, there was evidence submitted to you, correct?
Yes.
And do you believe that you received the full evidentiary record that was available to your staff at the director's hearing?
I believe that I was provided enough evidence to make the call on this case.
And you mentioned that you will always seek justice for families, correct, in order to keep Arkansas safe?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you plan to seek justice for the family of Nikki Dawson, who was killed by an intoxicated patron after leaving the Electric Cowboy in 2021?
I took my position in 2023. If I was made aware of something, which several of our violations stem from complaints from the public, if I'd been made aware of it, I guarantee you we would have looked into it.
So if the family of Nikki Dawson reaches out to you, you'll begin looking into that one?
Yes, ma'am.
And similarly, the family of Brianna Carter, who left Midtown intoxicated in 2019, if her family reaches out to you, you will seek justice for her as well?
Yes, ma'am. And that is the beauty of us not having a statute of limitations. I come from criminal court where once an arrest is made, you have a year to get before a judge and prove your case. Luckily, sometimes we don't have that restriction here, which is why we were able to launch an investigation into the death of John Rivero, which occurred several years ago.
Have you ever been made aware of the death of Nikki Dawson as it relates to the Electric Cowboy in 2021?
I have not been. I'm not sure any of the circumstances into that, though I will be opening an investigation if there is something that is deemed we need to look into on that. If you're alleging that it was because of over service or any kind of behavior from one of our permit holders, I believe those permit holders should be held responsible.
And similarly with Brianna Carter and Midtown in 2019, you plan to open an investigation into them?
Absolutely.
And then you were testifying about the elderly gentleman who was, I believe you're referring to Christopher Daniels, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You've heard the testimony today, so as you sit here, are you aware that Mr. Daniels brought 2 guns to the Peppermint Hippo that morning?
I was not aware that there were 2. There was some questions about at least one at the director's hearing, but if a second one was brought up, I was not aware of that.
And now that you are aware that he had 2 guns, do you believe that the Peppermint Hippo staff likely prevented a bigger tragedy in the club that morning?
It's hard to say. I did not see from any of the video, and given we were not provided the whole video as requested, from what I saw, I did not notice a gun. I did not notice a gun pulled. What I saw was an argument that went physical way too quickly. And what my understanding is from the evidence is that that individual was put in his vehicle to go on the roads of Pulaski County and cause potentially more danger to those surrounding him.
Well, he arrived at the Peppermint Hippo in that vehicle, didn't he?
He sure did, which would not have been a good decision to drive behind the wheel. And if I had been in that situation, I, as a bouncer at Peppermint Hippo, would have immediately called Pulaski County Sheriff's Office, letting them know that a drunk driver was on our premises and we would like help with them investigating a DWI.
Are you aware that the Peppermint Hippo did in fact contact the Pulaski County Sheriff's Office to report Christopher Daniels?
I have learned that they did after they punched him out and pushed him on the ground and he was bloody and back in his car on the roads.
When did you learn that?
During this hearing.
Today?
Yes.
Not at your director's hearing?
During that hearing, we heard the same evidence. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so when you first were made aware of the John Rivero incident from November 15th of 2021, that would have been in February of 2025. Is that correct?
I believe so.
And were you immediately concerned for the public health, safety, and welfare?
We always need to look at complaints. Again, with my history of being a prosecutor, you'd get a call where, someone has stolen from me or someone has done XYZ. It is our job to figure out if that is actually substantiated. So my first step was to understand what Peter Rivero was telling me. Was it exaggerated? Was it truthful? Was it bearing on the behavior of the permit holder, or was it purely a criminal matter or a civil matter?
And as you began investigating, tell me about your efforts to investigate Peter Rivero's claims.
I had a phone call with Peter Rivero to kind of feel out, is this someone who is telling the truth? Is this someone who actually has good information, or are they mistaken? Once that initial phone call revealed to me that this was a legitimate concern, it did happen. There was a civil trial going on about the negligence of the club. I feel like the ruling in that case was correct in finding the club negligent. And I immediately asked Director Potter to open an investigation, which he did. I was not involved in seeking warrants, going undercover, obviously any of those things.
And as the director of the ABC, what is your understanding of a permit holder's duty to assess an individual's level of intoxication at the time of serving them alcohol?
It's a subjective standard. There is no, and all law enforcement officers know this too from their training, and we know from being adults that sometimes a 300-pound person and a 120-pound person can consume the same amount of alcohol, and it is a different effect on either of them. There are also some people who maybe you just want to call them lightweights, who one drink is going to have a different effect on them than someone else. So there is no objective standard. It is always a subjective standard, which is even the same as law enforcement officers when they do their standard field sobriety tests. It's not like one certain thing. There are clues that lead you to believe whether someone is or is not intoxicated.
Because humans aren't human BAC readers, right?
Correct.
So they shouldn't be held to the standard of knowing what someone's BAC level is at any given point.
Correct.
They just have to look for signs of intoxication. If they are there, you would expect that they would cut off alcohol service, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
If they are not there, would you fault them for continuing to serve alcohol?
I think any individual being served 17 drinks in 3 hours, consumed 17 drinks, served, what was it, 23, 24, something along those lines. I think that's egregious. I think a general standard in law enforcement is something about it takes an hour to get over the drink that you just consumed. So if one drink takes about an hour to sober up, 17 drinks would take about 17 hours. And given that he was continuously served through that time period, I believe he was intoxicated, and I think the BAC is further proof that he was incredibly intoxicated, 3 times the legal limit.
And we know that in hindsight.
Yes,
But
ma'am.
as far as what Erica Ramsey, the bartender, encountered on the morning that she was encountering John Rivero, did you ever have an opportunity to review video of her interactions with John Rivero?
I did not.
And I know that you've testified that any human who consumes 17 drinks, in your opinion, a bartender should know that he's intoxicated. Is that correct?
A bartender should not serve 17 drinks to one individual in 3 hours.
And you weren't present on the morning John Rivero was at the Peppermint Hippo.
No, ma'am.
Have you ever been inside the Peppermint Hippo?
I have not.
So you're not aware of what Erica Ramsey's necessarily able to see from behind the bar. Is that correct?
I'm not aware of necessarily what she would be able to see from behind the bar, but if a permitted establishment is operating under conditions where the bartender cannot tell whether someone is intoxicated or not, that is a bigger problem.
Well, and we'll be able to watch some surveillance footage here in a little while that will show what she encountered. But do you have any evidence that Erica Ramsey saw signs of intoxication in John Rivero at the time she served him alcohol?
I have not spoken to Erica Ramsey, so I would not know.
So my question was, do you have any evidence that at the time Ms. Ramsey served John Rivero any of the 17 drinks, that he exhibited any signs of intoxication?
I think you can tell from the video that he is enjoying himself. I won't say he's stumbling down or anything like that, but he does seem jovial. And based on the testimony of the agents, he was play fighting with people. There were also arguments. I think all those things are signs of getting intoxicated, if not being intoxicated.
Could it also be signs that he was having a good time?
It could.
And would you, as ABC director, want citizens in Arkansas to be able to have a good time when they go out?
In a safe manner, yes, ma'am.
And so again, what an ABC permit holder, the standard they're held to is whether or not a patron is clearly intoxicated at the time of service, correct?
I'd have to look back at the exact wording of our rule, but that sounds about right.
But can you say for sure that a ABC permit holder is not tasked with knowing the BAC of any individual at the time they serve them alcohol?
That's correct.
And you mentioned that in your review of the Christopher Daniels video that you believe that it went physical way too quickly. Was that your testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you observe several minutes of time in which Christopher Daniels was getting closer to the Hippo staff and they were not pushing him?
Yes, and immediately before he was struck in the face and pushed down, he was trying to shake their hands and maybe leave, which would have been a time that I would have called Pulaski County Sheriff's Office and told them that a drunk individual had driven their car to my establishment and was about to do it again.
I appreciate what you would have done, but do you have any evidence that the Peppermint Hippo staff did not contact the sheriff's office and report that?
No, it's my understanding they did eventually.
And so again, I just want to understand, when you issued summary suspension of the Peppermint Hippo's license, you did that under a very specific provision that had to indicate that them continuing to operate was a threat to the public health, safety, or welfare, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Public health includes preventing emergencies, identifying risks in communities, responding to emergencies, promoting well-being and prolonging life. Public safety also talks about setting up standards to where we safeguard our communities and individuals from significant dangers. So it was my understanding at that time, and continues today, that they had absolutely no safeguards into the dangers that they were putting everyone else in Pulaski County at risk, including everyone traveling on I-40, everyone in the establishment, everyone near the establishment.
Are you aware of the ABC issuing any violations to the Peppermint Hippo from the date of John Rivero's death on November 15th of 2021 until your offer of settlement in November of 2025?
No, I'm not. Often when there is a permitted establishment that is under investigation and more and more and more violations seem to be coming out, we like to handle those in one fell swoop so that we're not bringing the same individual in front of the board on each individual little matter. We like to bring it in a full case in front of the board, which is something we have done in practice when a dispensary was revoked, for instance. Same thing. When we found concerns, we continued investigating, put all of those violations together, and brought them to the ABC board as one revocation for a totality of the circumstances for ongoing inappropriate behavior.
Ms. Bjornson, do you recall after receiving the initial email from Peter Rivero responding to several emails of Mr. Rivero's?
I think I probably responded to a couple. I would not characterize it as several.
And do you recall after receiving the investigation into John Rivero's death, then receiving notice of an undercover operation that was conducted at the Peppermint Hippo on April 12th of 2025?
I'm not sure if I knew who was going undercover or when. That would be in Director Potter's field as the Director of Enforcement.
And so at the time that you were preparing to issue your offer of settlement, who did you meet with to learn of all the allegations that would be presented?
So the attorneys speak with Katie as the legal supervisor to determine what is the appropriate punishment. That is the first rung. Then it comes up to me for at the director's hearing.
And do you in any way coordinate efforts of compiling different sets of violations to include them all together?
I make sure that the staff is closing cases. I don't want cases to be left open and taking department resources. So I stay on them to make sure, I think there was a time or two where I was like, Potter, are we about ready to wrap this up on Peppermint Hippo? And he would say, there's still something we're investigating. And that kind of became the end of it. And I was pushing a few times to say, like, let's go ahead and wrap this up. We don't want to leave things hanging open, especially when the original incident was so far away. And to your point, want to get it before the board in a timely manner so that the risk is no longer to the public and every individual in Pulaski County.
And so you've heard testimony today that as early as 2023, there were allegations made against the Peppermint Hippo, correct?
I don't recall what those might be.
You don't recall Detective Burke testifying about fraud allegations coming in 2023?
Oh, I didn't catch what year that was, but I am aware of hundreds of thousands of dollars being stolen from patrons of the Peppermint Hippo. Yes, ma'am.
And what do you base your statement that those funds were stolen on?
Well, the fact that they were unauthorized, so I guess I could say unauthorized transactions rather than money stolen. But I think if I am too intoxicated to sign off on a $70,000 charge and I find it the next day and I'm shocked enough to call the police, I would probably say, hey, I think $70,000 was stolen from me last night.
And again, what evidence do you rely on to state that the charges were unauthorized?
In viewing a lot of the photo evidence and seeing the individuals looking blacked out or intoxicated and being unable to actually sign their name, along with the many complaints that our office had received about these individuals, it started prior to us learning about John Rivero's death with an anonymous source saying that he spent some time, a couple hours at the Peppermint Hippo, and his Amex was charged close to $140,000. We knew that this was behavior that Peppermint Hippo had been continuously engaging in.
And did the ABC issue any violations related to the allegations made by the anonymous source?
The anonymous source was very nervous, so we directed him to the sheriff's office. And as that is, in my opinion, stolen money, that is a felony that I wanted the sheriff's office to investigate so that the victim could get justice.
And are you aware of the outcome of the sheriff's office investigation into those allegations?
It's my understanding that several investigations are still pending into the fraudulent credit card transactions from the Peppermint Hippo that continuously occur.
Are you aware of any criminal charges having been filed at all in response to any of the allegations against the Peppermint Hippo?
I'm not sure if any have actually been filed in circuit court.
Counsel, I don't want to interrupt, but if you get to a point, I understand cross-examination's witness. We get to a point where we can stop for a short break. We've been going for a while, may need a quick bathroom break whenever you get to a
We can
point.
certainly stop now.
I was kind of thinking you might have been at the end of this line right there. So I'll tell you what, let's take a quick 5-6 minute break. We'll go off the record.
Yeah, I'll go. Yeah, sour.
I'm good. Commissioners back. Council, you ready to continue across?
Yes, sir.
All right, Council, you ready?
I am.
All right. We'll go back on the record. Council, continue across.
Thank you. Director Bjornson, I'm going to direct you to our book of exhibits, which is kind of the black one. And I'll ask you to first go to page 69.
Yes, ma'am.
On there. And for the record, can you state the date of this email?
September 22nd, 2025.
And who is your email directed to?
Mr. Rivero.
And I noticed kind of down in that final paragraph, it says, I assure you, we are intending on taking a big swing here. What did you mean by intending on taking a big swing here?
Handling the violations. This.
And by this, you mean not only Rivero, but the others.
Based on what the investigation concluded, I was intending on holding them accountable for what they did.
And I'll then direct you to Bates number 68. And it appears as though this is an email sent from you to David Potter at 4:23 p.m. Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
So it appears as though your email to David Potter was 5 minutes after your email to Peter Rivero. Is that correct?
That appears to be correct.
And as I read your email to David Potter 5 minutes after your email to Peter Rivero, it says, okay, is that the last one? Drew just said Princess may have a few more to turn in. Let's get those done so we can lump these all together and get going. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
And what were you referring to about lump these all together?
Any violations that had, over the course of the investigation, been revealed, I would rather take one big swing, like I said, instead of take 7 different cases to the board, waste their time, waste my time. I would rather send one notice of hearing and get it all done in one fell swoop. So that was, in my capacity as the director of the ABC or the regulatory administration in general, I have to make sure that things keep moving. And so I have to be a wise steward of our resources too, and make sure that we are not wasting time on small matters and we get them looped together so that we can handle one individual case.
Do you believe that it would be a good use of resources in order to conclude these investigations efficiently to include the accused parties in the investigations?
What do you mean by that?
I mean, calling and saying, hey, we've received an allegation. We'd like to hear your take on it.
I don't normally let people know that they're being investigated. They can figure that out through the agents, and I trust the agents to acquire the evidence needed to prove the violation.
And if it's 4 years prior?
I trust my agents to investigate properly, even if it's 4 years prior. I mean, there's cold case investigators who investigate things 20 years after the fact and still find evidence to bring justice.
Well, and I think you'll hear testimony later, but are you aware that kind of the same core crew is still at the Peppermint Hippo that were there at the time of John Rivero's death?
The only thing I'm super aware of is who's been present at the director's hearing. I know the permit holder is someone named Louis DeAngelis. I don't think he has appeared either at the director's hearing or this hearing to explain why this behavior is occurring on his premises.
Is he required to do so if there's another representative?
No, he's not required to do so. We actually can go forward on a hearing without the opposing party even present. So I respect his wishes not to be here. But again, if it was my permit and these allegations were being made about the business that I run, I would show up and tell everybody why that was either right or wrong.
I can appreciate that, but you don't know why Mr. DeAngelis hasn't appeared, correct?
I don't.
He could be in a hospital somewhere for all you know.
Is he?
Do you know?
No, I don't know.
Okay. Well, you're here to testify about the evidence that's presented to you, and it seems as though you have criticisms of Mr. DeAngelis for not having appeared.
I do think this is a privileged permit, and it's the responsibility of the permit holder to make sure that all of his employees and independent contractors are operating in a manner that doesn't put people at risk. So I do find it unusual that the permit holder is not here. I cannot think of another situation we have brought a case to the board without the actual permit holder present.
But again, he's not required to be here.
He is not required to be here.
And does his lack of being present for these proceedings in any way influence your decision to revoke the license of the Peppermint Hippo?
No, I just think it's extra evidence to his lack of care.
And as you've sat here today, are you satisfied that there has been sufficient evidence presented that John Rivero was intoxicated at the time he was served alcohol?
Yes, ma'am. His BAC was 3 times over the legal limit.
And based on that, you believe that is sufficient evidence to hold the Peppermint Hippo responsible or as a violation for over serving him?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And then as we get into the second set of allegations, we have the April 12th, 2025 undercover operation. Are you aware of the findings of that undercover operation?
Yes, ma'am. I listened to the recordings. I heard the, let's feed him liquid cocaine and rip him off. I heard all those things. I trust my agents. I know that they sit up here and tell the truth. So when he said that he unfortunately saw a woman's anus, I believe that he did. When he said that he saw her areolas, I believe that he did.
Do you believe that when he asked to not have any more drinks served to him, he was not served any more drinks?
Yeah, I do believe that. And I believe there was probably a hunch going on that he might have been a cop at the time because he was not exhibiting the same type of behavior as a patron who went there to see naked ladies.
And then as we fast forward into the next set of allegations as they relate to Nick Goyal, have you had an opportunity to look at the ABC documents with the findings of their investigation related to Nick Goyal?
I believe I've seen anything that has been introduced in evidence, but I don't know precisely what you're referring to.
I'll direct you to Peppermint Hippo 293.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you ever seen this document before?
I'm sure I have. I believe it may have been introduced at the director's hearing. I'm not sure.
And down under offense information where we have listed other description, employees committing fraud on customers, what do you read the status of that violation to be?
It is unfounded, and that's the same as Director Potter explained to you earlier. Since we passed those off to be investigated by the sheriff's office as a felony, we do not have a violation that says overcharging credit cards or committing felony offenses on premise kind of thing. So that is unfounded in regards to what we would issue a violation for. It's not unfounded. Obviously, we believe it occurred.
But you did issue a violation for that.
We issued a violation for overservice.
I'll refer you to case number 4, Peppermint Hippo 4. And this is part of your order dated January 21st, 2026, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you read
Hang on a
finding?
Hang on a second. So we haven't done exhibit 1 from yours yet. Any objection to the admission of exhibit 1 from respondents? Witness just testified that it is her order.
No objection.
Okay. So exhibit 1 is introduced.
Thank you. And then back to Peppermint Hippo 4. Can you read your finding of fact number 11, please?
Oh, yes, ma'am. That on or about July 13th of 2025, the business failed to be a good neighbor when over $35,000 was fraudulently taken from a patron in an intoxicated state. So you are correct there. We did issue a violation for that behavior. The failure to be a good neighbor statute is part of our duty to safeguard the welfare, safety, and well-being of all the community. It can be proven many different ways. And in this case, we do think that it's not being very good neighbor to steal from each other.
And so as I look at Peppermint Hippo 293, there were 2 offenses listed, one for employees committing fraud on customers, the other for over-serving customers. And then if we go back over to Peppermint Hippo 4, we've got 2 finding of facts. One, $35,000 was fraudulently taken from the patron in an intoxicated state. 2, alcoholic beverages were furnished to an intoxicated person. I'm just trying to understand how, if the ABC determined on document 293 that one of those offenses was founded and they issued a violation for that, how is it that the second violation they found to be unfounded, there was also a violation issued for that?
Well, it works the same as how a police agency gives something to the prosecutor's office. If they turn it over and it's capital murder and the prosecutors look at it and they determine it's actually murder second, they can adjust those charges. Same as if they turn it over as 1 count of fraudulent use of a credit card for a total of $300,000, or if it was actually a count for every single transaction. It'd also be the same as terroristic act. You can count that by shell casing or by individual who was targeted. And what I'm referring to by terroristic act is when there is a shooting at a conveyance or a residence. You could charge either based on the number of people in the residence, the number of shell casings. You can charge just 1 count. That's pretty standard. We look at what the facts of the case actually merit. And in this case, I felt like both violations were merited.
And for the record, I'll object to that response as non-responsive. Again, your agency, while they did turn this Nick Goyal allegation over to the to the Pulaski County Sheriff, your agency made a determination that the allegations of employees committing fraud on customers was unfounded, correct?
The individual who filled out that form marked it as unfounded, meaning they weren't seeking the legal team to specifically provide a violation for that, but the legal team found that it did meet one of our codes that we could provide a violation for.
But again, you trust your investigators and their investigations and their determinations, correct?
I certainly do, and I trust them to gather the evidence, and I trust my legal team to take that evidence and put it where it fits and only where it fits. We do not overcharge, we do not undercharge. We do what is fair.
Well, are you aware of any additional evidence that your attorneys would have been made aware of that Agent Colley was not made aware of at the time he found that allegation to be unfounded?
I don't understand the question. Would you repeat it?
Sure. Are you aware, you kind of made mention that we see here that Peppermint Hippo 293 was authored by Agent Kevin Colley, correct?
Okay.
And is that correct?
I'll flip back and look.
Thank you.
And I'm going to object at this point. We've been over this so many times. I don't know what else could be asked about it.
I still don't have clarification.
I think the witness has actually answered in the position that and see if I'm stating this correctly, is you're saying that the report on page 293 shows that this issue is unfounded, correct?
Fraudulent.
And then it was included in the director's finding, and the director is stating that she believed there was a sufficient information there to make this allegation in there. Am I stating that correctly?
I believe what she testified is that although Kevin Colley found that that allegation was unfounded, that once Kevin Colley turned it over to her attorneys, they then made the determination that it was founded. And that's why they issued the violation. And I'm trying to determine what evidence that would, if she's aware of any additional evidence that Kevin Colley did not have, that her attorneys then did have.
Okay, I think that's a new question that you have not asked yet. So that's a legitimate question to ask, is if there was additional information that was provided that caused a change from the unfounded in the report on 293 to the part of the allegations of paragraph 11 on page 4. I think that's a fair question you can ask this witness.
Ms. Bjornson, are you aware of any additional evidence that Kevin Colley would not have been aware of when he determined that allegation to be unfounded, that your agency attorneys would have been aware of, that would have caused them to change Kevin Colley's unfounded to founded?
I'm not aware of any additional evidence, but I do think it probably bears on interpretation, kind of the same as when we originally started down this line of questioning and I said, no, I don't think we have a violation for credit card fraud. We don't. But we do have the failure to be a good neighbor violation, in which I feel like the evidence that was provided, our legal team found that made sense there.
So, and then if we fast forward to the Christopher Daniels incident, which would have been the last one, I believe, that you were referring to David Potter to lump it in order to get going. Did you receive, strike that, Did you have any conversation with the Pulaski County Sheriff's Office related to the outcome of their investigation of Christopher Daniels?
I did not.
Are you aware of any of the ABC investigating agents having conversations with the Pulaski County Sheriff's Office about their findings?
I'm not sure.
And again, you believe at the director's hearing that you were presented the full evidentiary record as it relates to Christopher Daniels. Is that correct?
I believe so.
During your time as ABC director, how many recommendations have you made for revocation of a liquor license?
That is a good question. I revoked a marijuana dispensary for selling 1,882 expired products to citizens of Arkansas. We also revoked a Mexican restaurant that was going by the name of Pit Stop. It was basically an undercover strip club. They operated by day as a Mexican restaurant. By night, they had a stage set up. They came to the director's hearing and told me that that stage was for a mariachi band. And I asked them how many times the mariachi band actually was there, and they said 0. But when our agents, through the course of that investigation, when our agents went in, they found very concerning violations. They were not near as concerning as the ones before you today. There were lots of violations about, I'm going to call it costumes, about what the individuals were wearing. There was also lots of violations for overservice. There were violations for dancers consuming. Employees are not allowed to consume alcohol while they are working. Only patrons can consume alcohol. There was also kind of like if you chug this drink in 10 seconds, we'll give you another one for free. That's not allowed. I'm not sure the total amount of violations in that case. Might have been 8 to 10, maybe a little bit more, but none of them actually reached the level that I find these to be as severe. And they were revoked. They chose not to come before the board. That was handled at a director's hearing, and the board approved my order as a final adjudication the day after that resume came to them.
And I believe you testified earlier that had you only been presented with the findings related to the entertainer's clothing and distance and those sorts of things, that you likely would not have recommended summary suspension, correct?
That's true. We probably would have given a hefty violation. We would have wanted that addressed at the director's hearing. I likely would have said at the director's hearing, I don't want to see this again. I respect that you guys have a privileged permit and you need to respect that we have rules to follow. And I would hope that they would have quit allowing the touching, the types of costumes, the mingling unclothed, the violations of putting money in individuals' clothing, things like that.
And would you agree with me that revocation is typically considered a last resort?
It is, which is why I think this is only the third one that's happened in 2 years.
And would you agree that revocation is typically usually for repeated serious violations?
It can be, but we have the right to revoke on any individual violation.
And would you agree that it's important to allow an ABC regulated business an opportunity to come into compliance when issues are found?
If we think that they can get compliant, I think based on this investigation, I don't see that the benefit of allowing Peppermint Hippo to continue selling alcohol outweighs the risk or the benefit to community if they are not allowed to operate in that way.
Do you believe that the Peppermint Hippo serves any benefit to the community?
I think people enjoy having a good time. And I think that if there are locations where they can have a good time in Arkansas safely, that could be considered a benefit to some people. I do not believe that the behavior exhibited through this investigation proves that they can sell alcohol in a responsible manner.
And you mentioned the location. The location of the Peppermint Hippo was approved by ABC, correct?
That's correct. We investigate, we send agents out before any alcohol permit is issued to check and make sure that they have a defined premise, to check and make sure that they have, warning signs up not to serve people who are pregnant or under 21, things of that nature. So that would have been approved when their permit was issued. I don't believe their permit was issued when I was director, so probably approved before me.
And just to finish up, so from November 15th of 21 to November of 2025, literally 4 years later, you're not aware of any violations issued to the Peppermint Hippo in that time frame.
No, they were uncovered in investigations, but like I said, we do like to lump them together and handle one solid issue at once instead of bringing repeated violations to the board. If we only at a time have knowledge that one violation occurred and we bring it to the board and then a second occurs, we will absolutely bring the second to the board. But Director Potter and his team had evidence to show that this was continuing and ongoing as well as the Pulaski County Sheriff's Office saying that they had, 165 calls out and so many felony investigations into the fraudulent use of credit cards.
But again, no criminal charges from any of those investigations, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
And no violations for 4 years, from November of 2021 to November of 2025. No ABC violations.
Correct.
4 solid years.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. All I have.
Commissioners? Okay, a couple questions here. I keep hearing about an offer of settlement. Was there an offer of settlement made to?
We did not, when you say offer of settlement, you're probably referring to like they pay a specific amount of money.
Yeah,
We're referring to the legal offer of settlement, which was you're revoked.
gotcha. Okay,
So no offer of like, you can pay us $20,000 instead. We didn't do that in this case. We said your offer is revocation.
gotcha. And then over service, I'm a little bit fuzzy still on what the standard is for over service. Can you elaborate on that a little bit more?
Sure. It's like I said, there's not an objective standard because everybody metabolizes alcohol in different ways. We are not allowed to have permit holders who are selling to intoxicated people. So we are also not allowed to have them sell to anyone who's not 21, but it is not a rule that you have to actually check the ID. So if you think you can look at me and say that I'm not 21, which how dare you, but if you could look at me and say that I'm not 21 and you don't check my ID, you can still sell to me. That's not a violation. It is not a rule that you have to check the ID. That's the same way that this intoxication kind of works. We don't have a rule that says you have to do X, Y, and Z to make sure they're not intoxicated. Our rule just says you cannot serve to an intoxicated person. So the standard is subjective. How are they acting? What behavior are they exhibiting that gives you concern? Are they stumbling? Are they comedically dancing? Are they laughing? Are they being disruptive? I mean, each of those on their face do not say, hey, that person's drunk, but the totality of the circumstances would lend a bartender to believe like, hey, he needs to be cut off. And that's pretty standard across the industry as far as what they look for, those types of things, slurred words, fumbling with your wallet, those types of behaviors. But there's not any set list that we can say X, Y, and Z equals intoxicated.
And so you might have seen more footage than we saw, and I'm specifically thinking of John Rivero's night. We saw more footage on the inside and kind of what he was like. We haven't seen much on the inside with like Nick and Christopher. But let's just, I'm looking at, I believe this is allowed in our pages, but it's page 00095. And I've read through this time and time again. This has lived in my head today. But would you still think that it's over service? So it looks like John Rivero was there for 3 hours from 1 a.m. to 4 a.m. And well, he was served, I believe, 22 alcoholic drinks from this report. There appears to be 4 or 10 that were probably served in the presence of Erica, and another 4 that were served in the presence of Madeline and potentially not Erica. So would you say if someone was served 10 drinks over a 3-hour period, that would still constitute overservice?
I think it's risky. I can tell you, I would be hammered. I think most people would be intoxicated after 10 beverages, but it's still the permit holder's responsibility to run their establishment in a way that they're keeping track of it. So whether that's the individual bartender tallying, they still have the obligation for 2 bartenders to talk to each other. Hey, I already served him 10. So be careful if you're going to serve him 10 more.
All right. Yeah, go ahead.
So, quick follow-up to that. So through your investigations and your experience with the ABC, would you say that it is common for people to enter an establishment like this at, I believe, like 1 a.m. sober?
I couldn't say. I don't recall any other investigation that specifically occurred between 1 and 4. We have a lot of permits that, well, the majority of our permits, they close at what, 2 a.m.? They're not allowed to stay open until 5 a.m. So I do think it's kind of unusual, this type of scenario.
I guess on the permits that do stay open that late, and a lot of these ones, people are coming in from other places they've probably been before. But would you say that it would be common at any of these establishments that stay open that late, someone coming in at 1 a.m. has probably been served, some drinks somewhere else prior to would be?
Sure. I believe actually one of the incidents that defense counsel brought up that occurred at Midtown, that young lady consumed, and I may get it wrong, but I believe she consumed a couple drinks, couple beers, maybe one shot. I think 4-ish total. So in that situation, she likely consumed elsewhere beforehand, which led to her being drunk when she arrived. It is still the responsibility of the permit holder if someone comes in exhibiting symptoms of intoxication that they cannot serve that person.
And that's kind of where I was going. So if you are an establishment that's used to serving people that late at night, serving 10 additional drinks starting at 1 a.m., you have even a higher risk of you're over serving someone even with 10, because the likelihood is the average patron that's coming in at 1 a.m. has already, they're not starting at 0, they're starting at somewhere potentially higher. That's what I was going to kind of layer in on that.
I think that's a fair assessment. At 1 a.m., the old adage, like nothing good happens after 2 a.m. People don't normally start their night at 1 a.m., but maybe some of the youngins do. I'm on the older side of that now, so I couldn't say. I think it's speculation.
Okay, I've got one last, Chairman.
No,
Yes,
yeah.
I've got one last question. Are you aware of the Peppermint Hippo doing any type of training for their servers or their bartenders regarding how to identify someone who's impaired? Do we offer anything like that?
We have a required seminar for the permit holder to attend. Like I said, the permit holder is not here today, and I don't know in what capacity he actually works on the premises. But in our seminar, we do touch on that. I think there was a little bit of discussion earlier about something called Safe Serve. That is a third party. They are not vetted by us. They are not required by us. It's just kind of a national company that helps individuals or companies learn how to serve alcohol in a responsible manner.
Are you aware? Are you aware? Or do you know if they even participated in a
I do
something
not
like
know.
Safe Serve?
I
Safe
do
Serve.
not know.
Thank you. Okay, that's all I got.
All right. Counsel, redirect.
Just very quickly.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sit on, okay. Earlier, she alluded to a legal definition of intoxication involving danger to others. Just wondering, is that your understanding of the definition in alcohol service of intoxication?
I'm not sure exactly where that came from, and I don't think someone being intoxicated automatically means that they're dangerous, and I don't think that just because somebody's drunk and happy means that you can still serve them.
So you would say they just have the signs of intoxication just have to be observable to the people serving the alcohol.
Yes, but I also think it's common sense that 17 in 3 hours is probably too much.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Just as housekeeping, you just talked about a case where a girl took some drinks and then was in an accident and died later. That was not a case that you had, and it's not an ABC investigation that you looked at. Was that a media report?
That's correct. There was a request from the defense to FOIA these records. They're from 2019. We looked for them in our office. When we couldn't find them, I was like, that's weird. Why don't we have records of this? So Katie actually Googled it, and I read the newspaper article, which the Boyce Hamlet, I think he was director of enforcement at the time, went on the news and said the facts of the case. So after her questioning, we did read the news articles to see what she was getting at.
And Director Bjornson, do you have a personal vendetta against Peppermint Hippo?
No, I do not. I don't have any bias towards any of our permit holders. If any type of restaurant did the same situation, if any type of restaurant behaved in this way, I would revoke them just the same. This has nothing to do with the individuals at this table. I have absolutely no bias in where I go before the board. I always want you guys to trust that our staff is working for the betterment of the state of Arkansas for your safety. And we would never just pick on someone and bring it to you to get rid of them. We have plenty of fish to fry. I'm also in charge of tobacco, marijuana, hemp, and gambling. So I do not go looking for extra battles. I have enough battles coming my way on their own.
No more questions.
Based on the questions from the board and redirect, any recross?
No, sir.
Okay. Based on the questions from the redirect, any additional questions from the board? Seeing none, may this witness step aside.
Yes.
You may step aside. I believe you said that was going to be your last one.
That's
Do you
correct.
you have any, so you have no more witnesses at this point?
I have no more.
All right. Your exhibits have been admitted at this point. I take it that your case is closed. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. It is now respondent's opportunity to bring forward your case. Your green's off. There you go.
Thank you. We'll call Mark Carvella.
Mr. Carvella, you were here this morning, I believe. Did you stand up and raise your hand?
Yes, sir.
All right. So I'll remind you that you are under oath and you may inquire, counsel.
Thank you. Mr. Carvella, could you introduce yourself to the board?
My name is Mark Carvella. I'm the Senior Director of Operations at the Peppermint Hippo, also one of the brand founders.
And can you talk to the board a little bit just about your overall general experience in this industry?
This is all I've done my entire life. I started in nightclubs and bars in New York. I made my way down to Miami Beach, which I worked in several nightclubs on South Beach. I worked in several gentlemen's clubs in South Beach. I moved to Las Vegas, Nevada, where I worked in the Spearmint Rhino as a VIP host for about 8 years. Went around the country, reunited with a few of the guys from there, and opened this chain of gentlemen's clubs. Our first one in Neenah, Wisconsin.
And approximately what month and year did you acquire the Central Arkansas location?
That was in early 2020, January of 2020.
And it's my understanding at the time you took it over, it was operating under the name of Visions. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Can you describe to the board the condition of Visions at the time that you took over?
It was really dilapidated, rundown club. That was kind of part of our business model back then. That's what we could afford to purchase. So we purchased a really dilapidated club. Everything was changed from the carpets to the interior, but it was just really, really run down. So we had to do a lot of work.
Did you encounter any sort of patrons that were frequenting that club often?
Oh yeah, when we took over that club. So ironically, Ms. Bjornson mentioned the pit stop and the multiple violations they had. That's who we purchased the club from. So that gentleman had no respect to any laws, in my opinion, and he ran into the ground. That club at the time, we had to go in. When we purchased it, there was no door guy, there was no security, there was no nothing. The only way you learn about the bad actors, as we call them, the patrons that you really don't want in there, was from the existing staff, right? And that includes pimps, drug dealers, drug addicts, anything across the board, and just your general troublemakers. It was a tough crowd and a kind of a rough place when we first purchased it.
And can you talk to the board about the kind of improvements that you made once you took over?
Yeah, absolutely. We did construction improvements and we did crowd improvements, right? Because we knew we can't operate under that. We can't have those characters in the club. On the construction side, I think we spent a little over $500,000 in construction. Our initial construction was actually, we did most of it during the COVID shutdown. We spent about $400,000 on interior renovations. Everything from the carpets up. We gutted the whole place and redid the whole place. Bathrooms, bar top, stage, photo booth, VIP room, including some exterior things too. We put that fence up to make sure it looks a little bit more presentable. And then crowd wise, it took quite a long time, but I hired some of the right door guys and we were able to get the crowd back to where it should be and make sure that we don't have any of those, the bad actors in there.
And at some point, did you reach out to the Pulaski County Sheriff's Office to inquire about having an off-duty officer be at the club?
I did, yes. Early on, I reached out to them.
And what was their response to you?
I had some traction in the beginning with just making some calls to, I guess, would probably be local law enforcement or the people answering the phone. But I was ultimately denied. I think it was probably because it was a gentleman's club, but I was ultimately denied that that option to have the detail cop there.
And you heard the testimony of Director Bjornson related to Louis DeAngelis, who is the permit holder for the Peppermint Hippo location here in Central Arkansas, correct?
Correct.
And can you explain who Louis is within the organization?
Oh yeah, Louis actually, when we talk about cleaning up the club, Louis was my first ever hire. A couple weeks into the club, I hired him as a doorman. He had some experience. He had owned his own bar previously. And then he worked his way up to head of security. He worked his way up to management. He worked his way up to general manager, and he worked his way up to regional manager. The reason he's the permit holder is once the owner, who was originally here, had left and moved back to Las Vegas, the radius of where he lives he wasn't allowed to have the permit anymore. We had moved it to another gentleman named Robert Hayes. He went and worked remotely after that. He's still with the company, but he works remotely, handling a lot of our chargebacks and things like that. And then, so the next natural person was to put it to Louis DeAngelis.
And at the time that you took over Visions, was there anything about the interior that was not compliant with ABC regulations?
Yes, I believe upstairs, the former owner had like enclosed rooms. We knew they were a violation. We ripped those down. I don't believe that. I think that was probably the most major violation at the time, and I was just learning things at that time. But we basically gutted the whole place. But we knew that that certainly wasn't allowed, just from people that had been kind of there before and told us they weren't allowed.
And for the board's purposes, can you kind of explain the prevalence of allegations of fraudulent charges in the gentleman's club industry?
Oh, they're massive. Chargebacks and allegations that people didn't spend money in gentlemen's clubs it's a massive problem. You have to take a lot of precautions to try to be able to beat the chargebacks, because basically you're facing an uphill battle. Anybody that charges back a charge has up to 3 times, 3 different reasons they can charge it back, meaning they could say, hey, I was never there. I was never there. Well, we have a POS system that when you sign, it takes a photo of you. So that's where that becomes useful to us, because a lot of people that aren't aware of that can say, I wasn't there. And we can say, well, we go to the merchant processor and we have somebody hands us chargebacks. They go, well, here's a photo of this gentleman. The unfortunate thing is that you'd figure that's where it stops, because they were already proven they lied, but that's not the case. They have 2 more times to charge it back for up to 6 months. So then they can say, hey, I didn't receive the goods and services. We can say, well, hey, here's a video you get in a bottle served to you. And then they can say, oh, okay, and they lose that one. And then they can charge back again and say, well, hey, I asked for a refund, and I told them I didn't want that. And so we have to prove that. We have a no refund policy or things like that. And there's multiple other things that they say, but that kind of gives you an idea of the uphill battle that we do face with those chargebacks. But we're extremely successful with chargebacks. All of the ones mentioned today, we've never had a chargeback that American Express sided with the customer. It was previously said today through somebody's testimony that American Express sides with they do not side with the business. They are very customer friendly. They're very, very customer friendly. We've won every single one. Every one of these allegations that's been brought in front of us today. We have done the chargebacks with American Express or a merchant processor and won every single one of them and been awarded the money, and it has not been taken from us.
And based on Mr. Carvella's testimony, we would move to introduce exhibits We would move to introduce Exhibit 15. And for the board's purposes, we did not want to bombard your binders, so we have those separately, and we'll go ahead and pass those out so that you can review them.
Them coming in. I'm going to object to their admission based on relevance because they don't have anything to do with the violations that were made today.
Investigations into these fraudulent charges. And while the sheriff's office refuses to provide any information about those investigations, the Peppermint Hippo has taken it upon itself to go in and investigate these and has documents evidencing that they were all found to be unsubstantiated by every investigating agency who will give us a response.
So let me ask you this, does that include the charges that we discussed on the American Express for the 4,000 that was on the personal card and the 34,000 that was on the business card? Keep your green light. Okay, so that's part of what this packet is. And we've had discussions about other cases that the deputy didn't want to talk about because of the ongoing investigation, correct?
Correct. And we were able to ascertain the names of all the accusers based on documents produced by the sheriff's office in response to FOIA requests, but they continue to advise all these investigations are pending, which is why the Peppermint Hippo took steps to go in and investigate them themselves.
Counsel?
Plenty of documents unsubstantiating those allegations.
Director's finding was that on or about July 13th, 2025, the business failed to be a good neighbor when it over 35,000 was fraudulently taken from a patron in an intoxicated state. I'm looking at Peppermint Hippo 0004. Objections overruled. The documents to be admitted. But I would ask that any questions need to be focused on any of the specific issues here. I don't know what all you have in there, but I know it is one of the allegations that is made in the case. So testimony, I think, is probative and relevant, but let's keep it real narrow.
Yes.
All right, well, they're still handling stuff out unless there's specific documents you're wanting the board to look at this, but I think generally the testimony is supported by this document if you'd like to continue.
Thank you. Mr. Carvella, I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 15. Do you recognize these to be documents that were obtained by the Peppermint Hippo in relation to allegations of fraudulent credit card charges?
Yes, that's an expert report. So that's the merchant processor that it would process.
And I'm just kind of speaking in general because in the interest of time, I do want to move on, but just do you recognize that these are documents that the Peppermint Hippo did obtain in its investigative efforts into these allegations of fraudulent charges?
Affirmative.
And I believe that your testimony is that all of the documents contained in Exhibit 15, there is not one document that substantiates any of the allegations of unauthorized credit card charges, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. And so, Mark, you've talked to the board about kind of overall, in your experience in the gentleman's club industry at clubs throughout the country, is it common for customers to have, for lack of a better term, buyer's remorse after visiting a gentleman's club?
Yeah, absolutely. I know there's been a lot of allegations about us stealing from customers and whatnot. I vehemently deny that. That's not the case. A lot of times you're going to find a guy comes in and he just spends like there's no tomorrow, right? That is not because we overserve people or do things to manipulate them. They're having a good time. And at the end of the day, it's a very common thing. Sometimes ego takes place, and he's trying to show off in front of the girls or other customers inside the club. Sometimes he's just having a great time. And some of these guys truly can afford it. They just can't afford to spend that much money. But, we have chargebacks that range from $12 to thousands of dollars. Chargebacks are chargebacks, and it's a very prevalent thing.
And whenever you receive notifications of these chargebacks, do you advise your staff to just take immediate actions into investigating them?
Yeah, well, the first thing we do, we have to look every single day. The process is every single day we have somebody that looks for these because it is such a massive problem in the industry. So we go on the merchant processor website every single day and you have to look to see if there's any because you have to start initiating your response to them right away. It's common thought that you wait for something to come in the mail. By the time something comes in the mail, it's probably too late. So we go on every single day to view those.
And you've talked about it's not uncommon for there to be large amounts of money spent. And what you have heard today is testimony about charges of $34,000, $100,000. That seems insane to me, but does that happen quite regularly, particularly at this club in Central Arkansas?
It does. I know we brought kind of a Vegas experience to Arkansas, and I know that sometimes it is hard to wrap your head around that somebody would spend that much money, but they do. We have a really nice club, a really upscale club, and people spend that much money. It's the 130,000 was probably one of the higher ones that somebody spent like that, but people do spend a lot of money, and overall, I think in 2025 we did over $3 million in credit card charges. And so I know this seems like $130,000 charge or the total in question, which they were saying around 300,000. That's about 10% of the credit card charges that we did that are falling into that category. So we do a massive amount of credit card charges. And it is, to me, it's common that people will spend that much money. I'll be the first one to say 130,000. I was like, oh wow, that guy's really spending. But 35,000, 40,000, 50,000, it happens. And at this point, as long as the club's been open, it doesn't shock me anymore when people do spend that much money.
And so we've heard from Detective Burt that he's investigated anywhere from more than 5, less than 20.
Mm-hmm.
But are you aware of more than 20 instances of an individual spending that kind of money and not making an allegation of fraudulent charges at this particular location?
More than 20 and not making
any fraudulent allegations?
The totals versus charges, I'm not really sure of. I couldn't attest to that. But I know there is a lot of charges that go through there that are never fought. And a lot of them are more than just a couple beers. A lot of them are thousands of dollars that aren't fought. People leave, they have a great time, and they come back. As a matter of fact, a lot of these people that did charge back came back to our club afterwards. So they made all these accusations that we did all these things to them, but we have on record them coming back to our club afterwards, several of these gentlemen. So that might tell you something about their character.
And because this is such a common occurrence in your industry of these allegations of fraudulent charges, does the Peppermint Hippo take extra steps to protect itself against these types of allegations?
Yeah, absolutely. One of those things is that anywhere, so I'm available for these guys to call. So anywhere, if somebody's reaching a $500 threshold, and that could be in any way, shape, or form, $1,000 spend 5 times in a row, or a $2,000 spend, a $3,000 spend, they need to call me. And then I'll go through a series of questions with them, asking them to double check and make sure that they're doing their job right. Hey, who is this guy? Is it his first time in the club? Do we know, have we ever seen him before? What dancers is he with? What has he done so far? What liquor has he bought so far? So I go through that, and then I'll make the call. Yes, you can keep that tab rolling, and they'll do that every $5,000. And the fallback on that as well is if I'm not awake, the guy right underneath me, Cisco Gutierrez, is another director of operations. He's on the West Coast. He operates in the Las Vegas club, so he's up really late. He'll be up longer than these guys will because of the time zones. If they can't get a hold of me, they call him and they go through those questions. He goes through those questions, but we make sure that we're at least have some sort of system of checks and balances. But I'll be honest with you, just like Miss Bjornson said, she trusts her investigators. I trust my team. They're trained. I trust my team. I've worked with these guys for a long time, and I trust that they're doing the right things. But at $5,000 and up, they do call us, and we do approve those spends.
And is it important to the Peppermint Hippo to remain in compliance with the ABC regulations?
It's absolutely important. Yeah, we never wanted to end up in this position. It's absolutely important.
And can you talk about the attorney that you first hired when you came into Central Arkansas? Did he have any sort of background with the ABC?
Trey. Langley. Yeah, Michael Langley. I believe he was, I could be wrong in his position, but I believe he was the former head of ABC. I believe he may have had your position previously. Yeah, that was our attorney.
And did he help advise you on ways to remain compliant with ABC regulations?
Oh, absolutely. I think he's kind of like a guy who wrote the book on those things. So yes, absolutely.
And do you take all steps to remain in compliance with ABC regulations?
Absolutely.
And we've talked today kind of about the timeline of John Rivero's death happening in November 15th of 2021. Are you aware of that incident having happened?
Yes.
And you've been shown some video today, which includes a gentleman by the name of Shane Ellis.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
And at the time of the Rivero incident, what was Mr. Ellis's role?
He was a manager.
He was a manager.
Correct.
And when you discovered the interactions between Shane Ellis and John Rivero, what actions did you take?
I made sure that Shane was no longer at that club.
So you did not condone the actions of Shane Ellis?
No, not at all. No. No, our company doesn't condone the actions of Shane Ellis. He's one guy who had egregious behavior, and we're embarrassed of it. But we do not condone that behavior, period.
And do you take steps to ensure that the bartenders at the Peppermint Hippo are competent in spotting signs of intoxication?
Yes, by the time you get to our club, you're usually not a first day bartender. You've been in the industry. We talk to you about those things, and we make it well known that if any bartender or waitress feels like somebody should be cut off, they're always welcome to come to management. Always. We do not want people, contrary to what's been said today, we do not want people leaving and being a danger to society. We do not want people leaving stumbling. We don't want that. So yes, we do talk to our bartenders, we do talk to our servers, and we do talk to our security staff. Those are all the eyes that we're depending on to see these things.
And as it relates to an April 12th, 2025 undercover operation at the Peppermint Hippo, prior to the initiation of these proceedings, were you aware of an undercover operation on that date?
Negative.
And you have since been made aware of the findings of that undercover operation, correct?
Affirmative.
And is it your understanding that there were no findings of violations related to overservice of intoxicated patrons on that day?
Correct.
All the violations that were found on that date had to do with entertainer clothing and spacing regulations, correct?
Correct.
And you were shown a video earlier in which it was kind of narrated what those violations were. Can you kind of explain to the board, because it's kind of difficult to see, the setup of that stage in order to remain compliant with the ABC regulations?
Yeah, what's challenging to see on that video that you watched earlier is our stage is red, and then there's a black outline around that stage, and I would say it's about probably 12 inches, and then at the end of the stage, out comes a drink rail. We made sure that when we built that stage, it was compliance with the distance that ABC states that should be the distance between the dancer and the customer. All the dancers, through their orientation, are instructed not to cross that black line. It looks decorative, but it's not decorative. It's there for a reason so that we can say, please don't cross that line. Do sometimes patrons reach over there? Yes, we'll try to get that as soon as possible. We can't just stand there and wait and wait and wait. Sometimes it happens, we'll correct that behavior. But that's how we built it, to make sure that we were in compliance and we had the certain distance that we needed to be in compliance.
And despite putting all those sorts of measures in, you can't control what a patron does at any given moment, can you?
No, it's very challenging. You just do your best that you can there, and you rely on your floor staff and all that. And you rely on, honestly, you rely on a lot of the dancers because, again, I feel like dancers today would be painted in a bad light, and they're not. They're typically good people, and they wanna work there and they wanna comply because they understand there's repercussions if they don't. So yeah,
And the moment that a patron takes it upon themselves to reach up on that stage, you've been hit with a violation, correct?
correct.
And so even if you make best efforts to go up there and stop that violation, the violation has occurred, correct?
That's correct.
And knowing what you know now about there having been at least 4 undercover ABC agents, 2 Pulaski County Sheriff's agents, despite the violations related to the clothing, were you satisfied that there were no findings of drugs, prostitution, spiked drinks?
Yeah, absolutely. I didn't believe that to be the case, and I'm happy to say that they did their investigation and came out with no evidence of that.
And you heard testimony earlier from Dustin Monroe. Was Mr. Monroe terminated from the Peppermint Hippo?
Yes, I terminated Mr. Monroe.
And what was the reason you terminated Mr. Monroe?
He was having a relationship with one of the waitresses and a few of the dancers.
And that goes against Peppermint Hippo policy, correct?
That's correct.
And we'll go forward to the third set of allegations regarding Nick Boyal. And again, you've addressed those through the introduction of exhibit. Yep. Whichever. 8. Is that 8? Exhibit 8. Is it your understanding that the allegations that were made by Nick Boyal were found by his credit card company to be unfounded?
Yeah, that is correct. That escalates. There's 2 types of credit card dispute. The ways that it's handled. The smaller ones are handled directly by the merchant processor. Larger charges through Amex are escalated to their corporate. Okay, that went directly to their corporate guy, who found everything unfounded, every one of those charges. Because you have to think of this: when Mr. Goyal charges back $35,000, we're not fighting one $35,000 chargeback. We're fighting all the chargebacks that equal that $35,000. We won each and every single one of those chargebacks.
And were they all found to be valid charges?
They were all found to be valid charges.
And as it relates to the Christopher Daniels incident on August 16th, 2025, did you have an opportunity to review the security footage from the Peppermint Hippo?
Yes.
And were you were someone was asked earlier about the bald-headed gentleman who made contact with Mr. Daniels. Can you give us that gentleman's name?
I didn't know his name, but the minute I saw that, I made sure that he was terminated from the company.
So he is no longer.
Correct. Immediately terminated. Again, that's behavior. I'll take full accountability. We hire people sometimes and we can't control their actions. We do, just so everybody knows, we have a former FBI agent that consults with our company and does background checks on every single individual that we hire. So they have to pass a background check before they get in there. Some guys, they'll pass it and they'll still do things like that. It's unacceptable. It's completely unacceptable behavior. As for the rest of that, I disagree with how people see it, but I 100% agree that he shouldn't have done that.
Do you believe that, with the exception of the bald-headed gentleman, that your staff prevented what could have been a much larger tragedy that evening?
Correct. There's a few things on that. Yeah, there could be, hey, the guy wants to come back and see if his wallet's in there. We're never going to do that. We'll go look for it, but we're never going to let an agitated guy come back into the club, because now we have a bigger problem, right? Now we have to get him out of that club. And that could lead into fights and other people getting hurt. He stayed outside. The rest of what I saw was them standing underneath the awning, backing the guy up. Did they push him? Absolutely. But I'll be the first one to say that guy went into his car, came back out. They don't know if he grabbed a knife. They don't know if he grabbed a box cutter. And now he's getting in close to him. They're just keeping a distance from him, right? After the handshake that was mentioned and everybody thought he was being friendly, I don't know if it was missed, but he got right in the manager's face, who's 5'4", 125 pounds, and he pushed him down. And the guy did fall and did bloody his face. But at the end of the day, they didn't do anything after that. They got back into their position and they stood their ground underneath there.
And so, Mark, it sounds like, with the exception of the April 12th, 2025 undercover sting, you were aware of the incident involving John Rivero in November of 2021, correct?
Affirmative.
You were aware of the allegations by Nick Goyal in July of 2025, correct?
Affirmative.
And you were aware of the Christopher Daniels incident in August of 2025, correct?
Correct.
Was the Peppermint Hippo ever contacted by the ABC regarding any of those incidents prior to a November offer of settlement?
Negative.
And I would like to introduce what has been marked as Exhibit 2, which is the ABC offer of settlement dated November 12th, 2025, which goes from Bates 7 to 11. Mark, if you can look in 7. Oh, I'm sorry. Katie, do you have any objection?
No objection.
7, 11.
Mark, have you seen this document before?
I have.
And can you describe to the board your initial thoughts upon receiving this offer of settlement dated November 12th, 2025?
I was shocked at this. I wasn't certain why we were being charged 4 years later. It's been covered today, but I wasn't sure why we were being charged 4 years later. I was also shocked to see that we were being accused of the Goyal incident, knowing that we already had won that charge back, knowing that we had been aware that there was a Pulaski County investigation. Nothing had come of that. And I was also shocked that we received charges on the is Daniels, is that gentleman? I was also shocked about that. The guy pulled 2 guns. He pulled 2 handguns, and has a history of those things. So I was shocked overall at these charges.
And so, from the time that Peppermint Hippo acquired Visions in January of 2020, took steps to remain compliant, are you aware of the Peppermint Hippo having been issued any violations by the ABC from November of 21 until the offer of settlement in November of 25?
Negative.
And does the Peppermint Hippo take pride in not having any ABC violations over a 4-year period?
It's correct. Yes, we take pride in it, and we happy that we don't. We want to make sure that we're compliant, and when we're aware of things that when we're not being compliant, we will adjust it.
And in this case, you just weren't made aware until the offer of settlement recommending revocation, correct?
That's correct.
Do you wish you had been given an opportunity to come into compliance?
Yeah, absolutely. I do.
And you've heard testimony today about opinions of your club being a threat to the public health, safety, and welfare. What are your feelings on that?
I understand there was a tragic incident, and it's a terrible thing. I don't think that we caused that, and that's up for debate. But I do not think that we're a threat to public safety. I think we haven't had a chance to adequately defend ourselves, getting some time in front of all of you, and I appreciate that, but we haven't had a chance to adequately defend ourselves on not only that incident, but as far as these chargebacks and as well as the Daniels incident where the gentleman pulled 2 handguns. But I do not see us as a public safety threat. And I see us as a place where a lot of people go and have a good time. I see us as a place where there is over 70 independent professional entertainers, we call them IPEs, that work there, that feed their families, that are good people, that are good members of society. And I had over 20 employees. So over in one fell swoop, 90 people lost their income and a majority of their income in this. I do not see us as a safety threat.
Following the receipt of the November 12, 2025 offer of settlement, are you aware of there being a director's hearing that was held in January of 2026?
Yes.
Were you present at that hearing?
Negative.
Will you flip back to what has been marked as Exhibit 1, which is page 1? And this is the January 21st of 2026 order by Director Bjornson. Have you seen this document before?
Yes.
And can you describe to the board your feelings when you saw Ms. Bjornson's order, including her finding of fact and conclusion of law?
Again, very surprised. I don't even think at the time Mr. Langley that was representing us figured that this was going to happen. So I was just really, really surprised and really upset.
In your experience in operating gentlemen's clubs in other states, is it common for a regulatory agency to lump in allegations over a 4-year period into one enforcement proceeding?
I've never seen it. I don't have a ton of experience in this, but I've never seen anything like this. And I believe Mr. Langley said he's never seen anything like this either.
And following the issuance of Ms. Bjornson's January 21st, 2026, were you made aware of any news articles related to that order?
Could you say that again, please?
Sure. After the issuance of Ms. Bjornson's January 21st, 2026 order, were you made aware of any news articles relating?
Oh, yeah. And instantaneously, news articles hit.
And
Yeah.
can you talk to the board about how that has affected your company?
Oh, it's decimated the company's reputation overall. It's obviously, losing a liquor license will obviously hurt your sales, but our reputation has been completely destroyed. Immediately everybody, whether we could open our doors or not, everybody thinks we're permanently closed. If you Google the Peppermint Hippo Little Rock, it immediately says that we lost our liquor license. So our business just got completely destroyed.
And in addition to the findings of fact and conclusions of law, were there statements made to the media about pending felony investigations into your business?
Yes, those statements were made as well.
And do those allegations remain today?
Correct. Yes.
Do you believe that the Peppermint Hippo's reputation will ever recover?
The Peppermint Hippo Little Rock, I believe, would be very challenging to have that reputation recover.
But should your liquor permit be reinstated for the Little Rock Club, are you remain committed to compliance with the ABC regulations?
Absolutely. Always have been, and we always will be. We just need clear communications, and we'll be good.
And should you receive clear communications from the ABC, are you willing to fully participate with any of their investigations?
Absolutely. Affirmative.
Thank you. Pass the witness.
Tell you what, it's 5:15. You said dinner was here. Let's take a break before you begin your cross and get some food in. We'll take a break for about 15 minutes. We'll plan on coming back at 5:30.
If it makes any difference, it won't be a long cross.
We'll go ahead and get some lunch in because you cross board. We ready to get going, Mr. Chairman? All right, I see all my board members are back. Thank you for the short break, and I believe you were about to cross-examine. You were back on the record, and you may begin your examination.
So were you aware of the John Rivero case when it happened?
Yes,
Did you review the security footage when it happened?
negative,
You did not?
did not.
When did you review it?
During the court case, the initial court case.
Okay. Did you inquire into what happened?
I did.
Sir, I'm gonna have to ask you to speak up a little bit.
I did.
Your answers, I'm not sure what you're saying.
Okay. That's affirmative.
Okay, and you discovered that in your bar, they served a man 22 drinks in 3 hours.
Negative, that's not what I observed.
Okay. Okay. That's what other people and everyone here heard testify to by someone that observed.
I think it was,
the
they
video.
said 17.
He was
22,
consumed 17, but it was served.
Okay.
Well, he was served 22 drinks. He consumed 17. Is that correct?
That's not correct. No, I didn't see him consume 17 drinks.
Okay. And the bouncers of your establishment, your employee, physically attacked this man unprovoked.
That's a manager, and yes, I agree to that. Yes.
Mm-hmm. You didn't fire him though, did you?
He was removed from the club. Yes.
How much longer after this?
Very shortly after. I don't recall the exact time frame, but
Was it months later?
That was probably a couple weeks later.
Over a different incident?
Negative.
What about Chase Burrows? You fire him?
Negative.
Sebastian Stinnett, you fire him?
Negative.
So you brought in what looks like printed off a whole tree of fraudulent credit card transactions for us to review today, right?
That's correct.
What steps have you taken to prevent or to protect your future customers from this happening to them?
The same steps that we took previously. Those are accusations made against us, even though those those policies are in place. I cannot prevent somebody from making accusations. I can only fight against those accusations, both through Amex and then when you accuse us of it.
So no steps have been taken to protect any future payers?
That's not what I said. No, we still have policy in place, the policies that I spoke about earlier.
The same policies that were in place whenever all of these fraudulent transactions were made?
Well, you're calling them fraudulent, but American Express found that they weren't fraudulent, so that's just going to be a difference in opinion.
Okay. So no additional steps have been taken to protect anyone?
Same exact steps that we had previously, which I'm secure that we do the right thing, and then secure that's why we won the American Express charges through American Express.
Okay, so really the approach is if anyone comes in to your bar and is taken advantage of, it's really on them.
No, that's you're saying people are taken advantage of, and we can get into you wanted to ask me how people get taken advantage of. We can explain the entire process, but no one's being taken advantage of inside that club.
I'll pass witness.
All right, board members, opportunity to ask questions of this witness.
I might start if that's okay, real quick. I'm gonna use the reference of a tree because that's the legal description apparently now of this packet. But of this packet, we've not had a chance to dig through it all. I assume you've probably reviewed this at some point with your counsel.
Yes, sir. I've seen a majority of those, sir.
How many of these are related to Amex specific chargebacks?
Those should all be American Express.
So, do you have the same issue with other credit cards?
Typically, you'll get charges through MasterCard and Visa as well, chargebacks through MasterCard and Visa. So yes, the answer is yes.
Do you have the 100% success rate you're touting with American Express with those credit cards?
We have very close to 100% success rate, yes. But not those ones in question, all the ones that we've been accused of, there's 100% success rate on everyone that's been put in front of this panel today.
Would you say no? To what degree you know this as a business person? I know that I wouldn't know this off the top of my head, but perhaps you might. What percentage of your credit card charges overall are Amex compared to Visa, MasterCard, Discover?
That would be a hard one for me to speak on. I'm not really sure. It is probably a mixed bag.
We heard testimony earlier today that there is a internal system of flagging people with American Express credit cards at the front door. Is that something that you would say that people have done before with you all?
Sure. Let's talk about it. We heard testimony that we have camera systems that can zero in on. That'd be the most insane camera system ever. I wish we had something like that. There's nothing like that exists. So we're not able to, contrary to what was said earlier by a witness, we cannot zoom in and see credit cards. If somebody has an American Express or any credit card, I don't think it really matters. There's just a card is a card, right? Are American Express known to have higher limits? It's been said earlier that American Express has no limits. That's an incorrect statement as well. American Express definitely has limits. There's lower limits sometimes on American Express than there would be on a Visa. There's only one American Express card that does not have limits, and that's an American Express Black card. And we see very, very few of those. So there's limits on them.
So there's not a method of targeting specific individuals with American Express at the front door to try to upsell them with as much stuff as possible or to overserve them intentionally.
No, there's no intentional overserving ever, and I can attest to that. I have a great staff there, and there is no overserving intentionally. If we believe somebody is dressed really nice and has the capabilities to spend more, are we going to offer them better products? Absolutely. Yes, absolutely, we'll do that. But it's not a targeted system, and it's not targeting that person. Hey, let's get that guy over intoxicated. That is not the system. But absolutely, you will, just like a car dealership will qualify a customer, the same thing will happen in a gentleman's club. Whereas one guy might, you say, hey, this guy's probably going to buy a couple beers. Hey, this guy might buy 3 bottles of champagne. There is a difference there, but it's not some sort of vicious targeting that we try to do versus any customer.
Are you familiar with a drink called liquid cocaine?
I am.
Can you share with the board what is a standard recipe of liquid cocaine?
I'm just familiar with the drink name. I know that there is 5 liquors in there, and I can't explain all the liquors, but I will tell the board this. I will explain this. Any bar, restaurant, nightclub is going to serve an ounce and a half or an ounce and a quarter of liquor. That's per drink, and that's going to vary from maybe this bar to that bar. Some people might have an ounce and a half pour, ounce and a quarter pour. What's been presented today is the liquid cocaine is a 5 liquor drink, and I think what's being overlooked is it's being presented as we pour 5 1-ounce pours in there. We don't do that. What you do is you pour the 5 liquors to equal 1 1/4 ounces total in that drink. So it is the same. You're not getting a huge volume of liquor. I would implore anybody here to tell me that there's a higher proof of alcohol through that concentration than there is in a shot of whiskey or in a shot of tequila. And I think everybody in here can agree that tequila is one of the most popular drinks right now to do shots with. And I don't think that there's a higher alcohol content either way.
I pass to anyone else.
Yeah, the 300,000. Well, let me ask you this question. You did 3 million in revenue in the Little Rock Club. Is that what you said annually?
So let me clarify. So we did over 3 million in credit card charges. That doesn't mean it was in revenue because we're doing the dancers payouts off that too. So maybe, if you were to purchase a dance on a credit card and it's let's say a $500 purchase, but 300 of that goes to the dancer, right? So we can't count that as revenue, but it is an actual credit card charge. Is everyone tracking that? I just want to make sure that's clear.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and so we did 3 million in credit card charges total. That doesn't really count for revenue.
So we know about 300,000 from 5, what I'm going to call 5 prominent cases.
Yes, sir.
What are your chargeback? What percentage of that 3 million beyond the 5 we know about here are chargebacks or disputed? What percentage of your credit card revenue is disputed?
The total percentage, I couldn't give you a number. It's not a massive percentage, and that's why I brought that number in front of the board here, that we had 3 million, and we're speaking of 300,000 that have been brought by those 5 people, the larger charges. I'm not going to say that there's not other chargebacks, because there is. And like I said earlier, some people will charge back a $10 drink. Some people will charge back the door fees. There's just a lot. And the one thing I do on top of things want to explain to the board is that I know we've been accused of all this, but there's people out there that come in and they intend to charge everything back the next day. We can't usually tell who those people are, but they literally, that is their intent. There's people out there. I've seen it in other establishments that I manage. So the percentage, I can't give you an answer, but we do not have a massive amount.
But north of 10% at least, right? Because we know 10%. So north of 10%.
Sure.
Okay. I'm going to ask you the same question I asked one of the officers.
Well, Mr. Burner, can I?
Yeah, please.
So north of 10% in a monetary value or a customer total?
No monetary value.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. One of the officers that was up here testifying was speaking of this 30-minute charge that kept getting more and more expensive as the night went on. What is that 30-minute charge? What goes on a credit card statement as a 30-minute charge?
So 30-minute charge is always going to be standard. 30 minutes is going to be 300, and when you use your credit card, there's a surcharge that's associated to that. When we spoke earlier with the 5% fee, and then the club charges an additional 10%, that's a 15% surcharge. So there will be, if you just do a straight 30 minutes without purchasing anything else or tipping, it will always be the same amount.
Okay, let's look at that then real quick, because I didn't see that. And can someone help me with his testimony? Okay, yeah.
While that's being pulled, I got a quick question.
Yes, sir.
What is an advanced privacy fee?
Is that the 5%?
I haven't run the math on what it is. It's just, I'm curious what patrons are paying for advanced privacy.
That's a label for them carrying, so the merchant processing fee essentially. And then the club makes its money when people run credit cards off charging a surcharge as well. So there's 5% and then there's an additional 10%.
Mr. Brenner, if you'll look at Exhibit 16, those are the receipts from the Nick Loyal incident.
Thank you. Did you get your answer, or do you want me to go?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, let's look at Exhibit 16.
Yes, sir.
So Exhibit 16 in the ABC's book, we see a 30-minute charge here for $1,380 plus tip plus privacy fee, which, okay. But then earlier in the night, you see one or, well, then you see another 30-minute charge for $690.
Yes, sir. If you look underneath that 30-minute charge, there'll be a parentheses and it says 4 at 345.
I see.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it's not one 30-minute charge, it's multiple.
Affirmative, yes.
Okay, that's good. And then the last question I've got is this same question I asked Director Bjornson. What type of training do you give your bartenders and staff to identify folks that may be intoxicated and should not be overserved?
The training starts from day one when they come in, they interview. Once they're hired, they sit down and talk to a manager, and we go over the steps that we take, right? And we talk about, and again, sometimes it is difficult to recognize an intoxicated patron, and it is subjective, but we talk about stumbling, slurring behavior, right? Aggressive behavior, those type of things. We talk to our staff before they hit the floor, before they're able to work there, right? We also report to them that anytime they have any issue, they can come to us, they can report it. All our staff gets that talk, and we make sure that we're watching the floor as diligently as possible. There's no formal written training. We don't do safe serve, but we make sure that everybody's qualified to do their position inside that club. And if they're not, we won't keep them there.
So in the case of Mr. Rivero, you've got a situation where he was in your club for 3 hours and he left with an alcohol limit that was 3 times the legal limit. And just for sitting here, it's really hard for me to think that nobody noticed a thing. We're not talking, he was a little bit over the limit. And he was with you guys for 3 hours, meaning anything he had before that probably was metabolized. Those drinks were long gone. But you're talking about a blood alcohol level of a 0.27. That's like almost 3 times the legal limit. And nobody noticed anything?
I don't believe so. And even in the video, I don't see him stumbling. I don't see it. And I wasn't there that night, but I don't believe anybody saw that, and I believe if they did, I definitely believe they would have stopped that. But I don't think that they saw that and they didn't notice any type of intoxicating behavior.
Okay.
That's my statement on that.
I do have one more question for you. We've got 15 violations here. Do you agree with any of these? Do you say, yeah, we've done something wrong here? Do you agree with any of the, are there any of these not disputed, or do you say we've done nothing wrong here?
No. You have to own that when ABC comes in, yeah, could there be outfit violations or exposure violations? Absolutely. I think the lewd and lascivious behavior term is very broad, and I believe that's subjective to. I don't always trust that, but can that happen? Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely can. When we have 25 to 30 independent professional entertainers in there, and we're trying to make sure they abide by, they're not employees. They're independent professional entertainers. They're contractors. We're trying to make sure that they do the things right. Do they always do everything right? No, they don't. And we're not by any means trying to act like saints that nothing ever in there ever happens. But take those charges out of the picture. The other charges we vehemently deny. But those charges, yeah, absolutely. Do things happen? Do stage violations happen? Absolutely. Does an outfit violation slip by somebody? Absolutely. Do we do our best to make sure that it doesn't? Absolutely. It was testified earlier that they don't have to wear tape. That's absolutely wrong. We make sure that they do. Every time someone's on stage, we can clearly see if we do. We spoke about house mom earlier. The house mom is the one that also helps regulate. They're getting dressed in that room, making sure their outfits and they're covered in the appropriate way. And the staff is always trained on it. But to answer your question, yeah, do we do things? Do we do things wrong? Yes. And when we do, are we going to try to fix it as soon as possible? I've had other violations in the past for outfits or that type of behavior, and we take corrective action immediately.
So was that these violations, were they prior to 2021, or
were
they in a different club?
I had a violation in a different club.
Okay.
Yes.
Last question I've got for you. I'm Mason Berry, who testified. He was the undercover officer that went into the club. He gave us a lot of detail, specifically about his lap dance and all that took place. Do you think he was lying?
Do I think he's lying? No, I think that there was no evidence. They went in there to say that we were over-serving patrons. That wasn't found. There was allegations that we're drugging patrons. That wasn't found. And I don't know what the rest of the investigation was. Do I think there could have been an infraction in the VIP room? Possibly, yeah. And the VIP room, just to be clear, if you don't mind, I'd like to explain. The VIP room is always watched. And I believe because he called it a blonde-haired lady. That lady's a manager. I personally promoted that lady to a manager because I believe she's great at the job, and I have faith that she can do that job correctly. We always have a manager in that room, and it's not just to make sure that the dancers aren't violating a policy. It's for a protection for the ladies in there, and I think that's been overlooked. We always have somebody in there to make sure, because if we don't, we're leaving a 21-year-old dancer in a room with some grown man who, I don't know what he's going to. So we always have someone in there. So I just want to make sure everybody understands that we do have somebody in there at all times, and to make sure that we're doing the best we can, not only to police the dancers, but to police the patrons as well.
And do you allow any physical contact in the VIP room?
No, there should be no physical contact.
So what's the difference between the VIP room and the floor? Why would I go to the VIP room versus?
You're going to have an intimate one-on-one experience where you can sit down. It's loud on the floor. It's a completely different environment in there. So you have a different experience in that.
Just I'm being serious. Just noise difference. That's the difference between the VIP and the.
It's a level of intimacy, right? You're on the floor, surrounded by your buddies, talking to a bunch of girls. Or you can go in and you can have that girl. There's no such thing as she can dance in front of you in there. So there's no such thing as you can't do that on the floor. So that's where that would occur.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Are there cameras in the VIP area?
That's correct. Yes.
Has any footage been provided to ABC of anything involving the violations today or the allegations?
I think there was violation. I don't know where they got their violations from, but it may be from footage.
Okay. In the situation where the bouncers pushed the man to the ground and then ushered him into the truck when he was severely inebriated, how does that align with your policies on ensuring patron and community safety?
It aligns with keeping those guys safe. One, after a guy pulls a firearm, I don't want him in the parking lot. We did call the police, but we do not want him there. He's obviously a threat to those guys. A firearm's a serious threat, right? And I also don't know what else is in that car. We found out there was a second firearm in that car. Again, I personally don't mind that they did that because I don't want those guys getting hurt. If they can put that guy in his car and keep him away at that point in time when there's a gun threat. I also have 20 girls inside the club.
So you'll put a severely inebriated person on the road rather than calling the police.
We did call the police, and that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying we want him to drive away, but I'm saying we want him out of there. So I don't think we could have won that situation if we pinned him down and held him there. I don't know if we would have won that situation. We might be having the same exact discussion. At the time, when somebody pulls a gun on you, I don't know if anybody's had a gun pulled on them here. Things change really fast, right? So they made a decision to push him out of there and get him out of there, a guy that pulled a gun. And I can understand your point of view on that, but it's not too often somebody pulls a pistol on us, let alone a second one. So their decision at that point in time, I don't hold them accountable for. I don't think their intent was for him to put him on the road but I think their intent was to make sure that they're not going to get shot.
Okay.
Yeah.
How often do you call law enforcement to come handle someone who is highly intoxicated?
That's a great question because earlier it was stated and it was made to look like there was X amount of too many. It basically was presented like there was too many calls coming from our club, right? Too many calls about our club. We as a club want to pick and choose when we call law enforcement. We're completely pro law enforcement. We respect law enforcement, and we don't want to continually call them for everything and be known as that club. So we call them when the situation is I don't want to say dire, but it's a more of an extreme situation. If we can get somebody to just politely leave, but there's certain times, yeah, when there was stated there was all those calls, yeah, we do have to call them sometimes. When we first took over that club, people threatened to, I'm going to come back and shoot you guys. I'm coming back. I'm going to my car and shoot. We would call them, right? Those type of things. We had when people won't leave inside, where there's maybe a fight breaks out outside between two different groups and we can't do anything about it, we'll call them. We try not to be a nuisance call place. We try not to keep them, flowing out there, and we try to do it when we think the situation is called for.
Mark, what does de-escalation training look like for your employees?
De-escalation training is basically you want to have whoever is usually the first guy involved in it. It usually doesn't go well, right? He's maybe arguing with a patron, right? And you always have somebody else step in and try to take over, and that other guy leaves, right? And to speak of de-escalation training, we just did another recent de-escalation training with Rolly Delgado, who owns a MMA gym out here. And it wasn't a hands-on thing. It was actually verbal, talking about verbal de-escalation, how we can get people to leave without doing those things. So we do consistent training. And then, I know Sebastian Stenop's been under fire a little bit today, but he's a tremendous head of security. He's level-headed and he leads his troops very well. So he provides a lot of that training as well. And he'll be the first guy to step in and make sure, okay, you're good. I'm going to get rid of this guy out here.
Do you live in Arkansas?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you spend, how many hours do you spend at the club?
This club, I only visit maybe a couple times a quarter.
Is there a reason for that? That you're not there during the hours the club is open?
I live in Northwest Arkansas, so I drive down to this one. I oversee those, and I oversee all the locations across the country, so I do a lot of traveling.
Were you surprised at some of the things you heard today?
I had already heard them. I was surprised at the charges that were put against us. Of course, I believe that we're innocent, so the surprise wasn't that, I didn't think I was surprised. I don't think this happened in our club. I was surprised at the allegations. But
What about the drug issue?
in which,
Is it a problem? Have you had a problem in the club and the club dealt with the drug issue?
never, when we took over that club, the only drug issue that was ever there was the one that We inherited and we got rid of it immediately. Like I spoke of earlier, when we inherited that club, we got intel from the girls that worked there previously. That guy's a drug dealer. That guy's a pimp. That guy does, and we were able to get that out of there. What was spoke of earlier, I don't believe. I do not believe. I do not believe that staff sells drugs. I have full faith that both Louis DeAngelis and Taylor Guys run that club clean. I believe in Shelby Lewis, the blonde haired girl that they were talking about. I believe in her as well. And I believe in Daniel as well. So I believe in all of them. They're stand up people, and I don't think they were made to look that way. We do not condone drugs in that club. I know the fastest way, it's universal, it's not just in Arkansas. The fastest way you could lose a liquor license is through people running drugs in your club. We do not condone that.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I just have one more.
Sure.
Earlier we heard a recording of an employee telling another entertainer to rip him off. What does that mean in the context of this establishment?
I don't know what that means, and
It sounded like standard practice for them.
I don't believe so. I think that you're always going to have a few dancers saying whatever, but I don't believe it's standard practice. And here's the thing: we'll police the dancers as much as we can, and when we find an issue, we will handle it.
Thank you.
Sure.
All right, seeing no more commissioner questions, do you have redirect? Do you have recross?
I do not.
All right. With that, may this witness stand aside. Call your next witness. Oops. Oh, hate it when that happens. Hate it when that happens. Mr. Nolles, were you present this morning when I swore in the whole group of everyone?
Yes, sir, I was.
All right, I will remind you that you're under oath and your testimony is being provided under oath, so
Yes,
you may
sir.
inquire.
Mr. Knowles, would you please introduce yourself for the record?
Yes, my name is Eric Knowles. I'm a special agent on the cold case unit with Arkansas Attorney General's office.
And are you familiar with an incident involving a John Rivero on November 15th of 2021?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
And how did you initially become aware of that incident?
As I stated, I'm assigned to the cold case unit with the Attorney General's office. And late, I believe it was 2024, I was tasked to look into what was labeled as a tragic death of Mr. Rivero. There were some questions what occurred inside the club prior to the incident where he was hit on the interstate. And what I was tasked to do, my singular task, was to look and see and examine what occurred inside the club. Did the assault, if he was assaulted inside the club, did that rise to the level of something that I would be able to do with as a investigator with the Attorney General's office?
And as part of your investigation, did you take steps to procure video footage from the Peppermint Hippo related to John Rivero?
I did.
And from whom did you obtain that video footage?
I actually obtained that footage from attorneys with the Peppermint Hippo slash, I think my subpoena also said Visions as well. There were some questions about what exactly the legal name was to the club. So it was Vision slash Peppermint Hippo. And I received that via subpoena from the attorneys from that business.
And so once you issued a subpoena to the attorneys for the Peppermint Hippo, did they provide you all of the requested footage?
They were very cooperative, yes, ma'am.
And other than the attorneys for the Peppermint Hippo, did you receive video footage from anyone else?
I did not.
And did you provide the footage that you received from the attorneys for the Peppermint Hippo to the ABC?
That is correct, yes, ma'am.
Were you ever present during any telephone conversations with Peter Rivero?
With myself or with someone else?
With you.
Yes, ma'am. I spoke with him via the phone a couple of different times throughout the process. He provided me with his attorney's name, which at the time I believe was a Mr. Taylor, and I spoke with him and had a phone conversation with him as well.
Have you ever had any conversations with Director Potter related to the Peter Rivero incident?
To my memory, no.
Have you ever had any conversations with Director Bjornson related to the Peter?
Definitely not. No, ma'am.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Cross?
I have no questions.
Board? May the witness be excused.
Mr. Chairman, Board, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Call the next witness.
Based on the testimony of Attorney Nolles, we would introduce Erica Ramsey by deposition, well, by trial testimony, along with accompanying video footage that was produced in the civil trial to which Ms. Ramsey testified concerning the state of John Rivero at this time of service of alcoholic beverages to him.
And I would object to any of that testimony. I won't have an opportunity to cross-examine that witness.
Let's call the record a moment. Counsel, I think the videos would be relevant because they show the circumstances of the incident. The testimony from the client, from the witness, state doesn't have an opportunity to cross-examine that person, so I'm going to deny the testimony, but I would allow the video based on the testimony of Mr. Knowles saying that the video was produced, because I think that would be relevant to observations of the behavior of Mr. Rivera on that evening.
Okay. Well, then our videos related to Ms. Ramsey will be videos 18 through 29. May be able to get Erica Ramsey testify via Zoom if we can be provided that link.
Counsel?
We can forward it the link, but Mr. Madison, if we're just going to go through all of the videos of the security footage of John Rivero buying beers, I will stipulate to that footage. I don't think that we need to go through and see every time that he buys a beer or a drink that night.
I think that, I mean, the point has been taken as far as testimony that he purchased. What do you, I assume you're wanting to see what his behavior is like? Is that what you're trying to get?
Yes, sir. I can't think of any more relevant video footage than to the state of John Rivero at the time he was served these alcoholic drinks. We've heard questions about his state and have video of his state. And we do have Erica Ramsey. We can forward her the Teams meeting. I can have her testify.
I think I would actually rather have the testimony from Erica Ramsey specifically than the videos, because from the videos I've seen previously, it's hard to hear the interactions of the people.
The videos we'll be presenting, there is audio, and it is a completely different angle than anything that you have seen thus far. It is John Rivero at the bar, Erica Ramsey behind the bar, and we've got a zoomed in audio filled video, multiple, to show John Rivero was not exhibiting any signs of intoxication at the time that he was served by Miss Ramsey.
Council, thoughts?
Um, Okay, if they could provide her email, we'll send a Teams link. But again, I'll stipulate to the videos of the security footage that was of John Rivero buying alcoholic drinks that night. I don't think we need to go through each one.
Yeah, I'm not sure we need to go through each one. I think they can be admitted evidence unless the board wants to observe each one of them. But I would think if we can get the witness to testify, that would be the most direct evidence based on what her observations and her recollection of that was. So, I mean, I think the best evidence would be the witness herself, if you have her available.
So for the record, we are being denied the opportunity to have her view her interactions with Miss Rivero from 5 years ago in order to refresh her recollection.
Well, she hasn't said she doesn't remember yet. So if she testifies that she doesn't recall and that would refresh her recollection, then we can address that then. I don't, from listening to the testimony, I'm not sure the video is going to get any more probative from the testimony that we have, other than the testimony from the bartender, which I think would be incredibly relevant testimony based on her observations herself. Okay. Let's go off the record for a minute. the clarity for the record. So I am going to admit the videos, and respondent is eligible to examine I believe Erica, because this is the best testimony, and we'll move forward and give you the opportunity to present your evidence related to this. And as I understand it, that would be exhibits 18 through 29 of respondents. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, those are admitted, and you may refer to those as necessary for your examination.
Thank you. Hi, Erica. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
Okay, thank you for joining us last minute. Would you please introduce yourself to the board?
Hello, I'm Erica Ramsey. I was a bartender at the time of
Hey,
the
Erica,
incident.
hang on a second.
Hang on, Erica.
sorry.
Sorry, they got us.
I forgot you were not here previously.
Oh.
I'm the hearing officer. I need you to raise your right hand and take the oath. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Now you may inquire, counsel.
Hi, Erica. Would you please introduce yourself to the board?
Hello, yes. I'm Erica Ramsey. I was the bartender at the time of the incident. Yeah.
And what is your current occupation?
I'm a hairstylist.
At the time of the incident on November 15th, 2021, were you employed as a bartender at the Peppermint Hippo?
Yes.
At that time, approximately how long had you been a bartender?
8 or 9 years, I believe.
And had you received any training in spotting signs of intoxication in your role as a bartender?
Yes, I had taken multiple courses from different bars, and yes, yeah, I have.
And on November 15th, 2021, had you completed a Serve Safe certification?
I had, yes.
And as part of that Serve Safe certification, being able to identify signs of intoxication?
Absolutely, yes.
And can you just tell the board about what some of those signs are that you look for?
Definitely slurred speech, redness in the eyes, fumbling with your wallet or stumbling to the restroom. Yeah, there's a few.
And I realize the John Rivero incident has been over 4 years now. As you sit here today, do you have an independent memory of interacting with John Rivero that morning?
A good amount, but like specifics, I may need to reference video, since it has been so long, but I recall, for the most part, just depends on, I guess, questions asked, yes.
What I'd like to do is just show her a video to refresh her recollection and then ask her a few more questions.
Thank you.
So I think her testimony was she recalls unless she doesn't. So ask your questions and then we'll go from there.
Erica, do you recall John Rivero exhibiting any signs of intoxication on the morning of November 15th, 2021?
I don't recall him showing any signs. No.
Prior to the night of November 15th, 2021, had you interacted with John Rivero before?
Yes, a few times.
Do you recall what his personality was typically like?
He was playful, sometimes a little, I don't want to say sometimes disruptive, lonely often, but from what I can recall now.
And there's been quite a bit of testimony today about the number of drinks that were sold to John Rivero.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any independent recollection as to how many drinks John Rivero would have consumed that morning?
As of today, no, I don't recall.
And at some point in the morning of November 15th, 2021, you in fact did cut John Rivero off from additional alcoholic beverages. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And was that due to him being intoxicated?
No, it was because he was trying to start fights at the bar, and no, it wasn't because he was intoxicated.
And who was he trying to start fights with at the bar?
There were the two military men that were at the bar. or at a table than at the bar. Those two guys.
Do you recall the last drinks that were served to Mr. Rivero that morning?
No, not clearly. I could take a guess, but I would have to see the videos to know for sure which ones they were.
Okay, I would like to present a video of the last purchase made by John Rivero on that morning. We're going to show you a video, Erica, and then I'll ask you a few questions.
Okay.
Can you see the video, Erica?
I can, yes.
And is that you behind the bar?
Yes.
And is that John Rivero with the backwards hat at the bar?
It is, yes.
And we see a timestamp up here of 4:02 a.m. And there has been some testimony about the discrepancy in timestamps, but do you believe that timestamp to be somewhat fairly accurate?
Yes, I remember they were close but slightly off, but yes.
We'll go ahead and play the video. Erica, in that video, did you observe any signs of intoxication in John Rivero?
No, no,
Did you observe him having any difficulty operating his wallet with his fine motor skills?
no,
Did you notice him swaying at all at the bar?
no,
Did you notice him having any slurred speech?
no.
And once you cut Mr. Rivero off for being aggressive, did you serve him any more alcoholic beverages that morning?
No, I did not.
Had you seen any signs of intoxication in Mr. Rivero that morning, would you have cut him off from additional alcohol sales?
Absolutely, but I didn't see any signs.
And as a bartender, you have no way of knowing what someone's BAC level is, do you?
No,
You have to rely on signs of intoxication, correct?
correct.
Thank you. Pass the witness, sorry.
Cross-examination.
Sorry.
You stated that you didn't cut him off because he was intoxicated. You cut him off because he was starting fights.
Yes.
Is that not a sign of intoxication?
No, I've seen sober men try to start fights on the side of the road. No.
Okay. And that last video that was just played, I believe that was his last drink of the night because the timestamp on there I think was 4:03 in the morning. Does that sound right?
Yes, I do believe so.
I didn't see an interaction where you were cutting him off there. Did you?
Did I cut him off there? I don't believe so, no.
And then the video picks up with what we started earlier, where he was standing there drinking that beer that you just served him, talking to the other patrons that were in the bar.
Is that a statement or a question?
Is that correct? That he left there talking to you, and then had a beer and spoke with patrons there beside the bar.
Honestly, I couldn't tell you specifically. I'd have to see the video. If there's different timestamps as to what happened and how it played out that night.
Okay, so if that timestamp, even if there were a few minutes different, but that was at 4:03 a.m. and I believe at 4:05 a.m. is when he was pushed out of the club. So when exactly did you cut him off?
I don't have that answer. I don't know when exactly I did.
I'll pass witness.
Commissioners, you have the opportunity to ask this witness questions. Don't see anybody reaching for their microphone. Redirect.
Erica, do you recall asking John Rivero to stop attempting to fight the other patron more than once before you cut him off?
Yes, multiple times.
Did he ever heed your warning and stop?
No, that's ultimately why I ended up cutting him off, because he wouldn't listen to my directions.
And you were just asked that the video you were shown showed you cutting him off, and you acknowledged it was not. So we will show you another video.
Okay.
Exhibit 29, please. Erica, is that the video of you cutting John Rivero off that morning?
I don't believe so. I think that was one of the warnings. There was, if I recall correctly, there's another video where you could see me giving a sign to one of the floor guys or a manager, or you can see the clear, hey, he's done. That was just one of the warnings, I believe.
Okay, we'll show you one more video.
Okay, thank you.
Waited. Erica, I'll represent to you that was the last video of the evening. So if it differs with your recollection, that is fine.
Okay.
After that interaction that we witnessed on that last video, did you have any other interactions with John Rivero that morning?
No, I did not.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
Cross.
No questions.
Board. May this witness speak. Sorry.
Is it possible that signs of intoxication were present but not recognized?
Not necessarily. There's so many eyes on these guests throughout the night. We're constantly watching for them, especially somebody who's aggravating other guests. I'm looking for any signs to possibly stop the alcohol consumption if it's a problem. But No, it's highly unlikely that we're not gonna miss that.
But he was
Oh, that-
subsequently
that-
found to be highly intoxicated, so that would indicate a breakdown in identifying that, correct?
No, because most people, I don't want to say most people, a lot of people won't show signs. If a person drinks all day, every day, they get very good at hiding those signs, at least the physical ones. And that's what we're trying to see. So, I mean, no, it's not necessarily no.
Okay, thank you.
Quick question for you. Outside of looking at visual cues at any of your training and your extensive background of bartending, do you have any idea of what the average drink you pour for an average human, what it increases a BAC by on average?
No, not right now. No.
Would that be something that might have been in a serve safe certification, would be language on BAC increasing somewhere on an average, it could be 0.0265% on an average drink for an average person. Does that sound like anything you've heard in the past in any training you've had?
Maybe not that specific number or that stat, but I was trained to guesstimate someone's body weight, even their age. And then, depending on the type of alcohol, whether it was liquor or beer, determining how quickly their BAC levels would increase, determined by depending on the type of alcohol that was given. So yes, we were judging from the size of a person how quickly they were going to get intoxicated.
So,
yes.
so based on that math of whatever number it is that you've worked off of in the past, if you took that times, say, 17 drinks, would that lead to a number that would be, in your math, something that would have someone be intoxicated over a 3-hour period?
If someone consumes all of those drinks, I would probably guess so, yeah.
Well, I guess let me rephrase. If you serve someone over 22 drinks in that period of time and they consumed somewhere in the neighborhood of 16 to 17, based off of your training, would that lead you to believe someone was overserved?
Possibly. I don't have a for sure answer on that one. I'm not sure. It depends on the time, the size of the person. There's so many variables. I can't 100% say.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying there's not variations for sure, and there's a margin of error, but just that math alone, even simple math of that, would have someone without even a calculator present be able to show that that's a pretty high amount of alcohol content, even for a very large man that has a very high tolerance. That would still put someone in almost any category imaginable, significantly overserved. Would you disagree with that? From a 17 drinks in a 3-hour period, regardless of a 1.25 ounce pour of liquor, a glass of wine, or a standard beer. Would you agree with that?
Like a little bit of BFW, but I think I'm just saying.
I don't know. I mean, possibly.
Okay. I don't have any other further questions.
All right. May this witness be excused? Or you turn your green back on? There you go.
Erica, we can go through hypotheticals all day, but as you recall your interactions with John Rivero on the morning of November 15th, 2021, did you ever observe signs of intoxication in Mr. Rivero?
I did not, no.
Thank you.
All right. May this witness be excused?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. You can log off. Thank you for coming on the teams and testifying.
Absolutely. Anything to do to help. Thank you. Have a good one.
Counsel?
This time we'll rest.
All right. Do you have any rebuttal witnesses?
I do not.
All right.
So both sides have rested. Do either of you wish to make short closing arguments before I turn it over to the board for deliberations?
I would request a brief argument.
As what I.
Okay. Counsel?
I'll be brief. I know we've been here all day. We've listened to a lot of testimony. It's fresh on everybody's mind. Everyone's paying attention. I don't need to rehash all of it. I just want to hit the high points. The first thing I want to hit is the allegation that Director Bjornson did anything incorrect with ex parte communication. And I don't think that that argument really warrants a lot of information because it's a misunderstanding of administrative process and what APA requires. If you, as fact finders, were to have had conversations with Peter Rivero or Director Bjornson about the allegations that we were bringing forward today, that would be ex parte communication. That does not apply to Director Bjornson. A director's hearing is not required by APA. That is something that we do as a courtesy to alcohol permit holders. That is just a misunderstanding of how to apply that. I told you at the beginning of this hearing, this was an administrative hearing and not a criminal hearing. And I said that because I knew that there was a lot of information that was going to come out and it was going to feel very criminal. There's felony investigations. There's people that are injured. There's a man that died. It feels like a criminal hearing, but I want to reiterate, this is an administrative hearing. This is about whether or not the Peppermint Hippo is conducting business in a safe way. When you are given an alcohol permit in the state of Arkansas, it is a privilege. It is not a right. With that comes additional rules. There are additional statutes. You have to create an environment that people are safe. The people that work there, the people that visit your establishment, and the citizens of Arkansas that are driving by on the streets. There has to be a safe environment. And if those are violated and it becomes a dangerous situation, your permit should get revoked. And that's why we're here on the Peppermint Hippo. John Rivero lost his life. Had anyone at the Peppermint Hippo acted in any responsible manner on that night, he would still be alive. Had he not been served 22 drinks, consuming 17, 18 of them, he would be alive. Had the bouncers not physically attacked him, hitting him in the head after having that many drinks, disorienting him even more, he would be alive. Had he not been forced out into the parking lot, into the road by the bouncers on that night, he would be alive. We watched Chase Burrows walk at him in an intimidating, menacing manner, pointing to the road while he's on the phone, probably trying to find an Uber home. But they made him leave the property and they made him walk into a road. Minutes later, he died. Now a family is going to mourn him forever. Brothers, siblings, parents, their son is not here anymore because of how irresponsible the Peppermint Hippo has been conducting business. The woman that hit him is going to have to live with that for the rest of her life. None of that is fair. Agent Barry went in and told you about the undercover investigation that he had. He went to the VIP room. He was touched. Inappropriate things were done in a private cell where there was nobody to protect the dancers in case something were happening. No one to protect the patrons that were there. It was all done in private because they don't want us knowing what they're doing. So they have a little special section in the back. He was touched. There was a recording while he was gone talking about taking advantage of him and ripping him off. We know that that's what they do because then we saw evidence. There's a whole huge packet of papers that you have in front of you with fraudulent credit card transactions. Men went into that facility thinking that they were going in to watch dancers dance, have a couple drinks, go home. They had no idea that when they went in, their lives could be ruined. Losing $130,000 in one night ruins lives. Losing $30,000 in one night can ruin lives. And none of those men got their money back. You heard testimony. They're real proud of themselves that American Express didn't refund anybody's money. That is not what they signed up for when they walked in there. Finally, we talked about Mr. Christopher Daniels. He was very intoxicated that night. A 60-something-year-old man fell flat on his face, blood going down his face. And what did they do? They pushed him in the vehicle and they made him get on the streets. What if he had hit anybody being that drunk? We saw him sitting in the truck whenever the camera turns on. We see them pushing him in. We established they made him leave in his vehicle. Fortunately, he pulled over. He didn't kill anybody. Thank God. But that was his judgment. Even that drunk. Not the Peppermint Hippo. They have put lives in danger over and over and over. This investigation started in 2025, and all of this was discovered in 2025. That doesn't mean that they weren't behaving that way from the time they got their permit until 2025. It means that once we looked at them, we found more and more and more and more, and it just kept building to the point that it became an emergency situation. This is a dangerous situation. Not only were they negligent, not only were they reckless, they were criminal, they were malicious, they were predatory. Their behavior has created a dangerous and unsafe environment, not only for the people that work there, not only for the people that voluntarily enter that establishment, but for the citizens of Arkansas. It could be hit at any point from having 22 drinks served to them in 3 hours. So for that reason, I ask that you uphold Director Bjornson's order and revoke the Peppermint Hippo's alcohol permit.
Respondent.
I will likewise try to be just as succinct. As Ms. Higinosa has said, today is a regulatory hearing, and we have heard a lot of testimony about a lot of things. But essentially what this comes down to is the order that was issued on January 21st of 2026, the allegations contained therein, the findings of fact, the conclusions of law. So I would like to just end this where we started this. This started with the death of a gentleman back in 2021. It was certainly tragic. No one is here to dispute that. But when you look at the totality of the evidence here, Erica Ramsey was a seasoned bartender. She looked for signs of intoxication in all patrons. If they're not there, she can't know that they're there. And while we've heard testimony about the amount of drinks that have been sold and how many were consumed, no one was able to sit in that seat and tell you definitively how many drinks John Rivero consumed. We had different guesses. We don't know how many were consumed. What we do know is that the bartender who interacted with him did not see signs of intoxication. Had she would have cut him off. Now, what happened whenever John Rivero chose to leave that parking lot? First of all, the ABC's regulation ends there. What happened after that is all John Rivero. They are regulating the premises of that establishment. And while some may characterize it as he was forced off the lot, what we do know is that he was coherent enough to send his brother many, many text messages. And I'd like to address the timestamp. His text messages began at 3:59 a.m. We know that he had already left the club by the time he texted his brother. So that timestamp about being 4:03 is inaccurate. He left our establishment prior to 3:59 a.m. when he began texting, I need help to kill these guys. He then crossed over the fence, through a ditch, up a median, and walked 3 football fields down away from the Peppermint Hippo. So I don't want this to seem as though we pushed him out and he walked right out on I-40. That's not what happened. He made a series of choices. Instead of standing outside the Peppermint Hippo and contacting a ride, instead of walking down Bicentennial Road to a 24-hour gas station or a 24-hour hotel, and he was a regular at this club. He knows there's one way in and there's one way out, and there are 24-hour businesses at the end of that road. He had the choice on how he chose to leave that premises. And while we certainly do not condone the actions of Shane Ellis, Shane Ellis's actions did not cause John Rivero over the next 8 minutes to make those series of decisions. Those were John Rivero's decisions. And as you've noticed today, the bulk of the testimony has been related to the Rivero case, because that is what this is about. And as soon as Ms. Bjornson got on the phone with Peter Rivero and heard his incredibly tragic story, it is certainly tragic. We are not disputing that. That was enough for her. And she decided, I'm revoking that club's license. I don't like that he died. I think they must have caused it. And everything that was orchestrated and carried out after that was, in Ms. Bjornson's own words, to be able to lump them together and get this thing going. And she updated Peter Rivero with that exact update. We're getting ready to take a big swing here. That wasn't related to these subsequent incidents. That was related to his brother's death 4 years prior. What happened on April 12th, we're just still learning about. We'll probably never know. What we do know is there were no findings, no evidentiary findings of drug use, spiked drinks, prostitution, any of the other things that allegedly were the cause of them going in. What we do know were found were violations related to entertainer attire and distance, for which Ms. Bjornson had testified that she would have levied a much less severe penalty. However, based on an undercover operation that found these entertainment violations, unfounded allegations made by Nick Goyal, according to the ABC's own document, they investigated and found that allegation of fraudulent $35,000 charges unfounded. Yet somehow it made its way into the offer of settlement, somehow it made its way into the order, somehow it made its way into the press, and that's what the Peppermint Hippo is now known for. Despite the fact that the ABC found it unfounded, despite the fact that American Express found it unfounded, despite the fact that poor Detective Burke can't tell us whether or not he found it unfounded, he can tell us he never issued any criminal charges, so I'm left to believe he did not. And what happens is you've got a gentleman who came in to a dilapidated, rundown, crime-ridden business. He invested his hard-earned money, time, along with his other dedicated staff, and they worked very, very hard to remain compliant with ABC regulations. They never received a call from the ABC saying, "What the heck happened to John Rivero back in 2021?" Never given an option to answer. What was going on behind their backs were undercover sting operations, unfounded allegations of fraudulent charges. An elderly patron, the elderly patron arrived intoxicated and pulled guns on them. We've got to keep in perspective what happened here. And we can't just focus in on the parts we want. The fact that Mr. Daniels happened to be in his 60s, that's unfortunate, but he is the bad actor here. And what the Peppermint Hippo staff did was not only to protect themselves, but to protect their patrons, to protect their staff. And had they not taken the steps to stop that elderly patron could have done what happened at the Power Ultra Lounge shooting. Because, see, this extraordinary measure that was taken by Director Bjornson in calling what happened in November of 2021 a threat against public health, safety, and welfare. It is a very, very narrow statute that she's allowed to do that, and the circumstances have to be such that there is a immediate threat to the public health and safety. This provision that we are aware of has only been acted twice by the ABC. Once was related to the Power Ultra nightclub shooting, which was a mass shooting and injured 25 people. That was back in 2017. The ABC director at the time invoked this very special provision because there had been a mass shooting, and they said, "No more, we're done here." The only other time this very specific provision has been enacted that we're aware of was related to a large music event held right in the midst of COVID. And the ABC found that this was going to be a public health hazard due to the COVID pandemic. So they came in and said, "No, we're shutting it down." It is absolutely unprecedented for an Arkansas ABC director to deem an incident that occurred 4 years prior to be such an emergency to the public health, safety, and welfare. No one else has died at the look, we hate that John Rivero died after leaving our establishment. Don't get me wrong. And we're not making light of that in any way. But since that death in 2021, there has not been another instance of a death at our establishment. Unfortunately, there have been many other deaths from intoxicated patrons leaving other establishments. And while I certainly appreciate Ms. Bjornson's testimony today that she's now going to make it her mission to go back and do to them what she's done to my client, she then testified that she has in fact been aware of the allegations of the young lady who left Midtown. She was aware of the types of drinks and whether or not that was the result of a search for news articles or the ability to locate an ABC report. She's been aware of this incident, yet she hasn't gone back and started her crusade against Midtown yet. I'm assuming that's coming. But when you take all of this together, it goes back to what Scott Harden said to the media. What this is about This actually goes back to 2021. It starts when a gentleman attended the club and then had a traffic accident and unfortunately got killed. If you look at it, that's kind of where it started. That incident did not initially lead to revocation, but became significant when we've got the the violations for the entertainer's clothing. Suddenly the Rivero death became pertinent because we have entertainers who aren't properly clothed. Then we have Nick Goyal. They investigated Nick Goyal, found it unfounded, but somehow, once we've got the entertainer allegations, the unfounded Nick Goyal allegations, now the 2021 death of Rivero is relevant for some reason. We finally get into the Christopher Daniels incident. Again, we all know what happened with Mr. Daniels. And again, Mr. Rivero's death only becomes significant when viewed alongside those three instances. My client has always tried to remain compliant with the ABC, has always been willing to participate in investigations by the ABC, by the Pulaski County Sheriffs, by the credit card companies, always an open book. We'll help you with whatever. It's their money on the line. They don't want these type of allegations. They will have customers call them the next morning and say, I don't recall making these charges. And do you know what they offer? Come up to the club. We'll print you out the same type of point of sale system receipts that we give to the ABC, that we give to the sheriff, that we give to the credit card company. We'll give them to you. And people come take us up on that. They come in and they go, I'd like to see myself there last night. And again, we're not sure whether it's because they arrive intoxicated. We certainly, whenever Christopher Daniels arrived at our establishment intoxicated, we immediately recognized he was intoxicated and refused to serve him alcohol. That's part of what started this whole fight. We said, you may have a Fiji water, sir. And he got upset and pulled a gun. But my client remains committed to being compliant with your regulations. He has tried to do that from January 2021 when he came to this state, bought a home, and invested in a business. And I will submit to you that what was once Visions is a far, far more safe, compliant, professionally run club that your agency should be proud to have in the state of Arkansas. And if you so much as reach out to them, I think you would find the same thing. And all my client wants to do is to be able to operate legally within the regulations, be afforded an opportunity to be told about allegations against them, to defend themselves, to be able to vindicate themselves. And what instead happens is that 4 years later, we get hit with, you're a danger to the public health, safety, and welfare, and we're taking your license because you fraudulently took $35,000 from a man. We did not. It's been investigated. They investigated it. And so now this gentleman will never recover. The most we can hope is that he can get his liquor license back and go back to remaining compliant with the regulations that he's always striven to be. And we are asking that now that you have seen the full record, because you can't make an informed decision on pieces and bits, and that's what was presented at the director's hearing. That's why we came in with our tree of paper, because we needed to present the full story so that you all can go, it's not just sound bites. It's not just violations. It is, for all intents and purposes, a mission to make the Rivero family happy. They weren't happy with their 1.1 civil verdict after they wanted 7. Peter Rivero didn't think it was considerable enough to Google ABC in 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024. He only found it necessary when his family didn't receive the $7 million they wanted. He went to that establishment 1 year later. If he thought it were that dangerous, if he thought it were a public, would he have gone there and stayed and spent $1,000? It doesn't even make sense. He knew who his little brother was. And look, I mean, no disrespect, but the text messages alone, bouncers don't just beat you up. What did you do? And you're an instigator, and it is unfortunate, but there are bad actors. And as we have established, our club can put in as many rules, regulations as they want. You're still going to have a Christopher Daniels show up. He showed up to other establishments. We weren't allowed to present that, but he did show up to another establishment with the same weapon, did the same actions, and the ABC didn't so much as investigate that agency. My client is treated differently than other businesses in the state of Arkansas. They are. We went through earlier about the number of violations. that have been issued to other clubs for these same alleged violations? 263. Not a single revocation for failure to be a good neighbor. 75 for disorderly conduct, 20 for over serving an intoxicated person, 13 for failure to cooperate. Yet none of them have been labeled a threat to public health, safety, welfare. None of them have had to endure the slanderous statements that the ABC themselves found to be unfounded. And what we're asking today is that you right these wrongs and allow this business to go back to doing what it has always done, and that is try to remain compliant with the regulations and participate in any and every investigation that is ever brought to its attention to protect not only its reputation, but to protect the safety of the patrons that go to that club. And I would implore upon you to take great note of the record that has been presented today and to look at the actions of the Peppermint Hippo versus the actions and the cooperation of the ABC, and to reinstate their license and allow them going back to be a compliant business under your regulations. Thank you.
Normally, since you have I'm not sure with the appeal, if I guess it's still your burden in this case, correct?
I won't give another statement.
All right, that's what I thought. All right, so at this point, the record is closed. We'll need to discuss the exhibits to make sure we have that cleaned up, to make sure that we have those that have been admitted and those that have been proffered, so that we can make sure that that's attached properly and given to the court reporter. But at this time, the record is closed at this point. There's no more testimony or documents to be introduced. And I'm going to return it to the chair at this point for deliberations. We will continue on the record, which means the court reporter is transcribing what you're saying. So let's speak one at a time as you deliberate. And the purpose is to determine whether or not the evidence you've seen today provides sufficient facts, that you have the findings of facts that substantiate the conclusions of law or not. Those are the questions that you're having to answer. For that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Chair.
I've got a quick procedural question. I don't know if you want to do this off the record real quick. I'm just like how you want to see this put together as far as a motion.
We can deal with that as we go through the discussion of it. So you discuss it, and if there's consensus related to the allegations, we can do them one at a time. We can do them grouped together.
Okay.
It's really up to the board. And I'll guide based on what the board says.
From like a court reporting perspective, any motion would it be preferred that we like read off the entire violation for each one, or do you want to say like, for example, I make a motion on ones 1 through 5, or does it need to be like specifically read out for the court reporting?
I think for purposes, and correct me if you disagree with this, but I think if, for example, there's a consensus that items 1 through 4 have been proved, right?
Yeah.
But you don't think 5 has been proved. So you could say, I think items 1 through 4 of the order have been proved. And then we could take that as a specific motion, and you can just debate 5, and then you can continue on that way.
Okay.
But that doesn't address the revocation. So is there another vote at the very end then that says we're going to still uphold the revocation?
Or not. And
Or
so
not?
what happens is first is have the facts that have been presented show enough facts to tip the scales in favor of a violation.
Yeah.
1 through 15, whatever they are. And if so, and once you do that, then the next question is okay, what is the sanction that we want to do? And it could be this, it could be something else. You have the authority to do as council has requested or as the state has requested. You're the juror that gets to decide that issue. Yes.
Are 7 and 8, they're both, well, they both look to be the same violation, 7 and 8.
So you're looking. Yeah.
These are 2 different counts of the same violation.
Yeah, I think that was based, the undercover investigation, those things. So I think they're alleging that there were 2 separate violations. Yeah.
Is there a quick reference to these statutes that are referenced? The statutes that are actually being violated here, can we see those?
They are ABC rules. They weren't specifically printed out and part of discovery. So we would say I would ask that Mr. Madison if that would be okay to pull up our rule book at this point.
Yeah, I think that.
If we can probably get Tanette to share her screen.
While that's going on, can we have, I guess we can continue having an open discussion on thoughts while we're looking to review that ruling if we.
Yep.
So if you, while we're waiting on those, to be able to review individual, stuff in the law book, any other comments from fellow board members on thoughts, feelings on, what we've seen here today? Don't all start at once. I'm happy to give an opinion to get the conversation started. And then please feel free to dissent or agree. I think that we've seen a lot of stuff here today. First, just on the record, I want to say thank you all to the ABC staff, all the investigative team, fellow board members, our court hearing officer. It's been a long day. I know everyone has other responsibilities and families, so thank you all for being here tonight. With everything in mind that I've seen today, I feel like I see enough to support all of the director's decisions on items 1 through 12 and items 15, items 13 and 14 that had to do with, I'm using my phone to zoom in on the names so I say this right. My eyes are not that good. Christopher Daniels on August 6th. I believe that there is conflicting information on what all exactly happened that night, and because of the failure for us to have more information of what happened on the inside of the establishment that night, I think it's hard to say specifically what was done that evening in regards to the establishment. But I do feel like from what we saw, the evidence that would be able to make this happen was not provided. That's tied to item number 15. So I do believe that that one's still active from my perspective. But that's just my opinion of what I've seen here today. So feel free to weigh in on those other ones you like or disagree with.
Okay, and this is just a talking point. We're not voting right now. I'm just trying to get a consensus. So Alex, give me the ones that you have some doubt on. Is it 13, 14, and 15?
13 and 14. 15 is the one where the officer gave the testimony that they served the warrant and asked for the footage on the inside. And he said that, they were given the wrong footage. They were reluctant to give it. I think that that violation holds that that they did not cooperate in giving, the information to be able to substantiate, items 13 and 14. Because what all we saw was a gentleman that did pull out multiple weapons, and in any situation would not be a situation that, any restaurant, club would want someone like that in there. What we don't know is what happened inside. And so it's kind of hard for us, in my opinion, to make a decision on their responsibility on 13 and 14, but they did, in my opinion, not give, they didn't work with the team on getting that stuff.
Okay, so rather than debating that or having a conversation on it, because I'd like to just go around the table if y'all want and just see what numbers everybody has a little bit of the jury's out on, or does anybody have any other thoughts on that? And while you're going,
I concur with Alex on number 14. We just don't have the video evidence inside to see if there was disorderly conduct in there. On 13, I will say I'm a little bit torn on that one because I don't know truly what is the right action to take when someone is behaving in that manner, but I just don't. The idea of allowing him to get in his car and get on the road and the risk that that poses to public safety is also concerning.
I would agree with the failure. I didn't think about it from the failure to be, letting them leave the premise. I was thinking about it from the perspective, if you're in a situation, someone pulls a gun on you, there's a fight or flight mentality that any person, no matter what training you have. So like, I don't fault someone for, getting physical with someone that pulls a weapon out, but that I rescind 13 because I was thinking about it just from that perspective, not the fact that they.
I understand your perspective as well.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So I'd say just 14.
Just 14 for you.
I agree.
Okay. Stacy, do you want more time or do you? So
We can make a motion on that, or I guess do you want to?
Yeah.
What are your thoughts?
Yeah, let me give you. The one I had an issue with, and maybe somebody here on the board can help me because I think it's just up to us now. The one I had a problem with is actually 12. So it says operator furnished alcoholic beverages to an intoxicated person. So this is referring to Nick Goyle. Tell me what evidence we had inside the bar. What did we see on that? What did we actually see to prove that? What did I miss on that?
I don't know if we actually did see video footage of him being served or saw copies of how many drinks he had.
It's in evidence, the receipts, right?
Do we,
I remember
and I'm just asking, so like I will tell you, I had a problem with number one to start, but I think after what did it for me was the bartender. I mean, she knew we can go back and count. Any reasonable person said that person was overserved just in the amount of drinks that were verified on footage. So like number one for me is closed. It's closed and shut. It's there. But I didn't see that on number 12. I didn't know that we really know that he was overserved. Did I miss something?
No, I see where you're coming from.
I would agree.
So I had that one. And the other one I had a problem with. So I had a problem with 12. My wife will tell you I have a problem with a lot, so ignore me. I had a problem with 12, and I had a problem with 11. And I'll tell you why. So this is the good neighbor. So this good neighbor on 11 is all due to the fraudulent charges. And well, it is very disturbing to me that there is this much. And I am alarmed by it. There has been no wrongdoing found, especially by American Express. And I don't know if you guys know American Express, but they are very, very card user friendly. And so to me, well, that does exist, and I see that the violation is there. I don't see any agency. I have a problem with 11. I don't see any agency that has found the same that they're guilty of anything there. And I've got American Express, and I could probably call them up and dispute any charge I want, and they will side with me.
You're saying as the card holder.
Card holder. And go ahead, Karen.
I attempted to read through this legal document of a tree of some of the cases, and I don't know enough about this outside of this case, which is why we're brought in and given information here and kind of go off of what's presented in front of us. But to me, it feels like, from what I learned here today, is I feel like this is not something tied specifically to this establishment. I think that more than likely, if we had the data on a lot of gentlemen's clubs like this, they probably do similar things like this all over the country. But I think I think they work in the gray, that they're like, as the deputy said, one of the few things he did say was that you can't charge a business with this crime, and I think that they know. I think not just this establishments like this know that they can get away with it, and they have built a system of trying to exploit that for maximum profitability with limited liability at the end of the day, because of they are checking all the boxes of what Amex and these credit card companies require, but it's still, I mean, it, being a good neighbor is such a broad term that we can use to it's a broad sword that we can use for lots of different things in this community. I mean, that I think that no one went. I think that there's a large percentage of people that have gotten hit with these charges that had no idea or expectations that they were looking to spend anywhere close to that at this establishment or other establishments like this. And it's, I mean, in the world we live in today, the amount of monies that some of these people are having grabbed in one night, I mean, could wreck lives. And that alone, I think that that is not being a good neighbor. Is it actually like illegal? No. I think that the problem with like the sheriff's department is it's in this gray area. And so, and we are not held to as high of a standard as like a prosecutorial, like, reasonable doubt going in front of like a real jury. We have more discretion here. So like I think that we can catch situations like this where it would slip through the cracks in the current system, because I think that this is just it's not a it's not being a good neighbor in my mind of like what's being done here. And we don't even know the full extent of how many families or men, whatever you want to call it, have had hundreds of thousands and over the entire time they've been around. So we can't control what happens at establishments that don't have a liquor license. We can't control what happens, obviously, outside the state of Arkansas. But from my perspective, I would want to uphold this to try to set a message out there that anything that we can do to help people not be taken advantage of in a capacity when they're overserved um, needs to be done to protect the public. And that's at the end of the day what we are charged with more than anything here is protecting the public. And are there people out there that have tons of money that probably can burn this and not even think twice about it? Absolutely. I'm sure there are. There's wealthy people in central Arkansas. I still bet less than 5% of them went in expecting to drop that kind of money. But still, I think that it's a gray area legally, and I wouldn't be surprised if they never get charged from the sheriff's office with the current statutes that are in place. But from what's allowed within our statutes, I do feel like it holds up to like not being a good neighbor.
Yeah,
But I see exactly what you're saying as well.
that was a powerful statement you made. We're talking about a situation where people probably are being overserved.
I wonder too, does this establishment, does this industry incentivize upselling? And does that lend itself to predatory behavior, either by the establishment itself or by the employees who benefit from upselling an extra bottle, from selling an extra dance, etc.?
Well, I think that
And who should be held accountable for that, if that's the case?
I think it was said in testimony that there was a revenue split that was, I can't remember what it was off the top of my head, but it was significant when you're talking about these numbers. I think it was somewhere in the neighborhood of 30 to 50%. I can't remember off the top of my head. Can I ask what that was looking back, or?
I
Well, either-
I recall
there was
this is the testimony of Victoria, and yes, she did say something in the testimony along or no, I'm sorry, this is the testimony under the detective that went under.
Well, I believe we heard it from more than one person, but
Okay.
even on the low side, say it's 30,000. I mean, you're talking about to the average, I forget the acronym that was used for the independent dancers, but that kind of split. I mean, one night of those charges could be more than what the average median household income in Arkansas makes in a year. And that's from one night with one John at the end of the day. And so, like, absolutely, I think that people are very much incentivized to lead to predatory behavior from over serving and the testimony of holding people's faces up to get their phones to unlock to get into their devices. Was that actually proven today? I don't think that we got enough. That was one statement. But when you look at the holistic of everything we've seen from so many people, I think that I think there's got to be, when you have that much money involved, in any industry, people are going to take advantage.
Yeah, so who's held responsible for that? Is it the individual contractor or is it the establishment? Were they aware?
I do want to point out one situation today. I don't know if it was specifically discussed, but I read it in the evidence, and this man thought he had been drugged or blacked out, and he'd made some calls to Chase and had answered security questions about himself. So that made me question, like, if you have the ability to recall that information, are you just trying to say you didn't spend this money when you did? So I agree that it's a gray area. I can see how easy it would be to exploit people, but that situation also.
Oh, I don't think that I have no doubt that there's a large percentage of the people that challenge these, expenses that they just have buyer's remorse or they don't want, a spouse to find out about it or, there's a lot of reasons that people would, I think, back out of it for sure. I don't think there's any question of that. But I do think that, from what we heard through a lot of the enforcement agencies, is so many people talking about these scenarios where it's like that are very similar of like not remembering and just having these very high charges. Seems like there's still, I think there's both out there.
Yes, and I think it's just extremely disturbing to hear like how predatory it seemed to be in certain circumstances.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you feel like, so there's been some thoughts here. So I think the group feels like 14 is difficult to swallow. I had 11 and 12. I think 11 after hearing Alex's case or hearing what Alex had to say. I think you made some powerful statements in there, Alex. I can actually, oh, poor Hannah, I put 11 under yours. That's not you, Hannah. Hannah's 14. I actually think you made some powerful statements regarding number 11. And so I could take that off my list. I think I would rather set the precedence that if you are operating in this type of environment, you better operate well above reproach. And that's the message we want to send, is that there better be not even a hint of predatory charges to consumers in the state of Arkansas. And so I could get behind removing number 11. I still have a problem with number 12, but here would be the question. If we're only struggling with what is maybe 12 for some of us and 14 for some of us, would that change the overall decision here?
I think just from procedurally, we need to either affirm or, modify the director's decisions on the violations first. And then we'll go to like either upholding the revocation or changing to something else.
So what I would suggest is, since there is some potential disagreement on some of these, is go through each of them and see if there's consensus that the facts provided have proved that allegation. So you say the findings of facts have proved this allegation.
Do you want me I could do like a roll call per each one going down?
Correct. So we would be looking at like the agenda item, and you would say that for item 1, do we all believe that the facts have proved the allegations of item 1?
Yeah. Okay.
Before we do that, can I, and I don't know, I can ask someone to direct me to this, but I would like to take a look at a testimony, the report from one of the officers that gave testimony regarding number 14. No, I'm sorry, number 12. Can I see a police report? Was there a police report put into evidence on that, or can I just reference that? We looked at a lot today.
You're looking at number
12.
12, yeah. I just would like to read that.
That was the Nick Goyal.
I'd like to read that police report one more time and see if there's something I missed on the,
Be that police report taken by Pulaski County Sheriff's Office that was testified to, that includes some of the bills, but then 16 is gonna get into some of the receipts that ADC had received.
well, Nick Goyal has got the intoxication. Is there anything that talks about his BAC and how long he was there? Or I'm sorry, yeah, number 12 talks about operator furnished alcoholic beverages to an intoxicated person. That's July 13th, so that's gotta be Nick Goyal.
Correct.
Do we have anything on his BAC?
I think so.
Do we have
I
anything
believe
about
that
how
was
long he was
taken
there,
because
what
this
he
was
was
a-
served?
This was a complaint that he called into Pulaski County Sheriff's Office.
Gotcha.
So I think that there's not evidence to your point on.
Okay.
There was about drug use.
Not intoxication. Okay. That's all I needed.
And that's to give you enough to.
Yeah, yeah.
So if it pleases the board, I'll just kind of go as the hearing officer recommended through um, the different violations, starting with item 1, and I'll just kind of ask one at a time. Hannah, maybe we'll do just to make this smooth as Hannah, I'll start with you, and we'll just kind of go down for each one. Yeah, we can do I too.
But what you do is you just say, does anybody disagree that we approved item number 1?
Okay.
Yeah. There's no disagreement as to item number 1.
Okay, so do you want me to make it as an emotion to say like, I'd like,
Well, what I'll do is we'll go through this that way, and that way we will determine whether there's sufficient votes for 12 or 13 or 14. And then you can go back and then we'll do the motions for because what I'm hearing is, it sounds like 1 through 10 may have been approved, in which case we can do a motion for those and then we can take out the remainders separate.
or we could even just skip over 12 and 14 and nothing.
Well, I don't know because we
Right, right.
What I'm saying is you go, does anybody disagree that item 1 has been approved?
Yeah.
Nobody says anything, so then you move on to, does anybody disagree that item 2 has been approved?
Okay.
Then you go down the list that way, so that when you get to item 12, 13, 14 down here, if someone disagrees, then you can do an individual vote on those issues specifically, and then we'll do.
Okay. Is there anyone at this time that does not agree with upholding the director's decision on item 1? No one has, make note that no one has opposed. Item 2, we have no one that is in disagreement. Item 3, no one has a dissent on that. Is that the right word? Wait. All right. Item 4, no board members are in disagreement. Number 5, we have none. Item 6, we have no one. Item 7, we have no one. Item 8, we have no one. Item 9, we have no one. Item 10, we have no one. Item 11.
All right, let me just take a look here. 11. No, I agree with the decision.
Okay. So items 1 through 11 have no one that is in disagreement with upholding the director's decision. Do we have members at this time that would like to
disagree with?
Yeah, are there any board members that disagree with item 12 at this time?
Yeah, I would say 12 should be overturned. That would be.
And anyone else at this point?
So the question on 12, gang, is did we receive evidence that Nick Goyal was overserved?
We need a verbal from each one of y'all if you agree that there's sufficient evidence, or if you believe that there was not enough evidence to uphold that one. I'm going to ask, I'm starting with you, Hannah, just because you're on the end. I'm not going to try to point you out directly, but do you agree with upholding the director's decision, or?
I agree with upholding Christie's or the director's decision.
That's item 12. Susan, do you feel as if we have enough evidence to uphold the director's decision or to overturn? That there wasn't enough evidence? Susan, do you have an opinion yet? Stacy, sorry, I'm looking at. Okay. Well, I'm gonna really do it to you now, Susan, because I'm going to go with Andrew and say that I do feel like there's not enough evidence to uphold it. So we are 2-2.
Different threshold than a court of law here.
The question is whether there's preponderance of the evidence, which makes 50.1%, just a bit more.
that substantiates that they furnished alcohol beverages to an intoxicated person on July 13th. And whether you believe there was sufficient evidence presented to that.
I'm going to say, based on what I've seen here, I uphold the decision.
Okay. So that would mean that we would continue with that one being one that we uphold.
I assume it's a majority vote. My board has a minimum number of votes on it.
On item 13, is there anyone that does not agree with upholding the director's decision on item 13 at this time? Okay, looks like no one objects. Item 14, is there anyone at this time that objects to upholding the director's decision on item 14? This is the one about Mr. Daniels and the disorderly conduct that we did not witness inside the establishment. We just saw what happened outside in response with him with a weapon.
Yeah, but let me talk about 14 for a second here. So 14 would not be one that I have any problem with, and I'll tell you why. There was absolutely disorderly conduct, not on the part of the patron, on the part of the staff. Did you see when he was standing there? They just pushed this guy. And that was an opportunity for a total de-escalation there. And they just hauled off, and that's when he got hurt. So I absolutely think there was disorderly conduct in 14.
Oh, you're talking about outside.
Outside, yeah, there was absolutely disorderly conduct, not on the part of the patron. I mean, I don't know, that's debatable. But
Yeah.
in my mind, what is not debatable was the management team's response out there. I think was maybe in law enforcement, the term they use is excessive force. I mean,
Yeah, I could.
to me, I think that the disorderly conduct is absolutely there in 14. That's one of the reasons I didn't have a problem with the disorderly conduct on one of the earlier ones. It was the gentleman in the club, the manager in the club. You saw him haul off and hit that guy first when he was just standing there. And so, to me, that's why I didn't have a problem with the earlier disorderly conduct, and that's kind of where I'm at on 14 as well too.
Okay. Hannah, do you feel, do you also agree with upholding the director's decision?
Yes.
How about over here? Okay. I will uphold it as well. So moving on to the last item, 15. Anyone disagree with upholding the director's decision on item 15?
I don't have a problem with that. I would uphold that one. I don't believe the footage still ever was obtained.
Yeah.
Even if that gentleman didn't know what he was doing, we still don't have the footage. I don't.
Okay. So at this time, if we wanted to make a motion to uphold the director's decisions on items 1 through 11 and 13 through 15, and
we'll do a special vote on item 12.
okay. I'm making a motion on said items. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Please let the record reflect for items 1 through 11 and 13 to 15, the vote was unanimous.
For item 12, I would like to make a motion that we overturn the director's decision on not having enough evidence to support.
Actually have someone else make the motion to support Emmett. So,
Oh yeah.
I'll make a motion to support the director's decision on item number 12. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
you'll do a roll call vote.
Okay. All right, on item 12, Ms. Hannah,
Yes.
Andrew,
No.
Alex, no. Susan?
Yes.
Yes.
All right.
For item number 12, let the record reflect that the vote was 3-2. All right. Having found that the facts have proved the allegations, conclusions of law,
then the next question is whether or not to uphold the sanction or to offer an alternative sanction.
Straight into the vote.
We have open discussion at this point.
Discussion.
Make sure your mics are on.
Look, I'm gonna say what nobody wants to say in this room. Did we give them an opportunity to correct and make right any violations, or would we have done this for someone else? It's the question.
No, but there was a pattern of violations. There was a lack of management control, violations with management present. Policies existed on paper, but were not upheld in reality. So I think there's a fair case to be made for that.
Opinions over here. And we need to have the lights on if you thought. Okay, well,
I think at this point, it would be someone to make a motion to either accept the finding of the director or motion.
yeah, you can discuss
Yeah,
before, yeah.
Great. No, I mean, do y'all feel like there's an alternative here?
You can always have an alternative. It's just if we have a consensus here.
I just don't even know what that could look like, honestly.
Well, it could be in lieu of a revocation, it could be a probation with a fine. Is there like a limit on a fine calculation for?
Yes, there is. Each A can be 500 to 1,000. B's 100, or C's are 100 to 200, and those B's, which I don't believe there are any, is 200 to 500. That's per violation.
So what's the maximum violation they're looking at?
Yeah, could you do a calculation on that, on what like the maximum, with us basically upholding everything besides?
We upheld all of them.
Yeah, we did. So
I thought we could go higher if we wanted to. Am I incorrect?
we can go higher in the sense of like, if we have a hearing and it's just a fine, we can go as high as to make a motion to revoke someone, even if the director's decision is lower. But I think that statutorily we're limited on fine amounts.
It also depends on how many violations they've had in a year. And so since this is the first time you're seeing these and they didn't have violations prior, these can't be doubled or tripled as rule would allow.
And on this motion, just out of being the director, I'll be the last to make the vote in case there is a split.
Way to go, Alex.
Well, I'm just saying that on the front end. Do we need a minute to do those calculations?
He's doing the math right.
No, I went to law school for a reason.
Go off the record for just a second. Yeah, I do my law school math is round to the next highest hour. We're off the record, Steve.
Thank you. Y'all don't rush me.
That is a question.
I'm ready to go back on the record.
All right, while we were off the record, the staff was figuring out what the fine amounts could be as a request, or as a request from the board. Thank you.
The highest amount on an A violation is $1,000 and the highest amount on a C violation is $200. Those are the two types of violations that are present here. The maximum fine, if you gave 1,000 for each A and 200 for each C, would be $9,400.
Is there a limit on parameters set from any type of probation or any other requirements?
No, probation and suspension, there is not a limit
It could be a 10-year probation.
if the board chooses.
Do we want to, you know, they put this monkey on our back. Do you want to give them one more opportunity to try to settle this?
What do you mean by settle it?
Let the director and them take 10 more minutes and see if they can come up with their own penalty or if they want to make their own concession.
At
Well-
this point, you've got to make a decision.
Yeah.
It's not, we can't allow them.
You agree to make a decision. What?
Fair enough.
I may be too early, but I'll make a motion to uphold the director's decision and revoke the license.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second at this time? Make sure your mic is on if you're making a second.
A second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, so a vote is required. I do think this is something we need to probably roll call for. So, moving forward with Hannah,
Yes.
Andrew,
Well, I would like to make a statement. If we're going to have to choose between issuing them a $9,400 fine in lieu of a revocation, that's not enough. And so I would have to uphold the revocation. So I vote to uphold the revocation.
Same. Aye.
Yes.
okay, we have 4 votes for yes. I will also vote yes, so we will have a unanimous consent on upholding the director's decision at this time. Is there, while we're on the record, do we need to work through exhibits?
Yeah, I will take care of that because we've established the exhibits and whatever they're wanting to proffer for purposes of their record. I don't believe there's anything the board needs to do on the exhibits because that's decisions I get to make. And we're just going to go through and make sure we have a clean packet for the court reporter for purposes of their appeals circuit court. So I don't believe there's any other business related to this matter for the board. Council, do you believe there's any other matters for the board?
Yes, sir.
Council? No. All right. Well, this time, this hearing will be closed. We will discuss the exhibits to make sure that we have a clean record for the court reporter. You obviously understand your rights to appeal this decision to circuit court and the time period around that. And with that, this hearing is now closed.